that I could have ever thought to see, that Russia declares mobilization, that they would mobilize 300,000 men, and as a consequence, roughly 300,000 men flee from Russia. So if there's anyone who still thinks that Russians will have the fortitude to go against their own government in any scale, I think there is so far little evidence to support such a hope. That was what I wanted to bring up. Thank you.
Thank you, Antti. Becky, I see you came up, and then Oscar.
Hi, thank you, Anda. I actually have a question for Oscar, but if Oscar has a response to Antti, I can wait.
Yeah, may I speak?
Yes.
Yeah, just not maybe small comment to what Antti said. I tweeted about that last man standing, let's say, in among people I communicate with and in touch with from Russia. It is my childhood friend, and he's the last one, and I hope he will he will survive. Our communication and years of friendship will survive it, because I blocked some of my relatives and my other childhood friend. They were doing okay at the beginning, but they couldn't last longer. But he is doing okay, and he is a prof at the medical university. And he's among those who is not going to be conscripted because he has PhD and because he works at medical university. So it's like, and he texted me, well, it is the law, I cannot be conscripted. He said, oh, okay, the law, you said, in Russia, okay, good luck with that. But the thing is, he's in touch with other people in medical profession, medical circles, including the boards of medical examinations, pre-joining, for those who pre-joining, let's say, medical examination for the conscripts. Of course, most of it is neglected. Many of these people have already become very rich people because they place the seal unfit for service and somehow help for pretty money to evade the conscription. But he says, and I asked him from the videos we keep seeing, it doesn't look at all like 300,000 people. It looks like many more people. And he said, yeah, it's just a number given, just a random number given 300,000, because we're looking at 1 million of people, 1,200,000 of people. It is something that we can, that is very obvious to us here, especially if you are somehow have access to any kind of lists, any kind of information from the conscription offices. So yeah, not 300,000. The other thing is that, of course, you cannot conscript 1 million of people in 3 days or in a week. It's a matter of what? Months, I guess. But the process is going to roll. And the thing is, I wouldn't, of course, we're looking at those videos and we just shrug our shoulders, but I wouldn't underestimate the number of people. It's just, yeah, we know there's a cannon fodder meat, they're going throwing meat, as we say here. But Zhukov, during the Second World War, it was exactly what he was doing. No mercy to people's life, and hundreds of thousands were thrown without much of thinking through any real tactics, just mostly going forward, no mercy to soldiers or people around. So I wouldn't underestimate it. And also, sometimes when we just looking at them, those Russian conscripts as well, okay, who they are, this waste on the earth, but showing them as someone who are an easy target, who can easily be beaten, is devaluating the efforts of Ukrainian soldiers, because no matter what, it's a really, really big challenge, because the numbers are huge. So, yeah, that was my point.
Thank you. I was thinking of what you told me about Zhukov, and I remembered there was a so during the Russian counteroffensive, when they crossed the Dnieper from east to west. The offensive took like 4 months. It started somewhere late August, early September, and ended at the beginning of December. And by this time, Russia had over 400,000 people dead, and in total it was dead and injured and ill 1,600,000 people. To my recollection, Germany and their allies, Romania, between them, there were so they lost like 250,000, and in total with ill and injured, they were like, I don't know, 600 or something. So much less. And yeah, actually, that's something that I've been told. It was exactly like you said. I've been told by my grandparents, who both were into the war, and they told me that it's exactly that. They disregarded human life and threw people to die, basically, until they pushed. That's a grim remembrance. Um, Becky, do you have another question for Oscar, or you want to change the topic?
I did have a question for Oscar, and it's a pivot away from the amazing history that you just gave. And Oscar, I so appreciate listening to you. And if you both, either of you, don't want to change the topic, I'm totally fine with that. But Oscar, when I heard you say you were procrastinating on a project, I thought, well, so am I. And so I was, of course, waiting for all of the successes and reports of the successes, but I just see here where I am the changes of fall. And I wondered if you could share anything with us about Odessa and what's happening right now that is either that you can see as you're walking about. I see color changing here, just a glimpse of what you're seeing that is brings you joy and positivity in these tough times. But if that's not the right thing to talk about right now, that's totally fine.
It's always the right thing to talk about pleasant things, not about the red waters of the Dnieper River because of blood, and the wounded soldiers thrown away from the boards of the ships that were evacuating from Odessa while it was occupied by Romanians. So are you asking me about the mood in Odessa? Yeah.
Sure, the mood, or if there are particular.
No, it's a common joke, I guess. Now. Well, yeah, the colors are changing because the autumn is here, and the flowers, the autumn flowers, are so pretty, and they emerge everywhere now. Otherwise, not much has changed, apart from escalation, and our region has become a part of it, and we have new guys coming up here, which are Iranian kamikaze drones. We haven't seen them before, and I think I shared 2 days ago. It was pretty stressful, yeah, maybe stressful evening when we had a pretty intensive attack, and one of the drones was taken down in my immediate neighborhood, like not neighborhood, in my area. That's why it was so loud, and yeah, that's kind of new experience. The matter is that we have this set of sounds, we got used to. We can differentiate the sound of air defense working, taking down a missile, or God forbid a strike if air defense didn't get aid. And drones is something new. So yeah, we call them flying Iranian balalaikas because they really sound like scooters on the road, and you can hear them very well. They're like buzzing, and they're big, and they're not very fast, and you can watch them, and they're really really unpleasant and quite loud sound. But they really cause trouble, and I hear rumors and information from the front that say shouldn't be taken easily and lightly, and they also already killed people in the city. The civilians, 2 people were killed while the very first drone attack. The ruins, the building, which was the part of port facility, and this arises many questions at me personally, because the local officials would say, and they had their point. It was reasonable to say that with a grain deal, and Odessa being a part of the grain deal, Odessa feels safer now. And it was the case, because for a month and a half, we were like looking around and didn't hear anything over our heads, or almost anything. And one day it changed, and it is an apparent attack on the port, and they're targeting to other ports. And I mentioned here before that Chernomorsk and Pivdenny, they haven't been targeted before, and now they are. And I can hear no single comment from either Turkey or the UN. UN Food Program is enjoying their time in Odessa, and they're doing their job. Okay, I do not question that as well as they can. But hey, you have a deal, and you're so proud of, and you brought here all kind of officials up to Secretary General to tell us how it's all to take all the credit for that, despite the minesweeping was on us, providing the routes, the corridors was on Ukraine, negotiations were in Turkey, but of course it's all on the UN. Okay, good for you, enjoy. But where any word, one word, nothing. And still the ships continue to depart from Odessa port. 4 ships, not only from Odessa, from Odessa Bay, from the ports of so-called Big Odessa. 4 ships today, I guess, and another 3 or 4 yesterday. So Ukraine complies with its obligation as for exporting grain, as for using the corridors, but it doesn't look like Russia wants to continue. And the grain deal is over in November, and I have now very much doubt that they're going to prolong the deal. otherwise people are quite calm. Well, it takes some time for us to adapt to the new weapon we're attacked with, but apart from the drones, the life is it goes on. Kids go to school, the younger kids, I mean primary school, and spend time in shelters and sing and learn maths and draw, whatever they can do. So the first year students at universities study offline as well and spend time in shelters. But well, this is a part of reality. We have to live our life. We cannot just stay home for 7 months. We have to, I don't know, to adapt and keep going.
Thank you, Oscar.
Thank you, Oscar. You're just so inspiring to me that you just you find the joy, you're able to tell us about it, and yet you and everybody else there figures out how to keep moving forward. I actually feel badly that much of the time I'm sort of paralyzed because I just am waiting for news and thinking so much about the horrors that Ukrainians are facing. So I really appreciate hearing you and hearing your voice and watching your example of continuing to move forward.
Becky, I'm so sorry to hear your tears in your voice. You should read some good news also. Look at the sceneries of Ukraine or something if you want to focus on Ukraine, which I appreciate immensely, before the war. It's so sad when you Google something, and I face that when you Google, for example, Mykolaiv, and everything you can find on Google, like first 10 pages is just ruined buildings. But there are nice videos and I don't know, photos. They're so lovely. You will enjoy them. Focus on them better. And I've heard it today again. It's an old one, but it's like from several months ago. But I still like it. I heard this joke again about adapting to the reality we have, and it's the two friends speaking, two ladies, and one says, "Are you saying that you can now distinguish the sound of air defense taking down a missile and a missile striking your neighborhood?" And the other girl said, "Yeah, but how cannot you distinguish a good guy from a jerk?" Yeah, this is the wartime humor. Usually very dark, but really amusing at times. And it helps to survive as well, because if you only focus on the war and the losses and the prisoners of war, etc., it just is driving everyone crazy, and mental health says goodbye. So yeah.
Apologize really for jumping in. Is Dan speaking? The fellow from Ukraine, and that's if like not focusing on the ground things going and overall the horrible things, but it's focusing on like strategical, or if focusing on the historical, like if you take the history for 100 600 years. The positive thing is that Ukraine, for the first time, and the lands that now is called Ukraine, for the first time in the history, are on the side fighting the same enemy, that the whole world knows what's going on, and the whole world, whole the civilized world, is on the side of Ukraine, supporting Ukraine. So think of that as a positive thing. If what's happening now is making you tears, that's something that holds many Ukrainians motivating and keeping the positive mood. Again, I apologize for jumping in.
Yes, thank you for um, indeed. Usually, we don't let people talk, but I realized you jumped in to comfort Becky, and I think she's a beautiful soul, which empathize really well with what's happening now. And I also want to thank Oscar. She mostly answered all my questions. I saw some schools organized in Ukraine in shelters in which um, 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 the walls were painted white, and the teachers decorated the walls with beautiful drawings in order to make it look more like a classroom than a shelter. But it was a shelter, and it's heartbreaking to see such things, but also, as Oscar said, it's also um, inspiring, and it helps. I'm sure many people, including the kids, it helps them cope better with what's happening, and with all the how should I put it? The horrors. It's not easy. Yeah. I wanted to point out to it's not as a Romanian, because I am Romanian, and Oscar did mention earlier a touching moment in our history. As neighbors, we didn't always we haven't always been on the same side, and this is true. And for example, what she mentioned was that in Odessa, our armies, Romanian armies, weren't exactly doing the right thing from many points of view. And I'm sorry about that. But I hope we learned something in the last 100 years, and the fact that Romania tries now to be on Ukraine's side, to help Ukraine, and Ukrainian men and women and children who came here will count for something. And yeah, we will go forward stronger because of this. I think Oscar has an answer for me, and then I will let Daryl, because he has been super patient, and he has his hand up. Thank you.
Yeah, Daryl, I'm sorry, just a few sentences, as briefly as I can, but I'm not really good at being brief. Yeah, the thing is, the example of relationship between Romania and Ukraine, Poland, I think even more than Romania and Ukraine, it's just debunking all those arguments Russia keeps suggesting and providing, starting with what historically, through the history, every couple of European neighbors had really tough times. If we think about France and Germany, if we think about France and Great Britain, if we think about whatever neighbors, the Balkans, well, there wasn't a quiet and peaceful year through centuries on the European continent. And the recent history of relations between Ukraine and Poland, it's very dark. My in-laws, they were born in Poland, and they were as kids a part of this Wisla operation. They were evacuated, deported from Poland, exchange, like Polish, ethnic Polish, came back to Poland. It was such a huge mess, and their families lost everything, but they still remember this really. Towns that's saying nothing. People would kill each other. The Polish village would be really aggressive towards the Ukrainian village, and the Ukrainian village would hate the neighboring Polish village. But it was like 100 of years ago, not so long ago, let's say. But nevertheless, now and of course, the territories of Bessarabia have always been like a bone of contention between Ukraine and Romania and Moldova, and all those arguments. And I think I guess like in 2018, we were traveling by car, and were coming back home through Vranchi in Romania, and we saw like a sign, Bessarabia is Romania. Does it mean something? No, it's like there are morons around the world in every country. But historically Crimea is Russian. But historically, we are one people. But historically, Ukraine is Russian territory. It's a bullshit. Historically, we've seen so many things, and nobody now tries to reshape the map apart from Russia. So yeah, thank you for this comment, Andy. I think at some point everyone apologized to everyone for whatever happened in the past, and we now live in a different world, and we believe that we're like civilized people and time proven. Well, it's true, because now we consider barbaric invasion, and we're on the same side. Oh my goodness, I forgot who the previous speaker said that. So yeah, thank you very much for this comment. And I've been to Romania in early July, and I've seen how much Romanian people, as like individually, and Romanian government, how much they do for Ukrainians. That's something absolutely fantastic. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Oscar. Thank you. Daryl, you had your hand up for a long time.
No worries, Anna. No worries. It's one of the things that we get used to. The questions come in, and when Oscar, wants to give her answers, that's what we want to hear. So me waiting is irrelevant. I'm just here. I can handle it. Good afternoon. Good evening, Oscar. I hope I hope you're doing well. The last time we spoke, I was asking you about your kids, your students in the occupied territories. And I guess now that some of the areas may have been liberated, I was wondering, the children that you had the kind of sidebar conversations with, um, are they getting, are you hearing good things from them now? Um, are their spirits lifted a bit? I hope.
I'm sorry, I don't think I recall this conversation. Do you mean those IDPs who are here, or?
No, your children that are online, the ones that were online.
Oh, those, yeah, the students. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think their towns have been liberated. They're in a deep occupation. Close to
Okay, so they
Kherson
haven't been
as the
reached yet.
city. Yeah, they're deeper. So, but I mean, I haven't been in touch for a month with one of them who was very close to Kherson, but I think she was going to well, escape somehow. But I think the route was planned through Crimea to Georgia. This is how they were going to get out, because they were trying to get out through Ukrainian territory, and her group mates would tell that they tried everything they could, including bribing someone, and they were told that this is just they have no guarantee that they wouldn't be shot or something, so they'd better go through Crimea to Georgia. This is now the popular route to escape from the occupied Kherson region. And well, I ask you probably, yeah, and many IDPs here, and when I'm telling about some drone attacks, some missiles taken down. By the way, yesterday we had 2 missiles taken down at the north of the city, and we haven't had missiles attack for a long time, like for a month, I guess. And yesterday we had a package of drones and missiles, but their defense are our darlings, so we're fine. And the point is that no matter what we experience here, this Odessa is still a quite safe city in comparison, of course, to poor dear Mykolaiv and to Kharkiv and to other cities. And people who are city dwellers, they are used to the comfort of larger cities, so it's very difficult for them to live in villages, despite it's much cheaper, and some communities offer even free houses with, like, not the best conditions, but still it's free, and it has roof under your head, but still people stay there for some time and they move to a larger city. So yeah, and you can spot those kids not only about like new faces, in your block of apartments. It's not about that. You just see them very tense and scared, and it takes them like 2-3 weeks to get a little bit relaxed.
All right. Yeah, I didn't know whether any of your kids had gotten, any of the ones that were in some of the other cities had gotten liberated. So I wanted to ask about them because you had mentioned that, even though they were in occupied cities, they were getting online just to have some normalcy to their lives as best they could. So, um, but I'm glad that, the kids that are there where you are, they are slowly warming up. I know they've been through a traumatic experience, and so um, them finding some normalcy eventually is good for them, because the earlier it can happen, the sooner they can have some healing um, from what they've experienced. So thank you very much for coming in and talking to us about it.
Indeed. We really appreciate your time here on the space, and every time you can come up and give us an insight in what's happening in Odessa. And also, I particularly like um, the fighting spirit. There is word in Romanian, but I don't recall the. It's called îndrăjit. When you are determined to be happy and not to be put down, but by what's happening around you. So I really admire you and your spirit, and thank you for joining us, for postponing the project. I know all about postponing other projects. So it's really important and relevant for this space, and for all the people who are listening, who are all over the world. We to hear, and we are lucky right now. We have 3 Ukrainians on the space, so we are really thankful that you came here and you share with us your thoughts and your opinions, and people can witness live your kindness and your disposition to comfort others, like you did to Becky. I think it's a really amazing thing, and thank you really. Skykis, you came earlier. I saw you didn't put your hand up, but I suppose you have something to add to the talk. Skykis?
Sorry, I was in the kitchen, had water running. So I just want to echo the gratitude that we all feel when you arrive and give us an update, or maybe even a glimmer of something normalcy in happening in the Odessa region. So Oscar, just every time I see one of your tweets, and I do notice them very often. I think maybe I missed something, but when you come and you talk to us, it cheers us up too, because we're just we're worried about the situation. But we have seen so many good things, and thank you for the report on air defense, because air defense doing, at least the Ukrainian air defense doing. So again, I think of you often myself. And let me see if Oscar has said something. So thank you very much for your time. And I know about postponing projects. Oh my, do I know? So I hope, I wish you very good luck on the project, and every best wish for quiet and safety for you and your neighbors in your city. So just, I hope you can feel and understand the love that we all around the world have for you and your country. And it's almost hard to express.
Thank you, Skykis.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Oscar.
I'm right here. Yeah, thank you so much for words and your kindness. And of course, and I'm sure every Ukrainian here in this space and beyond that, we feel the support, and we truly, truly appreciate that. And speaking about the air defense that is doing its job in Ukraine, they reported that out of those drones, that were attacking the south of Ukraine. 22 out of 33 were taken down. Well, for I believe for the new kind of attackers, let's say, it's a very good result, and they could cause lots of trouble. All those 22, if they were not taken, but they were. Lucky we. And yes, that's about the great job of our air defense. And I've heard just, I promise last phrase, because both you and my project just need time. So I heard this phrase that really moved me. It's about Daryl was asking about the liberated areas, and I've heard it, and I could really echo it. It says that the war taught us not to take any small town like something, far away from us, that is meaningless. Before the war, we would hear, or even before 2014, let's say, we would hear the name of some small town and say, oh, it's so far away, it's like in the middle of nowhere. Now, our heart bleeds if there is a report we lost this tiniest town or the village, and we rejoice when it is deoccupied, when we know the people are safe. And just a completely different perception of your land, completely different attitude to every smallest settlement you have. I think we will emerge as very different as a nation, of course, after the war. But even now, I think each of us can experience this transformation.
Thank you, Oscar. I think this is the beauty of this space. It brings together Ukrainians and people from all over the world, from New Zealand, Australia, Japan, and all the way around to America and Haiti. And for those of you who are new in the space, this is a 24-hour space. It is run by volunteers, and we, as a space, it's a space dedicated to Ukraine, to what's happening to Ukraine, to supporting Ukraine, and as a group, we support Maria Aid, which is a Canadian organization who brings aid and non-lethal aid to Ukraine. And if you have time, you can check their website, and you can donate every bit of every dollar that you donate. It will go to Ukraine, because Maria Aid is run by volunteers. It is run by people who don't take any money, so all the donations go directly to Ukraine in various shapes of forms. For example, from tourniquets to drones. Right now, we are during a campaign in which Maria Aid I'm sorry, the words escape me. We are very, very close to getting all the money we need for some drones. Oscar, I see you had your hand up.
Yeah, and I wanted to ask a question and to just cycle down then to go back to my project. Um, and it's gonna be kind of a buzzkill after such a lovely conversation. But I promise I will listen to the answer because we have maybe you have discussed that. I'm sorry, I've missed that because there are so many discussions about how Russia's gonna nuke us, and if only you knew how much fun people have about that. But of course, some are worried and concerned, but most are just having fun and just wondering what are our plans after we're gonna be struck by a nuclear weapon, and farmers discussing what are some distinguishing features of growing potato after we're going to be nuked. Some Telegram channels organize orgies on the mountain, on the hill in Kiev. So lots of fun, really. People are enjoying themselves, lots of me, but it has been all discussed. I know it's kind of 1%. I know all of that. But and the thing is that the West made it very clear, and I think it was clear since the beginning of the war, since early days of the war, that even if Russia nukes Ukraine, there will be no nuclear response to that from the coalition, from NATO, from whoever. And that's it's kind of we have enough conventional weapon to destroy Russia. Why would we use nukes? But the question is it going to be the same if a chemical weapon is going to be used? I know there were some vague reports on that, but well, today they don't use it, tomorrow they can use it, and whatever. So, what is the usual response to that? Of course, okay, that's mass destruction. Is it believed to be a weapon of mass destruction? I'm not sure. Well, probably yes. Certainly not something that is welcomed by the international law. Same as like illegal invasion of other countries. Um, so what's the algorithm? What would countries do? What do they usually do? Oh, what's the procedure, let's say, behind that? If there is chemical attack in any area, okay, military, but also maybe civilians, what can we expect as a response? Just very theoretical, I know.
Well, our take on here, as I'm sure you've heard us speak in the past, is that such things are highly unlikely for a number of reasons. The core reason is that it crosses a very, very clear line for very little benefit. Now, using nuclear weapons will not help Russia win this war. Using chemical weapons will not help Russia win this war. They will annoy everybody. They will trigger an overwhelming response from the United States and the Federati. It's been speculated by friends of the space that a response could be the complete conventional destruction of Russian forces in Ukraine by conventional strikes by NATO, the complete destruction of at least the Black Sea Fleet, and the demotion of Russia to permanent pariah status. There's really no way back from that sort of action for generations. I mean, the use of even chemical, let alone nuclear weapons in Europe by Russia would be such a profoundly catastrophic thing for Russia to do, that it just seems vanishingly unlikely that she would ever dare. And that's assuming that Russia has a realistic capability in that area, right? We've all seen the state of the Russian armed forces. We've all seen how allegedly this global superpower, blah, 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 is having its ass handed to it on a plate by Ukraine. There's no reason to suggest that her strategic rocket forces and nuclear capabilities are any better. Indeed, the strategic rocket forces, though they were emphasized by Russia in the 90s, resources were allocated away from them under the previous Minister of Defense, whose name I can't remember. It began with a K. So strategic rocket forces were de-emphasized in favor of upgrading Russia's conventional ground forces. So, and even if they hadn't been de-emphasized in this way, in the kind of mid-noughties, we know what the Russian army is like, right? We know it's corrupt from top to bottom. We know it's fundamentally a business rather than a fighting force. It exists to enrich its officers. It doesn't exist to win on the battlefield. And then there's the more technical aspects around maintaining nuclear stockpiles, around the supplies of tritium, for example, which is crucial in the maintenance of proper nuclear warheads. It's produced as a byproduct of some fairly unusual nuclear reactors, which then need reprocessing. Russia has 2 reprocessing plants. The military one is Tomsk 7. If it's run anything like the rest of the Russian armed forces, then the chances of them getting any tritium out of that at all are fairly slim. It just seems that it seems so much like a Russian talking point, right? That, oh, well, regardless of how badly Russia is doing on the battlefield, she's still this nuclear superpower, and we should be awfully afraid of that. I think our friend Rosalie put it best when she said that these weapons of mass destruction, they're fundamentally psychological weapons, right? They're designed to make you scared. They're not designed to have a proper kinetic military effect on the battlefield. They exist in your mind, and threats of using them, of which Russia has made many. They exist to make us scared. They exist to extract concessions, to make us blink. There are a number of very, very good reasons why these threats are wholly unrealistic, if only because of their lack of military effect, the political and military consequences of crossing that line, and big question marks over the existence of Russia's capability in those areas. It just strikes me as such a minor issue in this war. And I have some skin in the game here. I live in a capital city about 150 miles away from the Red Army. I appreciate I'm not in Ukraine, so it may be easier for me to say these things. But I am not too far away from Russia. I do live in a capital city, and one that is very, very firmly in a country, Estonia, that is very, very firmly and vocally on the side of civilization in this, and against whom Russia does make regular threats, and indeed has committed attacks in the past. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, Oscar, I mean, you can tell us more about what the mood is in Ukraine, but our view on this channel seems to be that Russian nuclear threats are not to be taken seriously. They're designed to make us afraid, and they don't really mean anything.
Yeah, if I may, just answer quickly. I promised not to listen. We're not afraid, because we were afraid in February and in March and in April. You cannot be afraid all the time. You can be more just anxious maybe, but not afraid, and lots of talks. It's not about that. And nuclear, yeah, I mean, the question wasn't about whether they are going to strike us with nuclear weapon. I know the chances are very, very small, but they're still not zero. Maybe if it's 1, it's still 1%. And knowing the madman and the Kremlin, it should never be neglected. But I was just wondering, we were discussing, you were discussing, not me apparently, the nuclear weapon at length, but I haven't heard much about chemical weapon. That's why I asked. Yeah, but okay, let's brush it off.
No, I defer to other speakers on chemical weapons, but my understanding is there is a reason that basically all Western powers abandoned them progressively from the 1950s to the 1970s, and that is that they're not particularly effective on the battlefield. They were used extensively during World War I. They didn't really do much good. They were not used at all during World War II, despite the desperation of various participants in that war. No major power has stockpiles of them anymore. They're not considered to be particularly useful. They are banned under a number of international conventions as well, but I would see that as more a symptom than a cause of their disappearance. It's shall we say, it's easier to sign up to a convention if you can see that the thing is both inhumane and militarily useless, right? So I would see that as a symptom rather than a cause of their demise. They're tricky to deliver. They are vulnerable to a number of things, including things as basic as the wind. They can be very unpredictable. They create area denial for your own troops as well as enemy troops. They create persistent environmental problems. I don't know. I mean, I understand they were used by Russia and Syria in Assad's civil war in Syria. I'm not very familiar with the background of that, and I would defer to anybody on the panel who knows more about that incident than I do. I don't know. Again, it's more about the politics of it, though, because to do that, Russia would be crossing a very, very clear line, and that crossing that line would trigger such a shall we say, such a cross response from the West that it's simply not worth doing. They don't gain anything militarily by it, and they potentially bring allied countries into this war in a kinetic way. So I think, yeah, I don't know, why on earth would they? Axel, do you have a view on this?
Yes, of course. It's fear-mongering, and you can only use it in certain instances to create some kind of a wall of fear. And that's it. They have no battlefield effectiveness.
Thank you. That's rather my view.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm saying goodbye, and maybe till tomorrow. Maybe I'll tweet something because usually drones attack us earlier.
What do you mean, maybe? Are you already bored by us?
Not at all. I sometimes join as a listener, and sitting quietly. Maybe I will just stay as a listener, not to fall asleep. Just
What?
letting
Sorry,
my thoughts.
we are so boring and so monotonous. We make you fall asleep.
No, that's you misinterpreted my words. I said I will stay
I'm
as a
not trolling
listener,
you.
not to fall asleep.
Olga, my dearly beloved friend Alexander Backus is sitting here and is just asking, "Who are you trolling?" I'm not trolling anybody.
No, I'm never bored. Never bored in your company. So
we are delighted.
Okay. Not. I'm not saying good night because I know none of you actually sleep, and that's quite suspicious. But well,
It's
okay.
not suspicious. There is a dedication to the cause. There is red wine, coffee,
Oh,
tea,
the
and
red
beer.
wine. Yeah.
All
Okay.
four things together work in good measures and reasonable quantities from time to time.
So we're back to chemical weapon in the other way around. Yes, it's kind
Exactly.
of this is the useful and it is meaningful in the battlefield. Wine,
Yes.
coffee, tea, and the
Beer.
good cause. Okay, I can go with
Cool.
that. So yeah, I'll free the place for other speakers. Was delighted to talk to you. Sorry, it was again lots of it. By the way, one last thing. You posted the photo with Alexei Honcharenko.
Yes, we did. We posted a photo with Mr. Goncharenko. Yes, we did.
Yes, and I wanted to say he's my fellow Odessan.
He's your fellow Odessan.
Yeah, he's from Odessa. And
That's
if
what Alex just tells me as well. He
yeah,
tells me that I'm stupid and you are correct. That's what he says.
he's from Odessa. Yeah, of course. Oh, I will. There are like stories about him. He's like a very interesting person. But the thing is, if Alexei ever joins the space, you will understand that I'm such a quiet, such briefly speaking person. Because if you think I talk a lot, then listen to Alexei.
I did. We stood there together.
Be
I did listen
warned.
to him.
Just
He's
be warned. You
superbly
won't.
charming. He's very intelligent and he's funny.
Yes, absolutely, yes. But just be warned. You have to spare like 5 hours if you invite him and if he joins. I'm sure he'll be a great guest. He will tell you lots of interesting things, but just don't expect to be able to put like 3 words in between. I warned you because, well, I know people living here. We are very talkative. With that,
Seriously, you're talkative people in Odessa.
yeah, you
That
have
is
no idea.
interesting.
This is I'm just trying not to be too much talkative. It is, you see, like yeah, where imagine if I drink some wine, what we're going to do in Shabbat. Our plans stand. Yes, right?
Yeah, of course, we all go to Shabbat. Of course, there's no question.
Yeah, so maybe think twice. Maybe you will change your mind and will decide against taking me there because I won't stop talking.
We cannot believe that this might actually even be an option. We will go there, we will drink ourselves into oblivion, we'll have some decent food with it, and we'll present our greatest wishes to those who are absent friends and those who have fallen, and then we'll drink more.
Of course, that's a fantastic plan, and I hope
Yes.
we will stick to it.
And then
okay,
we'll be sober
with that,
again for a year.
with that, this is the 5th time I'm trying to say goodbye as a speaker, and wish you a very good and as we say here, not good night, but
Alexander, do you have any
quiet
questions
night.
for Olga?
Quiet
She's
night.
only trying to leave for the 5th time. Would you like to ask a question for our fellow Odessan? Maybe. The question is, when will we have more professors from the local university, more grain traders, more other people from local trades in Odessa on our space? Why can't you reach out further to them?
My question.
Wait, I'll hand you to Alex. Ola, wait 1 second. Wait.
Okay.
And with that, Alex?
Слава Україні.
Героям слава. As I was trying to say that I will do what is frequently done in Odessa and answer the question with another question. And that is, how soon can Olga get us these fine professors and experts in grain export to come to our space and participate with Maria Report?
Well, I actually reached one you gave me the name of, and he didn't mind, and I only wait for the instructions because I don't know any grain guys. Give me the name, I will do my best.
Okay, so then it's a deal, and we will follow up with.
Then it's a grain deal we have,
yes.
right?
Yeah, correct. Here's the United Nations Pact.
No, we're the Pact of Maria Report, but because United Nations proved to be not the most efficient tool, so we are better,
yes.
more efficient, more
I
reliable.
totally agree. Yes, totally agree. We should call it. What was the? Oh, now I have a brain fart. No.
By the way, I have a personal grudge at the UN guy, because the last time I was walking down the gangway on the heels, of course, because that's the best safety shoes you can get. And he was walking in front of me, and he just walked away. He didn't give me a hand or something. I'm standing in the middle of the gangway on that stupid ship, and who's the most interested in grain or whatever. He just sleeps. What kind of a gentleman is that? What's wrong with UN at every level? I mean, that's just very disappointing.
You know, it's like we have this saying, and I'm going to sort of give a translation is in English, and the idiom is that they're afraid of their own shadow. You know, they're so scared that they're afraid of their own shadow, so they forget how to act in a proper sort of gentlemanly way when seeing a very lovely person in front of them or behind them or beside them. They're just so scared, they don't know how to properly conduct themselves.
Yeah, it's easier to let me fall down just in the middle of the port, right? Nice. Okay, with that, just another attempt to say goodbye as a speaker, and the evening will be very nice, I'm sure. If anything comes like drones or something, I will do. But may I do that if the drone started exploding? I will just ask a mic and just put the mic on for you, just to entertain yourself for once. Listening, leave those how the air defense is working. Hopefully, air defense. Okay.
I
We
mean,
can do that.
this is a classic definition of Ukrainian humor, because as you say that we will entertain ourselves with the sound.
Well, I
with the
mean, I'm
sounds
not
of air
I'm not
defense
going to the
and-
shelter anyway. So why
Right.
wasting the content? You know, just
This is the stoicism and the persistence of the Ukrainian soul. You know, I keep telling Axel that the worse it gets, the darker our humor becomes, and you're just proving my point all along.
okay. Now I force myself down as a speaker because it's gonna be endless. Okay, enjoy your
Thank you so
evening.
much. Thank you
Yeah,
for coming.
thank
We're
you,
always
thank
so
you.
happy to hear you.
So I am.
Thank you, Oscar. So what was Axel's prescription? It was tea, coffee, wine, and beer. I feel like that should be a cocktail or something.
There might or might not be a little bit of whiskey splashed somewhere around, but I shall refrain from confirming or denying that.
Well, maybe Axel should make it into a cocktail. We could call it the center hold. I'll have a center hold on the rocks, and that's tea, coffee, wine, and beer. Shaken, not stirred. Anyway, right. So I know that Anda wants to talk about the contents of this latest naughty package from Mr. Biden. Is that right, Anda?
Yeah, I saw that US was really busy these days, and they will transfer some 18 more HIMARS with ammunition, in addition to the current 16 which were sent. And Yehuda put it really nice. And in other news, Russia destroyed 4 wooden HIMARS models from yeah. So basically, this was my topic. My next topic. If our lovely listeners who love a HIMARS discussion care to join us, we have some slots free. And also we have Tim and Axel, and you can come up and ask your questions. Tim?
Yeah. Now, speaking of this latest naughty box, too early to call it a Christmas box, of course. Okay, Jewish New Year box. How about that? That was a couple of days ago, wasn't it? So, in terms of what's in this, $1.1 billion worth of stuff, lots and lots of goodies. It contains, as Ander has said, it contains 18 high mobility artillery rocket systems, also known as HIMARS, with associated ammunition. That's nice and vague. I wonder how much. 150 Humvees. Those of you who don't know what a Humvee is, it's like a large Land Rover. If you don't know what a Land Rover is, it's like a small Humvee. It's a four-wheel drive vehicle. You can fit 5 or 6 blokes in the back. It's not particularly well armored. You can put guns on it, so it's a drivey around thing. Also contains 150 vehicles to tow weapons. You see the guns that have wheels and have the trails on the back rather than the self-propelled ones. You need something to move them around, otherwise your blokes are going to have a very horrible afternoon pulling it. So you need a gun tractor. I don't know what the United States uses as its gun tractor. The UK used to use a Land Rover 101, then it used a Pinzgauer, and now it uses a Jackal, which is a kind of slightly better protected. It's got a V-shaped hull. It's mine protected. You can fit lots of guns on it. I'm not sure what the United States uses, but I think Jackal is originally an American vehicle. So it's possible they use a variant of that. So 150 four-wheel drives used for towing guns. They're sending 40 lorries and 80 trailers to transport heavy equipment. 2 radars for UAVs, so 2 radar systems for drones. 20 multi-purpose radar systems. Counter unmanned aerial system, so a drone countermeasure system. Now, I believe they've been talking to our friends in Israel about that one, because Israel are the experts on these Iranian drones that have been flying about. And they have obviously developed countermeasures for them. And I believe there was a bilateral agreement between the United States and Israel to give the anti-Iranian drone capability to Ukraine, because it was jointly developed by the United States and Israel. So I believe that's what they're talking about when they're talking about that. They're also sending secure communication systems, surveillance systems, and optics. Explosive ordnance disposal equipment, so bomb disposal equipment, body armor and other field equipment, and funding for training, maintenance, and sustainment. That's what they're sending. There's a lot of fun stuff in the box. If we have any questions about any of that stuff, or if anybody knows more about American artillery tractors than I do, mentioning no names, CJ, please come up and have a chat to us about it. But failing that, if you've got any questions, please let me know. I'm excited about this box already, this magic box. There's a nice picture doing the rounds as well. I must nest it, of a load of HIMARS vehicles on a ship. Have you all seen that? That's a fun picture. Did you see that one, Anna?
No, I haven't actually, but listening to all the goodies, they were quite a lot. They have been really nice this year, because apparently the present is it's a big one. CJ, I see you're up and ready to help us with more information on this topic.
Yes, I've been working on it for about an hour now. So I will try to answer the questions anyone has to the best of my ability regarding the new aid package from the United States to Ukraine.
So thank you, CJ. You always arrive at the nick of time. In the nick of time. Must be an airborne thing. You just parachute out of an aeroplane and just land on us. It's amazing. Mentioned in this goodie package from Mr. Biden, there are 150 vehicles for towing artillery. What does the American Armed Forces use as an artillery tractor?
So if you're talking about this current one, all I saw was 150 armored vehicles, which some people said would be Humvees, armored, which can tow the 105 millimeter howitzer. Although there may be another list floating around with some different towing vehicles like the FMTV, which is a big armored truck that can tow the 777 howitzers and other large 152 or 155 towed howitzers. So there may be a disconnect there. However, just as a starting point for this conversation, there's a little bit of confusion because this was not under the presidential drawdown authority for this aid package. It was under a completely different thing for the assistance to Ukraine. So what that means is, some reports have come out that this aid will not get there for the next 1 or 2 years. And that's what we're really trying to run down right now. What exactly is going to show up immediately and what might be a little bit more forthcoming.
All right. Okay. Because Alex Ward, who is the defense bloke at Politico, and he's also an Obama expert, he has said 150 Humvees and, separate bullet point, 150 tactical vehicles to tow weapons. Now, to me, that means artillery tractor. Is that like a different Humvee, or what's typically used?
So in the official DoD fact sheet, and I'll put it in the nest if people are interested, it said vehicles for towing and equipment and recovery. So what it could mean a couple different things. We know that they have M88 Wreckers, which are large vehicles that can tow tanks and all sorts of damaged vehicles and the like. But I have not seen the equipment for 150 specifically artillery towing pieces of kit. But at the end of the day, as Craig or anyone else will tell you, these sort of logistical support vehicles that are towing anything, hell, even if they can't tow anything, if you can fit stuff on the back of the truck, that's super important. And it's exactly what Ukraine needs right now, is just more vehicles to counteract the Russian vehicular superiority. So I'll do a bit more digging on that. But as of right now, no additional guns are going to be given except for the HIMARS, which again, everyone is, I think it's probably the most important thing right now.
Now, do we know if there's a shortage in Ukraine of artillery tractors? And I guess the 105s aren't a particular problem. I mean, on a good day, you can tow one of those with a Land Rover 90, right? On a bad day, you might use a Pinzgauer. I'm guessing the M777s need something a bit heavier. Do we know if they're having any issues in that department?
No. So, I mean, yes, theoretically they could be towed by a Humvee on a very good day, maybe downhill. But yes, you'd want something much, much heavier to tow that and any of the other sort of towed artillery pieces like the FH-70 from Italy or the D-20 and so on and so forth. In any of the destroyed M777 videos I've seen where Russia claims to destroy, Ukrainian artillery that's been donated by NATO countries, they typically only tend to go for the artillery pieces themselves. So they'll try and drop a grenade on the middle of the barrel or something of the like. And again, these systems have been there since April, 4 or 5 months now at this point, and there's 130 of them, give or take. And Russia's maybe been able to only take out 7 or 8. So again, some crazy survivability figures there, but it seems as if they're not short of towing vehicles for artillery, but they could use those vehicles to tow damaged tanks, damaged AFVs, and many other things.
Thank you very much. You're listening to Tim, Ander, and CJ on Between Two HIMARS. I see we've got some hands up. Let's go to Latam and then to Aaron.
Hey, thanks, Tim. CJ, I can ask something about the artillery that came to mind now. I did have a question about a video that I saw yesterday showing a Pantsir having a bad day. I know you're focused on the artillery, so I'll leave it up to you to, if you want to answer that. But on the artillery front, would the changing conditions, and the wetter, muddier conditions that they're encountering now, would that make them maybe want to have more of a tracked towing capability versus just maybe a truck? Yeah, that's my first question. Would that be something to consider with the changing conditions?
Yeah, absolutely. If for people that don't know, military vehicles tend to come in, sort of one of two configurations, right? Wheeled, or sort of tires as you think of on your car, or tracked like you kind of think of a tank. But the good news is there's artillery pieces and all types of military equipment that have both options. And so when you're on a road, obviously you'd much rather have the wheels because you can go faster, you can blend in with other vehicles on the road. And then if you're going off-roading, as in the woods or through mountains, but especially in muddy terrain, you really want the tracked vehicles. So that's why it's so good that Ukraine has both options that they can now use. In terms of the air defense video from the other day, all I was able to get for official confirmation was that it definitely happened recently. No one's been able to find the video previously. Normally in these cases, it's sometimes these videos of Russians messing up are from Syria or Chechnya even. But what's not clear is exactly where it happened or when. So it is it definitely goes with the trend of Russian air defenses blowing up either prematurely or on themselves. That's been a pretty established fact for quite some time now, as we always ask what air defense doing, but alas, no more details on that at this time.
Just want to make sure that we're talking about the same one. I saw it for the first time yesterday, and it's a Pantsir. For those of you who don't know, I think it's a medium range surface-to-air missile, and it usually sits on a carrier that looks like a heavy truck, a very heavy truck. And if I've got it right, is that the one we're talking about here, CJ? Is that the one you saw?
Oh, yeah.
Where that is the one, eh? And it appears like one of the launchers just seems to come down and launches one of the missiles at a ridiculously low angle, appears to hit a building or something behind the guy shooting with the cell phone camera. The only thing I could think of, again, I've never been an operator of a system like that, but either some kind of malfunction or like a really bad crew error. And any idea on what you think it might have been?
So from what actual air defense officers and NCOs told me was that basically with the way it functions kind of with two separate actuating, not turrets, but pods, basically someone did have to physically press a button in order for that to happen. So there definitely was some element of human error there. I'll note they also missed the cameraman. So not only did it malfunction, but they actually didn't accomplish its target. And what I will also say is about 3 days ago, it was confirmed that Russia lost 3 Pantsir systems trying to cross the Dnipro in either a HIMARS strike or a airstrike or something of the like. So maybe this one just didn't want to cross the river there to meet its inevitable doom. But yeah, it's definitely a head scratcher for sure.
Okay, that's great. Thanks a lot.
So a listener has just come in with a clarification. The HIMARS, they apparently, they are, hang on, let me just grab the text. A listener reports that in this aid package, the US is giving Ukraine the money to buy 18 HIMARS from the manufacturer. And apparently they will take a number of months to deliver, potentially out to 2 years. And it's not coming from current US stocks. Is that also your information, CJ?
So I was talking with Thomas Feiner and some others about this in terms of how the other aid packages have rolled out. Again, this could take a while, but it also could not take a while. I see, Tim, you shared the picture of all the HIMARS launchers crossing the Atlantic to go to Romania from last year. And this is the thing. Romania has them. The U.S. has them. Poland will eventually have them. So there definitely are quicker options. I mean, there's about 420 that the U.S. has, and the U.S. Army is only using 230, 240 of them, and the Marine Corps is using around 100. So this is something that is available to be given. And this is kind of what we're waiting on exactly is what the transfer looks like moving forward. It's pretty clear it won't be that long, no, at least in that specific case.
Now, something we discussed earlier on, and I'd love to get your take on this, CJ. Now, the HIMARS is basically a lighter, more mobile version of M270, right? They deliver essentially the same kinetic capability. But the M270 is, obviously heavier, and it can do more bangs. One gets the impression that HIMARS is strongly preferred by Ukrainian forces. What is the reason for that? Is it simply about range and mobility, or is there something more subtle that we're missing?
So, a couple of times that we've seen M270s being used was in Kherson, where the terrain is really bad, and also in Balaklia, where they needed more armored vehicles to move forward into the front that had opened up in Kharkiv. Additionally, the HIMARS are preferred because they look like the FMTVs, which tow the M777s. So they can blend in a lot easier with the passing vehicles and other vehicles. And last but not least, they're a little bit newer and a little bit more reliable in that regard and require less maintenance. So for all those reasons, based on my understanding, Ukrainians would prefer to have more of these than the equivalent M270s.
And the N270 is an older system as well, right? So it's going to be perhaps more worn out, older chassis technology, etc., right?
Well, just generally speaking, even if they were the same age or refurbished, it's just when you have tracked vehicles, they generally require more maintenance. Now, that's not every single case. That's just on average.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Aaron, please. Aaron, welcome up.
Hey, thank you. I think that last update of that reader who said that it's the money for the HIMARS, it may have changed the answer somewhat, but I'll ask my question anyway. As far as I understand, the Americans have been constantly saying that it's not the number of HIMARS launches that are so important, it's the number of missiles that they have, and they've been saying that 16 plus the European ones have been enough. So I'm just wondering, what's the calculation where they woke up one day and decided that, you know what, we should double it? What changed in their calculation when before they were saying so long like 16 plus the Europeans is enough, and then they decide double is good? So why would they say that one day and then change it the next?
Well, I'll give you my, now I'm stepping out of my wheelhouse here to talk about politics. But I mean, President Biden made it very clear that if Russia continued with mobilization and also their, fake referendum of these Ukrainian territories, then the U.S. response would be swift and it would be harsh. And this is it. That's why you decide one day. It's not that, I mean, they always could have used more. I think that's pretty clear. But, there's a good reason to now. If Russia is taking this more seriously in terms of putting more of their own people as cannon fodder, then Ukraine simply needs more launchers to fight them. Because as of right now, Russia only has about anywhere between 160 and 180,000 people in the field of battle. So if they really do plan on adding 300,000, then, well, you got to double the numbers of missiles that you have. So I think that's why it seems so sudden, is because Russia is upping the danger in that regard. And so the U.S. is just following suit because the U.S. is committed to, having Ukraine win this war, regardless of what Russia does.
Okay, that's pretty explanatory. One other thing, with this fake referendum, the attack on the pipelines, and the likely annexation of Ukrainian territories, do you anticipate any more escalation, or like, maybe not escalation is a good word, but like significant more arms deliveries, maybe tanks or ATACMS or whatnot, in response to that? Or do you think that the Europeans and the Americans are likely to just stay the steady course and not really care too much?
Well, I think if it continues, I mean, again, here's what I'll say, I guess, so I don't get too political about this. There's still a lot of things left that could be given. There's still a lot of things left that should be given. There's also still a lot of things that might be given. With the beginning of Lend-Lease at the end of this week, we don't even really know what the next sort of batch of aid that's been prepared that's going to be way more continuous and long-standing is. It could be vehicles, it could be ammunition, it could be winter clothing. There's a lot of things that have been promised that have not been delivered due to the fact that, the sort of the financial reasons behind it were going to be as part of these, huge ships that were leaving Norfolk, Virginia in May and June. So I think more will still be given regardless, even if Russia didn't change exactly what they're doing forward. But, there's a good chance that this package may have different weapons in it, and we'll have to wait and see. I mean, we got to remember HARMS were given and it was not announced. Similarly, there's a chance that maybe other HIMARS ammunition was given and it wasn't announced. So I wouldn't be surprised if Putin continues to make it more violent for Ukrainians, then, the U.S. and other countries will continue to give more powerful weapons to Ukraine and help them defend themselves. Is that the right way to do it? Should they wait for Russia to react? Probably not, no. But at the same time, it's encouraging to see that other countries, not just the U.S., are continuing to give even more aid, including Germany, Poland, and the rest. And they're not going the other way about this. They're not standing back and letting off the gas when Ukraine is doing so well on the battlefield. And they, with Liman and Kharkiv, I mean, it's just the whole Russian army, it looks like it's about to collapse any day now. And even if it just collapses piecemeal by piecemeal, it's still important for Ukraine to get these weapons so that less Ukrainians have to die and the war ends quicker.
Thanks, CJ. It was a great answer.
Thank you, Aaron. Daryl, looking very suave in your picture there. More suave than usual.
Hey, time. All right. Well, CJ, you already mentioned the track vehicle stuff. So let me ask about the personnel carriers, combat vehicles for the troops and things of that nature. Does it look like they're getting many more of those, or are they coming from a different source?
So it did say, the ability to purchase or the purchase of 150 armored vehicles, which I think some people read as Humvees, some people read as other. But Daryl, I'll point out a great bit of news in this aid package is specifically bridging vehicles, to be very explicit. So as you predicted, this is a very important thing to be given, and it looks like it's finally being given in large.
CJ, your audio is unworkable, mate.
Okay, I thought it was me. Yeah, CJ, you're breaking up. Hello, CJ.
I think we lost CJ.
Yeah,
He's going down and coming back up again.
He probably fell out the plane again.
Okay. Vitedis Barzoukas. Vitedis.
Hello. Hey. I cannot speak so good in English, but I try to express my feelings. So in few words, I learned I begin with a joke, 7 years, and my English is so bad. Yes, I was a good student. Yes, and blah blah blah. Ne?
Hey,
But what's happened?
It's better than my Lithuanian, man.
Lithuanian. No. Ja po polsku rozmawiam, pričam po jugosławiańsku, mnohu i po ukraińsku. I no, dievas davis, diantis, dunos,
Vitedis,
i tak dalej, nie?
I was doing a joke. Please, if you can, continue in English. I was doing a joke. Please continue
Oder
in
auf
English.
Deutsch. Ich kann mich auch auf Deutsch artikulieren. Yes.
Ja, wunderbar, das geht auch viel besser. Das kriegen wir sofort hin.
Ben de Türkçe da konuşuyorum. Nasıl? Ja, echt wirklich. Aber ich mag das Deutsche doch gar nicht.
Da kann ich nicht helfen, wenn du das Deutsche nimmst.
Aber das macht nichts.
Ich mag jede Sprache, die du sprichst.
Ja, super. But I like to speak in English. Yes, because it's so. And I'm not sitting in Germany, but the political side. And now I'm back. Sorry for this beginning. And trying to excuse myself, but I like to express this the whole bunch of one side, these geopolitical strategies between the old ones, Russian, now China is Pakistan, Britain's French, also they also are atomarical and things they cannot strike such. That's Nord Stream, yes. Maybe it's a spine number also. But the whole topic about Nord Stream, yes, Schröder, big friend, looks like now, yeah, so like Lukashenko and Orban, and so the geopolitical little lens, yes, okay. And Nord Stream 2 deal, Schröder started it and Merkel finished it. Yes, after a few months after a special mission, it's KGB talking. Yes,
Vitalis,
Wait,
I'm
yes?
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Um, do you have a question for us?
Yes, maybe. I'm talking too much, yes, and this no, it's one side KGB, yes, Stasi. You know, my daddy was heart attack. So my mama with 4 kids, she flew, arranged it, and away. Wow, a moment. And other side is Skull and Bones, maybe Bosch, Kerry. What's that? And in Germany, only left and right the whole time. Without heart, you know, there was for 20, 20, 40, 80 years we were here humans killed. Okay? And the same story happens there. The whole fucking world looks on. And this Scholz traveled to Saudi Arabia, who killed this one Kagoshi. Da, and then after to UA, cause they have my fuck. Hey, but he don't flew to Crimea, yes, and this brother, this diplomat Melnik, they fucked him in human. They of Banderas, and you all I look to you.
Vitalis,
Vitalis,
this is a
we appreciate, yeah, we appreciate your passion very much, but you are being a little incoherent. If you have a firm question for our panel, please re-request. But in the meantime, I'm going to have to mute you because we appreciate your passion, but you're not really saying anything coherent or anything that we can understand. So thank you very much for your contribution. Let's move to Abdullah.
Hi, yeah, thank you for. I just I had a question for CJ. I don't know if he's back. I just had a question about the HIMARS. I know we're telling the Ukrainians that they cannot attack a Russian territory, but since Putin and the Russians are attacking critical infrastructure in Ukraine, I feel like we're somewhat handicapping.
Oh, sorry, Abdullah. I just muted you by mistake. I do beg your pardon. Please carry on. You got too handicapped.
Yes. I feel like we're handicapping the Ukrainians when it comes to attacking Russian critical infrastructure. You know, in the border cities like Belgorod. I think it's time, since Putin keeps escalating the situation. I think it's time to give the Ukrainians the ability to fight back, and just make sure that they take out some of the critical infrastructure, at least along the border cities. Thank you.
Can you hear me now, Tim, by the way?
Yeah, we can. Thank you, CJ. Maybe you'd be better qualified to handle Abdullah's questions because presumably you're better across US policy on this. I'm actually not sure what caveats were attached to the supply of long-range US weapons.
So again, informally, the policy of the United States for HIMARS launched munitions specifically was that they won't be used inside the Russian Federation. Now, they have been used inside anywhere occupied by Russia, including Crimea. But this hasn't. We just have to be clear about this. The U.S. isn't choosing where Ukraine fights their battles, right? Ukraine has struck 30 to 50 times inside of Russia. They've done cross-border raids, right? They're having a very active defense that the U.S. is definitely not getting in the way of. Would having these weapons launched at Russia help? I mean, maybe, but the reality is, like, these conscripts coming to the front right now, they're not armed or trained until they're inside Ukraine anyways. So it really wouldn't necessarily even make a difference to hit them in Russia versus hitting them in Ukraine. I mean, I think it's an important discussion, of course. I'm not trying to minimize it, but it might be more relevant when, the borders are sort of regained, and if Russia continues to fire at that point, then I think that would be an even more relevant time to bring it up. But for now, there's a lot of territory in Ukraine that needs to be liberated, and it doesn't necessarily require targeting within Russia at this point.
Thank you for that. I just had a quick follow-up. I know the administration is always, talking about how much they're giving the Ukrainians in terms of military aid. but sometimes I feel like they avoid talking about the economic benefits in terms of the American jobs that are being created, with this military help. I don't know whose responsibility that is, but I feel like we don't hear a lot about that, because a lot of the Russian propaganda on social media is that we're wasting money, again and again and again. But they don't talk about the economic benefits, that how that a lot of this money goes back to to the American economy and creating American jobs. Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, I'm no economic expert. What I would say is, I would be careful on this topic always, because it's not, the U.S. didn't start this war. They're just helping, Ukraine finish it. And it's not all necessarily a good thing. There's a cost and benefit to giving this aid. We're going to have given 1 million artillery rounds to Ukraine. And this is an important decision to make, because the reality is Ukraine can do so much more good in the defense of Europe and NATO and the United States by using those rounds instead of us. But at the same time, it's like, it's a lot of muscle movements to contract ships, have the relevant civilians and military personnel to make it happen. So, and a lot of these people don't necessarily get paid more for doing this. It's a government job. But, in terms of the new contracts, what I would say is it's more of a sign of Ukraine aligning itself with the NATO standardization, right? Not only 155 shells, but vehicle platforms, sensor platforms, communication platforms. So it's not just necessarily a thing that's going to benefit the U.S. It benefits Ukraine in terms of their ability to exercise command and control, but also it increases their ability to receive more equipment from other NATO members in the future. So definitely a lot of benefits for people outside of Ukraine, but of course Ukraine as well.
Yeah, I mean, there are a number of things to say about this, right? I mean, we do have to put these things into perspective. I mean, the total military aid to Ukraine by the United States is, I think, it's somewhere around the 20 billion mark. I mean, that's less than 0.1% of the US GDP, right? These are really, really quite tiny numbers we're talking about here. In terms of, and I think I read it somewhere that the total aid is like the equivalent of every American buying a cup of coffee a week or something like that. Like these are really not very big numbers we're talking about, given the colossal size of the US economy, the colossal size of the US military inventory. When people moan about that money being spent abroad and blah, 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 I mean, it's tiny. And you have to ask, for the purposes of American defense, where is this money better spent? As CJ mentioned, is it better to spend it in a war that is defending democracy and the established American-led world order in Ukraine, or is it better to hoard it in the United States military budget, where it would be, building a kind of passive capacity and maintaining a kind of passive capacity for the purposes of this particular front, right? I think we all know the answer to that. I'm preaching to the choir to an extent, but I do see we've got a lot of hands up. I believe it was Skykiss, Smiley, Florian, and then J-Sets. So Skykiss, welcome.
Hi again. My question was actually for CJ, and it's about the HIMARS rockets. And generally,
CJ has apparently fallen out of his aeroplane again. Hopefully he's remembered his parachute.
He just loves jumping.
He does love jumping. Yeah, that's the thing about paratroopers. They just love jumping out of planes. It's like a pathology with them.
Yes.
But so if it's too technical, please save it. If it's general, please ask us.
Okay, I'm going to ask. It was just, do we have enough going forward, maybe to get through the end of the year in the supply chain, just so we know we have enough for everything on the ground? I know that the U.S. military has thought all these things through. I just want a little confirmation that it is happening, that the HIMARS being applied thoroughly as well as we can.
Sure. Now, as CJ mentioned earlier, there's over 400 of these systems in existence. Most of them belong to Uncle Sam, but Romania has them. Poland is in the process of receiving them. I believe they are still in, they are in active production. There is a production line producing these things. I don't think there's any danger of any shortage, would be my answer to that question. But if CJ can pop up, he can probably give a more nuanced answer. Thank you, Skykiss. Let's go to
maybe
Smiley
the factories in the United States can use a bit of clay, a bit of electricity, a couple of other little electrical cables, maybe mold a bit of steel, weld it together and create new ones, once in a while, because obviously the mighty Russian factories, the engine of Fortschritt, progress, they are so mighty. It's hard, right? How many HIMARS can we produce within 100 years? 1 or 2, what do you think?
I think it's probably a fair few, yeah. Whereas Russia apparently cannot produce a ball bearing. Now, this is no mean feat, right? We did have a discussion about balls a few weeks ago in this very space, and apparently it's actually quite difficult to manufacture ball bearings. But I googled it. There are 18 manufacturers of ball bearings in the United Kingdom alone. Right? So the United Kingdom.
Which one of them belongs to Somerset Capital?
We all know they don't have any balls. Yeah, so in the United Kingdom alone, there are 18 manufacturers who can manufacture you all the ball bearings you want. You're short of balls, they can give you balls. Russia cannot manufacture a single ball bearing. And the UK is not exactly a powerhouse of general manufacturing, shall we say. The stuff we make tends to be highly specialized and extremely expensive, like jet engines and bits of nuclear reactors and things like that. Oh, and a lot of weapons. So it's not like we're Germany that seems to make absolutely everything. The UK is not a general manufacturing country. And we still have 18 manufacturers of ball bearings, whereas Russia has precisely 0. They cannot make any ball bearings at all. But anyway, enough about our balls. Let's move on to Smiley, please. George Smiley.
Hey there. A quick question and comment. I mean, now that the sham referendum have concluded that 120% of the populace in the Donbass firmly want to be in Russia, does it now matter so much if a Gimler strikes west of Bakhmut in a Russian position or in Belgorod, if it's the same?
Well, this is the thing, right? And this is where they've really shot themselves in the foot, right? I mentioned this earlier on. If Russia is incorporating these territories into Russia formally, they will then be faced with a situation where they are claiming territories that are absolutely crawling with Ukrainian troops, that they are unable to remove by military means. So Russia is basically creating territories that it cannot defend, and it makes them look like dicks, right? Imagine doing that. It's like Henry VIII claiming France. Justly, by the way, it was a totally legitimate claim. But you do look like a bit of an idiot if you're claiming a territory that you in no way control. And it's an affront to your power, or at least your sense of your power, if you're militarily incapable of controlling that territory by military means, and it's absolutely overrun by the troops of a foreign country that you say has no right to the territory at all. Right?
A last desperate act of a very desperate man, potentially.
Yeah, I mean, he's getting to Luger in the bunker territory, isn't he? And good riddance to him if it comes to that. It's a very interesting point. I think it's just terrible optics for Russia, because they're allegedly a global superpower that can't control some territories literally right next door to it. In terms of the point you just made, yeah, I mean, I think that's an interesting point. If Russia claims the territory, they can't make more of a noise if Ukraine suddenly starts striking inside Russian territory. But certainly for the kind of the rules around, excuse me, I'm digesting a beer. In terms of the rules around proportionality and that sort of thing, provided it's militarily justifiable, there's really nothing wrong with striking inside Ukrainian territory. Striking inside Russian territory, right? It's the same thing. If you believe you can bring military effect by doing so as a Ukrainian commander, you will do so, right? It doesn't make one iota of difference except at the political level. This is something that in recent wars has been considered slightly ungentlemanly. So, for example, in the Falklands War, the UK were fairly quick to announce that they wouldn't strike the Argentine mainland, which actually did give the UK a slight military disadvantage because it meant that Argentina could deploy more force rather than defending their mainland. But they lost anyway, so Yabu. Anyway, thank you very, very much for that, George Smiley. Very strong username, by the way. I assume that's a John le Carre reference.
It is indeed.
Excellent, excellent. I think it was Florian next.
Good evening. I had one remark on what Abdullah said. I'm absolutely in favor that Ukraine strikes military targets in current Russian territory, but it should not attack critical infrastructure with civilian use, such as power plants. I think the Ukraine shall abide by the Geneva Conventions to the letter of the word. And I think we should also be careful here what we are calling for, because Ukraine will win by sticking to the rules. I think this is important. The question I had is, I read in the next aid package from the Germans, there is bridging equipment. Does that really matter? Is that something that is necessary? Is that sufficient? I'd like to have.
They're very good.
And is it needed at the moment, like whatever, in the current military situation? Does it help Ukraine to advance in its current positions? Can you allude a bit more what is delivered and sort of what it really does and functions?
What it is it's a tracked vehicle that has a bridge launching capability. The bridge is basically fitted on the top, and when it gets to the point where it needs to deploy, basically it's like a little erector set where the bridge flips over on the top, and then it expands out and lays the bridge ahead of the tracked vehicle. It's a little bit heavier, a little bit sturdier for river crossings because it's made of metal, and you don't have to worry about it moving as you would a pontoon bridge. As long as you have sufficient, banks on each side, you can lay this thing out, cross the tanks, pick it back up, and continue on. And no one would ever know the difference of where you, how you got across, other than the fact that they see the tracks go to the end of the water, and they see the tracks on the other side.
But what type of lengths can you span with that equipment? Is that only fairly small rivers, 50 meters, or can you do something bigger?
Well, I'm trying to remember the length of it. It's about a 60-foot bridge or so, if I'm not mistaken. So yes, it can cross something that's significantly wide enough, but if it's deep, like a deep running river, but only about 10 to 12. Let's see, I'm trying to remember here.
The German one is the Biber. It's based on the Leopard one. It can take typically a gap of 20 meters.
Okay, yeah, it's about the same there.
Can you lay a few of them in a sequence that you get if it's shallow enough? You get over longer distances, or is this just the type of? No. Okay.
There would have to be a pile in the middle, right?
Okay.
Yeah, there would have to be a pile unless it's something where you are. It's got a very narrow depth, deep section. But
for the many rivulets and trenches in Ukraine, it's absolutely vital to have this shit.
Exactly. The next question is, like, if you look at the map on where the operations are going on, you see a lot of small rivers and lakes and that stuff. Correct? I mean, if you look at the various rivers around Liman.
Yes, that is the case.
And this stuff is already in the Ukraine, or is this just whatever, a promise that the stuff comes?
It's part of the aid package that they just released.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you, Daryl and Florian. I think it was Jaseth's was next. Jaseth's.
Oh, hi all. Long time, one time listener. I think I managed to speak one time, but it was only accidental. I think when Machi was on. And
I've seen you up here before.
Accidentally,
I've seen you up here
I'm
before.
always lurking. I've been lurking. I'm not to have a job where I can just listen. Or rather, I'm self-employed. I can listen while doing manual work. So it's all good. So thank you for the education. So I just wanted to bring up a couple of things. Oh, firstly, Tim, thank you for the referendum thing. With the Shamarendum is definitely competing with referendum for Domin's description of the fast going on over there. But I don't want to open a can of worms, but it's worth highlighting some of the latest line of propaganda that they're using in their relentless and increasingly sort of desperate line to discredit the war in Ukraine. I want to raise it because obviously it's designed to work for those who are still on the fence. And we all know that's a significant number of people. So firstly, the pipeline, which the EU sort of concluded was sabotage, of course, and the question is why. And Maria Report have done a good job of dissecting this. Obviously, spent hours on it, and we await the subaquatic evidence. But to me, it does look like a false flag. The Biden clip was quickly disseminated, and with all the suspicion of the US after WMDs, etc., there's a lot of people who are still on that fence. So what they gain is obviously plausible deniability, and people are already primed and will fall for blaming NATO, US. So it's worth looking at for that, because I think that's quite a strong thing that will last for a while and be debated until there is any evidence. And of course, when there is any evidence, people won't believe it. The other propaganda point I see being pushed alongside this is the supposed deal that Zelensky had with Russia to divide Ukraine, which was scuttled by Boris. Now, I haven't been online enough to see the sort of counter debunk of this, but I'm sure it's out there. So if anyone can help me out. And just one other question: with all the gas escaping, I presume that means it's being filled with seawater. And if so, what are the consequences of that? And if repair is considered? Thanks.
Thank you, Jaseth. Yeah, I mean, this pipeline thing is almost it's kind of oven ready for the conspiracy theorists, right? Yeah, we've discussed that at such enormous length. I'm not sure we need to go into it in any detail. Russia have officially denied doing it, therefore they did it, is my basic take.
Yeah.
There's no stronger confirmation than a Russian denial. They if they'd said nothing, maybe I would have raised an eyebrow, but they denied it, therefore they did it. In terms of this alleged deal, I mean, you've got to ask yourself about the political critical mass involved there, right? The UK and Ukraine before this, before Ukraine started having border issues, I guess were not desperately important to one another. We're both European countries, I guess, but it's not like, I don't know, the UK and Ireland, right? There's not a degree of closeness. There wasn't a degree of interdependence. Okay, so there was the UK participated quite heavily in Operation Unifier after the start of the Russian aggression in 2014, but there wasn't this kind of extremely crucially close interdependent relationship that the UK has with a lot of other countries. And so I find it just utterly preposterous, the idea that the Zelensky and Putin were on the verge of a deal that would have prevented this invasion, and suddenly Boris Johnson pops out of the woodwork and scuppers the whole thing with words.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just not a credible proposition. And I was discussing this earlier on another matter. There was some disinformation coming out about those little Japanese dogs that all the fellas are using. What are they called? Shiba Inu. Shiba Inu, that's the one. There was a story going around that it was a screenshot from something, and the story was that people who own these Japanese dogs are getting abuse on the streets because this troll army has appropriated the dogs, and therefore they're having to give them all up to shelters in San Francisco or some bollocks like that. And I just thought, they could have come up with better disinformation than that. They could have come up with a more plausible story. The example I gave was, since this NAFO craze started, loads of people adopted these little Japanese dogs, and now they've decided that they actually don't want a dog, and therefore they're giving them up, right? That would have been, a slightly more believable version of that. If you want to do little doggy-based NAFO disinformation, you can at least do us the courtesy of telling us a credible story. But no, they went with bollocks. They went with something that's just makes you go, what? That's just so far outside any reasonable frame of reference that a normal person would have, that we can dismiss it out of hand. And I would say that about the Boris Johnson thing. I mean, the UK is not without influence, though we are not that strength which once moved heaven and earth, that which we are, etc. But yeah, the idea that a UK intervention could have scuppered such a deal if it was on the verge of being agreed, it's just absolute bollocks. Sorry, forgive my rant, J-Seth. What was your final point, please? I've completely forgotten.
Oh, it was completely unrelated, just about water entering the gas pipes.
Don't know. My understanding.
Presumably, if all that gas is escaping and they're not pumping any more in, then water's got to be displacing it, right? So water gets into the gas pipes. Is that anyone with the engineering background would know whether that would be a problem if it was tried to be repaired? Because obviously the repair has been discussed as being possible, but then you'd have to repump out all the water, and how long would it take before they start to rust up?
Well, the German government, and the Germans know a thing or two about mucky pipes. The German government have come out and said that the thing is irreparable, that it's buggered. That's what I've seen reported.
Wow.
Ain't no gas coming through that anymore. It's going to need major repair, if not completely abandoning. That's my information. I hope that answers your question.
That's
I
all,
want to
yeah.
jump to.
Thank you so much. Cheers. Thank you.
No worries at all. No worries at all.
Lots of love. Cheers.
Thank you for coming up. I want to jump to David because his sapper ears pricked up when we started talking about bridges. So I assume he wants to talk about bridges. Am I correct, David?
Sort of, but I'll answer the other bit. Basically, that pipe, it will be repairable. You can repair pretty much anything. If they're saying it's irreparable, it's because they're just going, they're never going to use it and they won't repair it, I suspect. And to the answer, the other bit about clearing it out, all you'd have to do is cap it off in some way and then pump the water out and then do some other bits. But it would be repairable, right? The idea that you can't repair it, given that they put it in, would be almost spectacular. Yes, but let's talk about the bridges. That's what I heard. So are you talking about the M1 Abrams bridge that they're sending? Are you?
ABLB.
Also the German one. The Germans came in with a bridge as well, I believe.
Oh, they sending one as well? Oh, isn't that nice of them? Right. Well, should be sending them thanks. Yeah. So they're all about 18 meters. The Russians actually have one that's 28 meters now, which is based on their T90, I think. But yeah, so you can't join them together. But what you could do is, if you had a span in the middle, let's say there was you had a 35 or a 32 meter river, but if you had something in the middle and you made your own pier, you could put one end on that bit and then lay another one over it. But the reality is, when you look at most of the Ukrainian rivers that they need to cross, that they need to be pontooned, right? Most of them are the inlets is pretty wide, right? So that's between 50 and 100 meters. The Oskill is between 50 and 100 meters. So all this stuff is pontooning. But what we do know is that the Ukrainians can do pontoons properly. In actual fact, there's one the other day. There was a video going out of it, and they had, and by properly I mean they'd put it in. They'd anchored it, but they actually had a tugboat that was just keeping it in place and doing all the things that you would do normally. And better still, they don't have these pontoons within range of artillery, right? And wouldn't that be a sensible? Isn't that a sensible thing? But yeah, they're very, very quick to lay. I think so I was looking because there's an M1 Abrams version now as well as the AVLB. I can't. Actually, I was looking at the Abrams version. And they can lay that thing in about 3 minutes. I can't remember what the AVLB is because it's pretty old. I think it's about 60. It's as old as me.
Yeah, it's based on the M60 platform.
It's as old as me, right? Yeah. so the reality is it probably works as quickly as me, which wouldn't be very quick.
Actually, that one can lay it out pretty quick too.
Is it okay?
It doesn't take that long. It's not the 3 minutes, but it's not as slow as you would think it would.
No, exactly right.
Once it flips up, once it starts, once it gets it off the frame, from that point till it's fully extended is very short because it almost once that they get the locks off and that thing starts expanding, it lays it pretty. They go pretty damn quick.
Of course,
it's not that long.
The important thing is the footing, right? So when it goes down, is it in the right position? So if anything's that's going over that's heavy, like something that's 60 tons, right? And that's real tons as opposed to your American short tons, then which would be heavy. You need to make sure the footings are fine, right? You wouldn't want only 6 inches either side of an edge. Or it's likely to go in the drink or wherever it is, wherever it's going. But they're really, really useful. And what we've luckily had is the Russians demonstrate to us how not to do something, right? So everyone has a brilliant learning experience, and they can point to some of the Ukrainians and say, "That's not how you do it," right? Keep doing it the way you have been doing it. Whatever you do, don't do it that way. So it looks to me that they move them regularly, which is what you want to do because you don't want to be giving yourself a target. Yeah, they're good stuff. And importantly, we'll take those heavy tanks if they ever arrive.
So it's exactly. Go ahead, Tim.
Sorry, I was going to say it's exactly like David. It's old, but it gets laid quickly.
yeah, pretty much like that. Or yes.
Sorry, Daryl.
Yeah. One of the things I wanted to point out is if you look at that video where they had the tank, where they had the vehicles going across that pontoon bridge, you have to think that they had that all planned. You don't just take a bunch of pontoons and just put them there thinking that, I got enough. They had to have planned that in that entire move out before they got there, and to have hidden it and had it, ready to go when they reached the point where they wanted to lay it. That was an ingenious move. They knew what they wanted to do and where they wanted to do
it. And that's what you're supposed to do, isn't it? What you do is you plan it out. You don't put the pontoon or whatever it is, you don't put it in 3 days before you need it, right? You put it in for when you need it, and then when you don't need it, you take it away because the last thing you want to do is make it a target. And then what you do is the traffic that's backing up behind you, you make sure all of that is spaced properly so that if there is an artillery barrage, it doesn't take out your entire battalion. Right. I mean, it's just it's a pleasure watching the Ukrainians work, really. Yeah.
Thank you, David.
No, my pleasure.
Sorry, did you have something to add?
No, I was thinking, and I thought, no, we can add it another time because I'm sure it'll get this subject will come up again.
Absolutely. Well, whack your hand up. We'll get to you after some hands. I think it was Lee Sniper who was next. Lie Sniper. I beg your pardon. Lie Sniper. Welcome up.
Yeah, hi. I just wanted to come back. I've been multitasking. I might have missed something, but I just wanted to ask regarding this Ukraine hitting targets on Russian soil, that if Russia would declare a war against Ukraine, because now it's been a special military operation and it has taken place on Ukrainian soil. But if Russia would declare a war against Ukraine, would that change the situation so that anything inside Russia would be a fair military target? So basically, would they shoot themselves in the foot should they decide to declare war? Thank you.
I honestly don't think it changes the situation very much. I'm not aware of any law or convention that prevents Ukraine from striking targets inside Russia proper. They've already struck targets in Crimea, and Crimea is considered by Russia to be Russia, although obviously it is not. There's no high-level law of armed conflict that says you cannot strike the territory of an enemy who is attacking you. Let me put it that way. There were reports of a kind of nudge-wink agreement between Uncle Sam and the Ukrainians that they wouldn't use certain weapons to do certain things to Russia. I don't know the background of those. I'm not sure if that was a real thing or not. Honestly, I don't see that it makes any difference at all. If they see a military necessity in striking inside Russia, they will do so. They would not be breaking any laws or conventions or customs of war by doing so. I don't see that it makes any difference. Although I would defer to anybody who is more expert on these things. Does that answer your question?
Well, sort of, but because so far Russia has, as far as I have understood, has said that it would be an escalation if Ukraine would attack some Russian territory. But if Russia considers the Donbas area to be their territory and Ukraine keeps doing what they have been doing anyway, so then this escalation would have already happened, and Ukraine would be, from Russian point of view, attacking Russian territory. So basically, then, it would not be much of an additional escalation from Russian point of view if they would expand or start, for example, attacking the railroads or some other infrastructure which for the supply of the troops inside Russia, or not perhaps deep inside Russia, but anyway, so sufficiently so to prevent the troops from advancing. That was basically my point. That if the argumentation of the Russians that any attack on Russian soil would be escalation, if that would be sort of nullified by that. But perhaps someone has some opinion about this. And if there are no further, if this topic dies, then I'll drop myself down because the panel is pretty full. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, my position remains that this line has already been crossed. So Russia has annexed Crimea, Ukraine has struck Crimea, so there's no new precedent being set at this point.
Ukraine has struck Taganrog, day 2.
True. Axel spoke the truth. Thanks for that. I'll drop down. Thank you.
Thank you, Lie Sniper. I think it was Nina next, and then Big Papa Sunflower. Nina, welcome up.
Thank you, Tim, and good evening. Am I allowed to mention the P word, pipeline?
Sure. You want to talk about pipes? Let's talk about pipes. I've been thoroughly upbraided in my DMs.
Okay.
For suggesting that the pipe is irreparable. I was only quoting the German government, but apparently anything can be repaired with sufficient money, which I suppose is true. But anyway, let's talk about the pipeline. Nina.
Okay. I will answer that first, and then I will have a comment. What our minister said tonight that it's been like really busy day for them because they have been discussing this matter with all the Swedish, Danish, and I think in the Baltic countries also they have contacted each other. And
so the Swedes were there. That's why it took so long.
yes, exactly. It took all until the evening. And then one thing.
Ina.
Yes.
Sorry, Ina. You know what? The first statement by the Finnish and the Estonian delegations took exactly each 30 seconds. 2 minutes for the Latvians, 3 minutes for the Lithuanians. The Norwegian advisor said, "Mange tak," and then came the Swedes.
Okay, I'm not surprised. Well, as a Swedish speaking Finn, I might be a little bit slow too. Never mind. One thing that they said that it is possible to repair, but it's gonna take like a long time and a big effort. So it's not something that we are like looking forward to in the near future. But I wanted to comment what the defense minister Antti Kaikkonen said, and they talked about the situation of the pipelines, and he said that yes, everything this is happening, and we have to be like really awake and alert because we have been expecting Russia to do some kind of hybrid warfare for a long time already. But he said, we are not taking our eyes from Ukraine for a second. And this was just wonderful to hear that after all this discussion, he said, this is like the main thing, that we are not taking our eyes from Ukraine. And yes, it warmed my heart. Axel, can you summarize in like just 1 or 2 sentences, please, what it has been discussed in Estonia about this, because I haven't had any time to read the news today. Thank you.
One-line answer. This took too long. Estonia's discussion on this topic was extremely simple. This all takes too long. Close your borders.
Yes. Yes. Axel, right, 5th of October at 7 o'clock Finnish time.
High time.
High five.
Well, you need to take Mikko along, and then you can all be here.
Mikko who? We have
another Finnish friend of mine.
Aha, but we have so many Mikkos in Finland.
Take your pick.
Okay, I will take the best Mikko I find.
Will you be interviewing for that position?
Sorry, I just muted everybody by mistake. Sorry, was that you, Prince?
Yeah, I was just wondering if Nina was taking applications and interviews for the position of the correct Mikko.
Send your CV in, Prince. Let's go to Big Popper. I believe he was next. Big Popper Sunflower, welcome up. It's very nice to see you.
Thank you. Hey, guys. Hey, I had a question. I hadn't been listening that much today. I've been in and out I was going to see if I could get some clarification on the last military aid by the U.S. All I have is a Washington Post article, 1.2 billion, but it's not from U.S. stocks. It's money to purchase military equipment. And they listed the 16 HIMARS. So are they going to buy them directly from Northrop Grumman, and do they have them in stock, or is this one of those future things, or is it just accounting? What am I missing?
The answer is we're not really sure at this point. I've heard various things reported as well. I've been told that it is, excuse me, it is money to buy HIMARS rather than HIMARS itself. But as our man CJ pointed out earlier on, it's not like there's an enormous shortage of these systems, right? There's over 400 in existence. There is an active production line. The US has got them. Poland is getting them. Romania has got them. Obviously, Ukraine has them. So we don't really know. But if it's a case, right? Because it would suck a bit for the Romanians, right? If they've got their shiny new HIMARS, they've only just got them out of the box, and then they have to give them to Ukraine, right? It would soften that blow a bit if Ukraine bought them. So I don't know. There's various things that could happen. It could take, my information is, thanks to a listener, it could take between 2 months and 2 years for them to be delivered de novo. But there's no particular shortage of stock for them to be taken out of. So a very long way to say we don't actually know at this point. But I hope somebody decides that they will sell them rather than relying on Grumman's to manufacture them from scratch. Does that answer your question?
I just hope that Northrop Grumman just has them in the lot almost ready to go, and they can just pick them up, being that the urgency of it. But they are where they are.
Absolutely. I mean, you'd think they would have inventory, right? I mean,
I was just wondering if there's
limited inventory, but an inventory.
I was just wondering, is there a technical reason? I mean, if the U.S. has 400, why couldn't we just give them 16 and we get the new ones? Or at least half of them or something. I just wondered if it was just an accounting trick somehow.
According to CJ, we don't have.
Oh, is that right?
According to CJ, we do not have 400.
Oh,
according to CJ, we do not have 400.
Oh, I got you.
It's closer to 300.
Oh, okay. Well, I was just, with several hundred or a few hundred. I was just hoping we could get at least, I don't know, 2, 4, 6, 8, something to them immediately. I know they can use it. Well, they got this window. Oh, we got them on the run. So anyway, thanks.
Hey guys, quickly, have you guys seen that there is a picture circulating of like exactly 18 HIMARS in a ship or a container ship? I took that as like the big river, but maybe this is an old picture.
It is an old picture. Those were being delivered to Romania last August.
Oh, okay. I just thought that 18 was a coincidental number to be the same, but okay, got it. Thank you.
Yeah, that picture too, because I thought it was a really sexy picture. And everybody loves HIMARS. It's a lovely looking piece of machinery, unless you're Russian. But no, that's an old one. Okay, I think it was Florian next. Florian.
No, Prince was before me.
Okay, very gracious of you. Prince.
I thought Florian was next too, but I can go. Mine is sort of a nuance thing with Y Sniper and what we were talking about, the declaration of war, and if it would give Ukraine the ability to start attacking Russian soil, which is sort of how I heard it. And I think, and I've said this before. I think the motivation here is what deciphers, and Ukraine does not want any Russian land. Ukraine, I think, should and will attack onto Russian land to protect their own land and to protect their own people. But the motivation for Ukraine to go into Russia to try to claim space is not there. They don't want to take any of the Russian land where Russia is trying to take the Ukrainian land. So, I think Ukraine would fight right up to their borders and push Russians farther back into their own country to protect their own land and treasure. So it's just a little bit of a nuance, I think, that goes along with that. And I think that some attacks into Russia, which we've seen, are more than appropriate, and I don't see the referendums making any difference to that, because the reality is those areas that they've tried to do these sham referendums, what's the word you're using with the rectums, which is absolutely hilarious. They're irrelevant. They don't matter, and they won't be recognized by anyone. So whether Russia says that's their territory or not, the reality is it's still Ukrainian land, and the motivation is to get the Russians off of the land. So that was just a little nuance and a couple things I wanted to say. What Live Sniper was talking about.
Thank you, Prince. I've mentioned this a couple of times, but I really would like to stress it. There is nothing in international law or the rules and usages of war that say Ukraine cannot attack or operate on Russian territory. Nothing, yet. When you're deciding if something is legal under the laws of armed conflict, it must be militarily necessary, and it must be proportionate to the threat that you face. You have to balance those two things, right? There's nothing that says if you've been attacked, you can only operate within your own borders. The limits of your military activity must be the defense of your borders. Absolutely no, absolutely nothing. If you're fighting a war of defense, which is, I believe, the only legal form of war, I mean, that's a broad statement, but it's broadly true. There's absolutely nothing that says the Ukrainian armed forces can only operate and can only strike within Ukraine itself as it sees it, right? They can strike into Russia. They can go and take Moscow if they want. If it's a military necessity for them and it's proportional to the threat that they face, then they can do it, right? There's all of this stuff around whether or Crimea or whatever. It's complete irrelevant to the legality of the actions that. Oh shit! Have I lost audio?
No, you're good.
We can hear you, bro.
We hear you.
Oh, sorry. I just got a connection warning. Yeah, it's completely irrelevant to the war in Ukraine, to Russia's defense of its territory. It does not have to stay within Ukraine. It can do whatever the heck it likes in Russia, provided it is legal, provided it is proportionate, and provided it is militarily necessary. So it's all a total red herring.
Mr. Team, I
Yes.
want to talk about Russia and Ukraine, if you let me.
There is a bit of a queue, so we do have a few hands up. If you just wait out for a second, please, Sahat. We have Florian up next, and then we have Nina.
To the point of sham referenda and similar, I heard good opinions that this is really done just for the internal audience of Russia, that Russians really believe they're fighting for freeing that areas and those people want to be part of Russia, and for practical reasons like usage of conscripts. Conscripts can be used in Russia proper. If this is now Russia, can be used conscripts. Also, they would not need to pay the contractors this huge high money because now they're fighting in Russia and not in a operation somewhere in abroad, because they're now facing huge financial problems. Maybe it is to install fear in the sense that if the Ukraine attacks Russia proper, they will retaliate with nuclear weapons, but I don't think they will do that. There is no logical reason to do that, even for Putla. But that's why I think the referendums are done also to hold the whole show together. I think it's mostly domestic, internal Russian politics and the weak position of Putin after the mobilization. And I think everything else is a bit overthinking of the West or from us or from me. And I think that we should also consider the internal dynamics of such a state.
Yeah, sure. I mean, Russia's going to Russia, Putin's going to Put. I think the overriding point is that it doesn't matter what Russia does. It doesn't matter where Russia thinks its borders are. Ukraine's borders are where they are, and whatever Russia doing, it does not limit Ukraine militarily in any respect, provided they can satisfy the standard tests of the law of armed conflict regarding proportionality and military necessity.
Agreed. And anyway, Putin said Russia has anyway no borders.
Yeah, I mean, this is the Russian thing. It's Catherine the Great. I have no way to defend my country except to expand it. Right? It's this palsy they've had. They've had it for centuries. It doesn't come from nowhere, right? And this is important to understand. It doesn't come from nowhere. Russia is militarily indefensible because it is absolutely massive, and they do have a lot of downside risk, right? It's like the last time they fought a war was the Second World War. They lost 27 million people between them, Belarus, and Ukraine. Right, that's not nothing, and it doesn't excuse, but it does explain that they have this slight palsy about borders. Their idea of border security is controlling both sides of their borders, not just one side, and so it means having these little buffer states around them that are essentially their vassals and blah 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 blah. It's bollocks. It doesn't work in the 20th century. It doesn't work in the 21st century. It barely worked in the 20th century. So they can go fuck themselves. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart. They need to get used to the idea that the countries at their borders are not their slaves. They are independent, they are sovereign, and they can do whatever the heck they like.
Tim, but you have given the best argument why you need just a working international order that guarantees by international laws your borders and not any of the nonsense. So I stop with that. But that's the right conclusion from your talk.
Absolutely. Yes. The right conclusion is they need to get over themselves and realize that Europe is not about to march on Moscow, and realize that the only way back for them is political normalization and being folded into the liberal, democratic, global order. So that's I've ranted enough on that topic. I think it was Nina next. Nina, and then we'll go to Serhat.
Tim, on the topic of the borders, Finland knows where its borders are, and we are also going to build a fence all along the border to Russia, because we need that fence, and it's not a China wall, but it's going to be a fence. And no offense, but a little bit of offense. Also about those tens of thousands of Russians which have been flowing into Finland because we still have the borders open, which is a disgrace and a horrible thing. They told today in the news that there were only about the past, I think, week, 26 asylum applications. 26. So that means that the others are just like tourists or fleeing the war or not wanting to be a part of it, and I don't know. But anyway, it speaks a lot. Thank you.
Nina, do you know if they are still taking applications for visas?
It's going to be decided tomorrow about the visas, but I have this doubt that it's going to be completely closed. But we will hear about it tomorrow. Tomorrow is the meeting about this visa thing, and the main it's legally it's difficult in Finland, but I think this is also some kind of excuse. Is there some kind of Finlandization left in Finland, in Finnish politicians? I don't know. Axel would say probably yes. So we will hear about.
Did you just mute everyone, Daryl?
Yeah, I fat fingered it, trying to add John.
Am I on still?
You're on still. If you could land the plane, please, Nina, because we've got a few hands up.
Okay, I will land the plane quickly. The visa thing will be discussed tomorrow, and I can tell you about tomorrow. I landed now.
So you heard it from Nina first. Nina is Finland's view is #BuildTheWall. Okay, I believe it was Serhat next, and then Dia, and then Jens, and then we've got John up. Serhat.
Hello everybody. My name is Serhat Fedet, and I did my PhD at Istanbul University. And I want to speak as a person who has lived in Ukraine for many years. I live in Turkey right now, and I want to say my opinion about Russian and Ukrainian war. I think Russia is the most imperialist and barbarian country in the world. Russia is doing everything it can to return to Soviet times. And I think if we don't stop them in Ukraine, they will attack the rest of Europe in the future. And the United States of America has been left alone by Europe in its war against Russia, I think. And Europe.
Sorry,
European
Serhat.
Union.
Serhat, I beg your pardon.
Yeah.
There is no war between Russia and the United States. There is a war between Russia and Ukraine.
I
in which
know.
Ukraine is
I
defending
know.
itself.
I know war in there about Russia and Ukraine, but I think if we don't stop them in Ukraine, Russia will attack the rest of Europe, I think, and United States of America has been left. I'm sorry, United States of America and Ukraine has been left alone by European Union. Its war against Russia. And I think European Union is paying the price in the future.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah, I was going to say it is a firm position on this space that Europe needs to take more responsibility for its own defense needs, particularly in its own backyard. And this is something upon which you'll get absolutely no argument from us. If you could make a final point, please, Serhat, because I would like to go to John Spencer.
Okay, I want to finish. So, I think Russia, North Korea, Iran Islamic Republic, communist country, and all the communism, and actually Russia, are humanity's greatest enemies, and we must stop them. So I hope Ukraine will be a big cemetery for Putin's soldiers, and I can say that about Ukraine people and Ukraine soldiers and Ukrainian people will fight against the Russians on the plains and in the steppes, but Ukrainian people will never surrender. Ukrainian people and Ukrainian soldiers will make every street of Ukraine a grave for the Russian soldiers, because I think this is not a war. This is genocide, and this is a crime against humanity. And I think Russia will not stop in Ukraine. It will continue to copy other countries. So the international community must give the necessary response to this banditry and aggression. So, what are the US and European Union doing? Are you wondering about this? I can't say you. United States and European Union are talking about the situation of trans soldiers in the army. And I will finish. We need to protect the Baltic countries from Russia. because the next target after Ukraine will be the Baltic countries. And I think the heroic Baltic states will defend themselves, but the United States must protect them.
I think, Serhat,
international.
if I can cut you short there, I mean, I think this is a self-solving problem. Russia is not militarily capable of waging its current aggression, let alone opening up new fronts. So thank you very much. I would really like to go to John Spencer now because I know he is a busy man and he is pressed for time.
Mr. Senate, if you let me, I want finished. So I want to say, if the whole world is ready to take responsibility and the United States of America will not have all the responsibility, I think United States of America and other European Union countries should attack all the big cities of Russia without wasting any time. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. John Spencer, a very warm welcome to you. Good evening.
Good evening, Tim. Good afternoon, good morning, wherever you are. Thanks for that, Serhat. And I think that I agree with you. Putin would never stop at Ukraine, and I'm proud to know there are American soldiers sitting in Poland, Estonia, many of the bordering areas to ensure that he doesn't even dare. But I agree with Tim. There's no capability. A division of American soldiers combined with the Rapid Reaction Corps, the NATO forces it would be a very short war. So I had just a yes and to the question about, which I think is a very valid question about Ukraine's striking across the border into Russia. Although it has, and CJ had pointed that out, but there is a strong political reason not to do that. Absolutely, under all laws of international conflict, law act, whatever you want to, the framework, they have the right to. But they also are not just fighting genocidal military people in their land of the Russian military, but they're also fighting the international narrative. And not only is the world behind Ukraine as the good guys, just trying to protect their sovereign borders, which is part of the rules-based global international order, but there is also some people that are on the fence or 100% behind, or I think they know, and this is why they have the capabilities in certain locations, that they're not going to do that. Also, and I think the most important thing is that there's no better example that the Russian population doesn't believe this is a just war for Russian than their voting with their feet to mobilization, their performance on the battlefield. If Ukraine was to cross that border in a decisive way, it would allow the Putin regime to really make this a fight for Russia. And instead of the false narrative, the sham referendums, and all of that the world knows is just ridiculous. So I'm a strong believer in, of course, Ukraine striking from Ukraine, Russian capabilities on a limited scale, and absolutely free reign on occupied areas like Crimea that are occupied Ukraine. But I'm a firm believer on that restraint, and I think most people understand, mostly because that ability of Russia or the Putin regime to say with any truth that this is a fight about Russia. This is not, has never been, and we can't allow it to shift that narrative, because the people are at a small scale voting. Most of them are voting because they're just scared, don't want to fight, but some are voting as this is not a true war for Russia, like you've been telling us from the beginning. This is not about Russians. This is not about Russian land. And even when you have these ridiculous sham referendums, it's not about Russian territory that allows you to escalate. And that's why the world is going to respond very rapidly. And I think of course, the aid I was giving announced is a somewhat reaction to those sham referendums, but I think there'll be even more like increased sanctions. You know, I'm very pro-Ukrainian, and I think Axel knows that. I'm a little jaded with, you know, whatever it is that we were willing to do, we should have done it before. But if it takes, you know, a little bit of an edge to do more, then I'm fine with that. But like increased sanctions, canceling visas, travel bans, all that, I personally think should have been done months ago. But you know, it is what it is. War is politics by other means.
John, can I ask? What I appreciate, I appreciate. Yeah, I mean, as I've said, there's nothing legal preventing Ukraine from striking or operating on Russian territory. But what political line do you think that crosses, realistically speaking? I mean, is Russia going to gain any friends by it, and is Ukraine going to lose any friends by it? Like, what concerns you about this exactly?
Yeah, I think so. I think that they would lose some countries' support and populist support if, you know, in different areas of the world, to include the United States, there are camps that are loud that this is not what we say it is, that it's not about Ukraine defending their sovereign land against genocidal hordes that have been doing massive atrocities across the country since the day they stepped into it. If they moved into Russian territory, it would allow those camps to get a higher political voice in, you know, even some of the stuff that's been promised in some of these countries that, like Germany, that should have been pitching in a long time ago. It would change the narrative. I honestly think it would. It would give. Look, there is, for us, like the United States, I can talk U.S. politics, bipartisan, full support, votes every time. But there's that camp, and I think it's a global conversation that would, if they did that, it would give Putin more options, it would give those other camps more arguments to sway decisions on the sport. I personally believe that. I don't want to put the test though, Tim. We know the path to victory. We can see the path to victory. It's send as much as you can to Ukraine, put the caveats on there if you need to destroy Russian forces in Ukraine, to cause their military to culminate. Arguably, they already have, but if they want to do this last dying breath of allowing tens of thousands more of their citizens to die for Putin's cause, and then let them do that. And like those HIMARS and all these things, rush that stuff there. That's the path to victory. The path to victory doesn't, in my calculus, involve any effort to crossing the border, which is the primary strategic goal for Ukraine. Reestablish its sovereign borders, liberate its people.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you, John. Terrell.
No, I was just gonna see if anybody had questions for John. Every time you come, John, you know you pull up the voices here. So let's go to Jens. You got a question for John?
No, and I think Dia was before me.
All right, Dia.
Hi, thank you guys so much. This isn't a question for Mr. Spencer, but this is before he spoke. But basically, my question is: does anybody know why the Americans have told the diplomats to leave Russia as soon as possible? That's it.
My information is it's not diplomats; it's all U.S. citizens, including dual citizens. But John, I believe you tweeted about this earlier on. Maybe you've got some more color.
I'm sorry, I missed the question, Tim. Since I heard it's not for him, and I actually turned away. So repeat the question, and I would love to comment.
Snooze, you lose, my friend.
I know, right?
The question from Dia was that what's going on with the U.S. State Department's request that recommendation that U.S. citizens leave Russia, including dual citizens?
Right. I think it was so I limited knowledge, and I try to stay in my lane with soldiering, urban combat, war and warfare. From what I read from listening and following the friends and the Maria's report, is that the Russian consulate was rumored. I don't know if they officially put it out. They were going to basically not allow dual citizens consular access to the American consulate, and then potentially forecasting keeping them in country and adding them to the conscript list. So there was a notice by the U.S. side for Americans, which I don't know why they're there, but that's not my business. To any American available flights available in trying to get ahead of this possible political action that might happen.
Okay.
Did you catch
Oops,
that, Neil?
sorry. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Thank you so much, Mr. Spencer.
Yeah, I think it's
Colonel
not just
Spencer.
our embassies that's been doing it.
No problem. What's
Okay,
that,
thank
Daryl?
you. That's very clear. Thanks. No, I said thank you so much. That was really clear. I appreciate it.
No problem.
No, what I had said is I think other embassies are doing the same thing as well.
Right. I think somebody replied to my comment about this morning that it's kind of normal. I'm like, well, I don't care. Russia is the bad guy here, so yeah, it's not about whataboutisms. I guess it's a normal practice or some type. I don't know. If you're an American citizen, I would, although I know people have business, whatever, abandon, get out of that country as fast as I could. I mean, that's a personal decision, of course, but you got to warn those citizens, and they're out of this dual citizen status that is complex. I understand that, but yeah.
Yeah, I think, John, you may have been referring to my reply. And I'm sorry, I'm just trying to find your tweet here.
No worries. Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
Standard practice.
Yeah, I mean, my point was, I mean, you tweeted, you retweeted somebody who said that dual U.S. Russian citizens may be denied consular access by the Russian government to the American government, and my point was actually this is a price you pay for dual citizenship, right? It's fairly well established that if you hold dual citizenship, you cannot seek the protection of one of your governments against the other. Right, that's the downside. That's the bargain you make, right?
Yeah, no, I have no problem with that
yeah.
at all. Yeah, I mean, I've tweeted many times. This is our generation's decision. Are you on the right side of history or the wrong side of history? So I'm not in their place, but I know which one.
Yeah, I guess it's a question of who do you want in your foxhole? Do you want Russia or do you want Uncle Sam? I mean, that's kind of a very, very easy decision for me to make. But we've got loads of hands up. So I believe it was Jens. Did you want to jump in? You've still got your hand up as you were next in the queue.
Yeah, I just wanted to say something about this whole war and declaration of war and going into Russia. I think Russia is very fond of semantics. So when they say something is up, we all know it's down. And by action, they are very much fighting a war, right? They already declared war on Ukraine simply by waging war. And when they say they are mobilizing 300,000, we know they, by definition, they're not mobilizing 300,000. They are mobilizing whoever can stand up and carry a shovel or a rifle. Ukraine is fighting a war for their, survival and for liberation, and they don't want to fight. They don't want to fight a war in Russia. They don't want to liberate Russians. Russians don't even want to be liberated themselves. So I think it's if they liberate, when they liberate Crimea, and if Russia still want to shoot artillery into Ukraine, Ukraine will obviously bomb them with whatever. But I think it's important, to focus. For me, it's pretty simple that Ukraine have no reason to go in and liberate Russia and pave the streets and install toilets and washing machines. So for me, it's pretty simple.
Sure. I mean, the issue is not whether Ukraine is going to attempt a liberation on Russia. The issue is whether it's politically wise for Ukraine to strike or otherwise operate on Russian territory. John seems to think it would be unwise. John knows a lot more than I do, so I'll probably defer to John on that. John, did you have any comeback at all?
No, I 100% agree with return fire. I mean, come on. And it's not to say that Ukraine hasn't sent things across the border, but I'm just saying it's a very complex political decision, and that's why most of the events that have happened have been very. I don't know who did that. I don't know who blew that up, because of the political complexity of allowing that narrative to change in support of not in support of the total goal, but absolutely, I wouldn't mind, especially like in Belgorod and things like that, where capabilities are clearly military and visible. But I think somebody was talking earlier about terrain, right? It just can't be anything about seizing, controlling terrain. So I'm all for sending things cross border, destroy oil depots, ammunition depots, mobilization sites, or something like that. That can be clearly tied to Russia's illegal occupation of Ukraine and its invasion of a sovereign country. So, I'm not black and white on it, but I'm pretty adamant about crossing that line for any element of a territorial goal. Right, military missions are focused on either the enemy, terrain, or friendly. So you do the purpose, the why. So there is a bit of ability, but that's why most of even Saki Air Base, right? I don't know how that stuff smoking kills, right?
Absolutely, yeah. And this is really quite key, because any attempt to seize Russian territory would fail the proportionality test of LOAC, right? It would not be something that it would not be a proportional response to the aggression, given that when you're fighting a defensive war, your goal is to liberate your own territory and really no more. Would you say that's a fair assessment?
Sure. And Ukraine must keep the high ground at all times, even when it doesn't follow a single rule of international law of armed conflict.
Thank you, John. I believe Abdullah was next, then Latam, then Clyde.
Hi, Colonel Spencer. It's a pleasure. Thank you for your service. I've always wanted to ask you this question, but I didn't get the chance. At the beginning, the Russian troops, they made a very quick incursion from Crimea. Was that due to traitors amongst the Ukrainian military, or was that a strategic, planning regarding the Russians? So far, what we have seen, I don't think it was due to the Russian planning. I think it could have been just due to some guys in the Ukrainian military who are working with the Russians in terms of who were traitors to their country. So I just wanted to ask you, how were they able to make that such a fast incursion from the south at the beginning of the war? Thank you.
Sure. I mean, it's not something that I've studied in detail, right? So because I have my focuses of study, I wouldn't I would not go down. We have to make assumptions and opinions based on relative facts, available military capabilities at the start of the war versus now. My personal opinion is that it wasn't because of some widespread effort, I forget what the word you used, of the Ukrainian military, but rather just a well-planned operation by Russian forces to use speed to overwhelm what was in that area. That is not saying that I don't believe that there absolutely was Russian saboteurs, FSB agents, we call it new generation Russian warfare, in many areas in Ukraine at the start of the war, before the Russian formations got there, that did attribute to events on the ground, and even in the Battle of Kyiv, there were saboteurs and just a very something that would be very hard to truly know what was going on at the very beginning, deep in the city. So that makes me, based on what I know, to make hopefully informed opinions about the possibility of the South falling so quickly. But it really becomes down to capabilities on both sides, right? The Battle of Kyiv is a lot different than the first Battle of Kherson, or the Battle of Kherson today. But Mariupol was a different. From what I know, I would not say no, that there was some widespread allowing Russians in, or not fighting or anything like that by the Ukrainian military, but not discounting Russia's efforts to get inside the communities and locations before military action starts. That makes sense.
Yes, yes, it does. So once they made that quick incursion from the south, do you think it would have been a good idea for the Ukrainian troops to withdraw from Mariupol? Because once they were able to do a quick incursion into the south, and they made a quick entry into Melitopol, and then they were able to surround Mariupol. I think that was an operational mistake by the Ukrainian army, because I think it would have been better if they were able to withdraw and then just fight another day. What do you think?
So yeah, you're gonna push my button on that one. I absolutely do not think that I think a lot of things in eastern and southern Ukraine would have went a lot differently had those brave Ukrainian security forces in Mariupol, police, Avestal, had not held off 20,000 Russians and not allowed Russians to just quickly start advancing north. That was the hot gates for Ukraine. It was their version of Little Round Top. I mean, I firmly believe, absolutely not. And that's why, the pullback from Severodonetsk wasn't Mariupol. There was an operational advantage for holding down the Russians, because, like you said, they came in rapidly, and they wanted to get into positions of advantage rapidly before the Ukrainians with limited capabilities could decide where to put an effort. But just that less than 3,000-ish military and others in Mariupol created a moment, which to me is as key as those that defended Kyiv, which was a strategic defense, where the defense of Mariupol and sacrifice was for a good reason. I don't think it was, and this is my next dream study with Axel, is to go to Mariupol and to study how that battle unfolded, so it could be recorded for time like other people will. But absolutely no, I think that was the right thing to do. But not a lot of people could have pulled that off. But 3,000 fighters held down 20,000 Russians for over 80 days, preventing Russians moving on to other objectives so much so that Putin had to get involved and had to give out instructions, and the amount of bombs that they expended. And no, that was I'm pretty firm on that. That was a wise decision, and had they just not fought and pulled back, this war would have went a lot differently in the first phase.
We will do this, and I shall be glad to assist you.
It is a date in destiny for sure.
And I just had a discussion here with Alexander, who highlighted the key issue alongside the strategic value of this battle, that we are also lucky enough that many, if not most, of those who fought and stood there have survived.
Yeah, I mean, what kind of idiots are the Russians to like? I'm ecstatic that they're free, but what kind of idiots are the Russians to let go? Like this is just a clear not understanding of honor, bravery, motivation, and morale of an entire military, right? Because they don't care about their military's morale and motivation and inspiration. The Russians gave back the heroes of Mariupol, which is amazing and such a amazing gift. But the inspiration that they will provide for generations to be able to interview and tell their stories and just their story as of this moment, it will inspire it is the 300 moment when the one guy from the 300, although it's a story, but it's a story that has lived on for generations to tell other people that they sacrificed for us, and then that these guys survived, and they're going to. I mean, what kind of idiots are they? But I'm so happy. But I agree with you, amazing, and I can't wait to hopefully meet some of them.
If we get lucky, we may even sooner rather than later have one or two of them on the space.
Well, you need to make sure I know about that, although it's on me. But
100%.
I'm in the space 24 every day, but not as much as all the hosts. And thank you again to all your lack of sleep that you guys get. But I want deeply to be here if that happens.
John, I don't think you're going to have a problem with that. Literally, I don't think you're going to have a problem with that.
Thank you, Daryl. Okay, I actually do have to go get the kids. Hopefully I didn't let anybody down with any questions. But that every time
Oh
I show
no!
up, that means no.
Oh no!
Nina, go ahead. I got like 2 minutes, and I got to walk up there and pick them up. Do you have a question for me, Nina?
Yes. Sorry.
Go ahead. No. It's always great to see you. Like my Maria Aid family.
Oh, thank you, John, and you are mine also. It's been so much about pipelines and borders here in Finland these past days that I have completely lost what is the situation in Donbas and Ukraine and Kherson. Is it like moving at all? And if it is it moving for the Ukrainians? Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think Kherson is very complex, but from a military analyst perspective, Ukraine set so many things into place before Russians decided to reinforce Kherson that they're still in a position of advantage despite the heavy fighting happening in Kherson. The Kharkiv offensive is still ongoing and never stopped. It slowed, but there's been some amazing updates coming out today, and I think we're going to continue to learn about them in key locations like Liman and other areas around there where they are advancing. Absolutely, the Ukrainians are still taking the initiative that they took, at the end of a few weeks ago, and still pushing forward. And Russians are still trying to find a place where they can hold, in the hopes that this feeble hope that adding soldiers to the fight will help. absolutely. And I think over the next couple of days, we're going to hear some big news about some key cities liberated. And I'm really looking for that, like Liman, Robizna, maybe even Severodonetsk, Lysychansk. The fact that they have multiple positions of advantage across the Olitsk River, but that's why I come in every night to listen to language learners. He records them for us to get that hour by hour update. But absolutely, Ukraine is on the move, especially in the Kharkiv, and we're yet to see the true fruits of their historic offensive.
Thank you, John. And as we say in Finnish, kiitos ja anteeksi, it means like thank you and sorry because your children are waiting.
No worries. This is for a good cause. Well, it's great to talk to you guys. I will be in listener mode later today. Best luck.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. Always a pleasure to have you up. Thank you for making the time. Clyde, I see you've got your hand up, but you may have had a question for John. But if there's anything the panel can help you with, minus John, please go ahead.
Yeah, I had a question about the logistics for the Russians in Donbass, and that from a layperson's perspective, reading online was that one of the reasons for the longer range ATACMS, one of the reasons that they were so desired was because they could just shred their logistics and their rail logistics in those areas. And is that still as important, or have they gotten to the point to where they can use the shorter range fires to get the same effect? In other words, can they use the Gimlers, I believe it's called, the ones that they have now? I mean, is it still very much desired is it still a big deal to try to get the longer range ones so that they could stop the Russians from feeding their artillery, serving their artillery pieces that they have lined up in the Donbass? Does that make sense? Is that
I think one of the things that when you look at what's going on with the battlefront is the idea was to be able to take the rail lines. And as the battle lines have been moving, the objectives that they have been achieving are achieving the effect of being able to cut those supply lines by taking them, rather not just destroying them, but actually taking them. In some of the key cities, they are in the process of almost attaining those goals.
okay? I think it's Luhansk. I'm not pronouncing this correct. Luhansk, where basically the logistics are, they can just come straight in from Russia, just straight in from the east, and then the longer range fires might be particularly valuable there. Is that not correct, or is that changed, or did I interpret some of what I've read wrong?
Tim, you got more on that one?
Sorry, could you say again your last, Clyde? I didn't catch all of that.
Well, in parts of the Donbass, I think it's Luhansk, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, the logistics are they can just come straight in from the east. I mean, it's not like up north, but where they can circle around the back and basically cut them off. And then if they had the longer range fires, it would make a huge difference. Is that still the case, or are they maneuvering so that they basically are going to be able to reach some of those rail lines with their shorter range Gimlers? Is that, I mean, the question I have is that how important is it to save Ukrainian lives if we ever convince the United States and others to give the longer range ATACMS?
Well, I mean, you're kind of combining the politics with the military there. Honestly, I'm not familiar enough with the situation on the ground to comment on that one way or the other. I would be interested to hear from Axel if I can put him on the spot. But I don't feel able to give an opinion on the range issue on that particular question. But perhaps Axel has a view.
Well, my view is clear in this regard. I just like Ben Hodges said it here earlier on the space. A few weeks, actually, no, it's not a few weeks ago. When did we discuss this first? I think his second visit in June. We had this discussion that the ATACMS are the right tool at the right time with the right range to take out deep into enemy territory, meaning occupied territory, take out relevant command post, third echelon maintenance sites and the likes. And this is an aspect which is not to be disregarded easily. And that is something which is still required today. The supply routes from Rostov-na-Don into southeastern Ukraine need to be taken out. They need to be, and the maintenance facilities, the assembly grounds need to be taken out. Russia's convoys coming through Crimea need to be under threat. Sevastopol, Simferopol need to be contested and threatened. If that is feasible, at some point in time, Sevastopol and its jetties are untenable as a position for the Black Sea Fleet. Simferopol and its surrounding two military airports, as well as the two military airports close to Sevastopol, need to be untenable as positions where the Russian Air Force and specifically the Russian helicopter force can recuperate, repair, reorganize, and be set up. So in that regard, the range of the ATACMS matters a great deal. But it's not enough. It's just not enough. We should be sending tanks. We need to force the Germans to release those 13 or 19 nations, if you so like, but those 13 nations who currently can and are willing to deliver Leopard 2s and Leopard 1s. These cats need to be released into their natural habitat for which they have been built.
Did that answer your question, Clyde?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it basically the bottom line is that the Ukrainians have done a lot of advancing, but they haven't advanced to the point to where they can, where those longer range tools don't still need to be in their arsenal. So that's I was just, not being a military person, I was just wondering about that. It's just infuriating to me that the number of, somebody can calculate the number of excess civilians and soldiers that are going to die in the last several months because they haven't gotten the right tools, the right kit, and as you guys say, into their hands so that they could stop them from slaughtering civilians. And anyway, so
well, another 18 HIMARS systems are actually quite neat. That is literally more than doubling the existing capacity just in terms of HIMARS. That is very neat, actually.
Yeah, the big question is what are they going to put in the tubes? That's the big, will they ever change what's going in the tubes? So right, so.
Yeah, I'm right with you there, Clyde. I'd prefer a little mixed cocktail in that regard. Sure.
It seems, I mean, we've had a number of people come on here, and CJ has commented on this on the past, is that whatever information is coming out of Uncle Sam, it seems that they have a capability that is so like ATACMS, it's almost certainly ATACMS at this point. So yeah, we've had a number of people come on and say the only way they could have achieved this is with this particular thing, because this is what this particular thing can do, therefore they have it.
I understand that. There's General Hodges has said that he thinks they have them already. He thinks they're already in theater. He said that multiple times on this space. But if they had the kind of numbers that you would like to have, the Russians in Luhansk would know it like immediately, correct? I mean, if they had a big number of ATACMS where they could go after the logistics of what's going on in the Donbass, and they could basically, seal off. I mean, they could basically almost isolate those those big defense buildups that they have. I'm blanking on the name of the city right now that they've been trying to take for the last 2 months, where they keep coming up against the starts with a B. Anyway, but if they could shut off their logistics, if they had big numbers of them, we would all know it, right? I mean, you guys would know it immediately. I mean, if the explosions that would take place in the eastern Donbass, right next to the border, would be would be hard to miss, I would think. Is that correct?
Sure, but I mean, that's axiomatic, right? If they had more stuff that goes bang, they'll create more bangs, and they'll have more of a military effect. I mean, if the limiting factor for them is creating bangs, then yeah, it'd be nice if they had more stuff that went bang. But that may or may not be the limiting factor, right? They're executing a highly competent and well executed counteroffensive in that particular area of operations. And it would be nice if they had more stuff. Be nice if they had more men. Be nice if they had some Western tanks and IFVs. But they're working with what they have. They're achieving great effects. So kudos to them, and Slava Ukraini, right?
Thank you very much for taking my question. I really appreciate the space. Thank you.
Thank you, Clyde. Thank you very much for coming up. Anatoly.
Thank you very much. This is not a question, but more so to kind of answer Clyde in a way about the logistics in Luhansk, right? The only reason I can answer it is because I'm from the area. I'm from Luhansk Oblast. So Luhansk definitely has excellent rail logistics to Russia, because at a certain point in time, Luhansk was one of 2 or 3, I'm not sure which it is exactly, but one of the very few places where they actually produced trains in the Soviet Union. And that's where my grandfather actually got a start working there at that train making plant. So we all know Russia's reliance on rail and how they move their military equipment by rail all the way from Siberia towards other places. So Luhansk definitely has that excellent logistical connection to Russia. There used to be a Luhansk-Moscow train, so that definitely still exists. Additionally, right, the town of Debaltseve has a lot of significance. Debaltseve had a massive train logistics hub, was a logistics industrial hub through as long as I remember. And if anybody here recalls, the kind of a hot phase of the conflict back in 2015 ended precisely with the encirclement and subsequent capture of Debaltseve by the Russians. And those were the heated negotiations, if anybody recalls, between the then President Poroshenko and Putin. I can't remember if it was in Paris or wherever it was. And then they, I think the former president of France even put it in his book about those heated negotiations and how Putin was shouting about Ukraine troops being surrounded in and around Debaltseve. So Russians definitely were desperate to capture Debaltseve at any cost back in 2015. So yes, those 2 particular areas would have excellent rail logistic connectivity to the rest of Russia.
Thank you, Anatoly. You said that they built trains in that city?
They used to. In Luhansk, there used to be a train building plant. Yep, that's where my grandfather started.
You're saying that it's no longer in operation, though?
Oh, I believe that's long been not operational. I don't think they make anything there at this point in time. Not definitely not in the last 8 years.
I mean, not in the last 8 years. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
I didn't know whether
No. For much,
was
I
still
believe.
using it.
Yeah, no, I believe they stopped making that for a long time ago. They stopped producing trains in Luhansk. However, there were some military production facilities in Luhansk that have been captured after 2014 and were then subsequently moved to Russia, because they wouldn't have been the most valuable military production facilities, but there was some value in them, and the Russians did move them to Russia.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Let's see. Tucker, good evening.
Hey, good day, everybody.
Thanks for the opportunity to speak. I just wanted to ask your thoughts on the information war aspects. I'm an American, so I don't have any military background. So I'm here because of the information war, really. And I've watched my own family and friends suffer from corrosive and destructive propaganda. And so I guess I'm just wondering, how does the Maria Report, how do you guys as a space, navigate that problem? Because I know that, a lot of people would want to be able to reach this audience. And I know for sure that Russian propagandists would love to be able to reach your audience. And I'm just wondering, like, where do you guys draw that line? Because I feel you have a role as custodians and a responsibility as defenders of Ukraine to make sure that the Russian propagandists don't reach us, right? Like I feel like there's a duty there, and I'm wondering, like, how do you guys navigate this, and how do you think about that? And maybe have a follow-up about it as well. But kind of, what's your philosophy?
Well, sorry, Daryl, to interrupt. I'd like to bring in Rosalie because she's kind of our subject matter expert on this. Rosalie, I see you jumped up and stuck your hand up really quickly, so I assume you've got a response to this.
I do. Thank you, Tim. So to answer your question, there's a lot of people with different expertise. I specifically research media manipulation and disinformation, but there are other people like me who are friends of the show, and I know I keep in close communication and am often in this space, and so I guess I can't speak for the space, but my impression as somebody that is in here answering questions is that they're just very aware of what's going on, and they're consulting people that have expertise. And also, a lot of the people who are moderating have experience with this kind of thing. I know Axel, for example, he really, like, every time I talk to him, I'm just like blown away by the stuff that he knows. So I hope that answers your question.
Somebody's got a hot mic. Peter, if you could
Yes.
mute your mic, please.
I'm here.
Hello? Yeah, can you mute your mic, please?
Mute, yeah.
Thank you.
So something that, I think that was a good response, Rosalie, and to how the space is navigated, day to day, like when, anyone can just raise their hand, request to speak. And I think you're right. Like, the hosts have to be absolutely sharp and on their toes. And I don't doubt, I haven't really heard too many really bad interactions, but I don't doubt that there's been kind of like people wishing to get the, ideas off track and trying to be disruptive. But also what has been happening is, there's been, quote unquote, in coordination with Kyiv Post, we present this man, and, we present this person. And there's certain people who are advertised for. And one of those men was a Belarusian man named, I guess, Mr. Sepkalo. I just, when I looked into his background, I saw him as somebody who has apparently, worked in the Belarusian government for across 4 decades.
Tucker, let me break you for a second. Football, can you please mute your mic, please? Football, please. Thank you. Okay, go ahead, Tucker.
Thank you, Daryl. Thank you. Yeah. So, this man has worked across 4 decades in close coordination with the Kremlin. And, he's in his 50s. Like, did he have a change of heart? Like, I didn't hear his speech, but like, why is this person being given an audience? That from the outside looking in, I'm just like, can't figure that out to me. And, I guess, why is he given an audience, and what did he contribute when he was here? I do personally wonder.
Did you listen to the interview?
No, I have not listened to it, no.
Then may I suggest that you do, because you have heard that not only did we have 3 opposition leaders of the widespread Belarusian opposition with us, whilst Valerie is one of the more, shall we say, exposed people who are currently certainly in the running for a leadership position in the rather diverse and heterogenic Belarusian opposition.
So
We have
let me
very
say, Axel, I
Tucker.
did speak.
Tucker,
I did
would you
speak.
listen?
Axel, please. You
Listen, hey, Tucker.
Please,
listen
Axel,
to
please.
me. No, you listen to me now. You've been speaking. I've been courteously trying to explain to you that you cannot criticize what you haven't listened to. And then I was trying to explain to you who the person is and how we dealt with those three people. There's a good reason why the Belarusian opposition, meaning people in the West who have, after having lived in Belarus under the suppressive governments of Lukashenko, where you haven't lived, have worked there and have disassociated themselves from the government over a period of 10, 15 years, some over 5 years, some over 3 years. And they have emigrated. And we have, if you were to listen to this interview, very critically reviewed their positions. One of the people, Anatol, and you should listen to that, is the one who is currently in Ukraine providing logistics services and arranging weapons for the Ukrainian armed forces, ordnance, working closely with the Ukrainian armed forces and the TDF, helping the Belarusian Legion on site. Another one is organizing, that is Dmitry, is currently organizing the vote amongst the Belarusian opposition to create a broader base for their external parliament. We have critically reviewed this matter. We have also criticized them quite specifically for levels of passivity, which we have identified and seen. So, why don't you do me a favor? Before you criticize something, try listening to the content first, and then review your position. And up until this time, I will not talk to you about it.
So I didn't hear what Mr. Sepkalo had to say on this space.
Did you listen to this? Did you listen to the interview? You said no. So why do you come here? Why do you come here and attack us?
Can I please explain?
No, you cannot. Sorry, you can go.
Axel, you're being rude. Like, please.
No.
Let me
You
finish.
are rude. You are disingenuous. You come onto a space to tell us that we have supposedly done something wrong by having 3 Belarusian opposition leaders come here, and we have very critically reviewed their position. We have dissected their position. But you make these comments that is disingenuous. That is
No,
absolutely...
let me say.
No, there is nothing to explain. You have stated here that we have platformed someone who is, from your position, completely untenable. And then you tell us that you haven't listened to the interview. What the fuck are you telling us?
I'm telling you the truth. I have
there's
listened.
no truth to what you just said. You told us the truth that you haven't listened to something and you criticize it. Go back to do your homework, boy.
So I did talk to.
Tim, get rid of this idiot. I've had it. Tucker, you can come back finally when you listen to the interview. Then you can discuss with me. Up until that time, you start behaving like a real man. Is that courteous and clear enough for you? Jesus Christ. Going onto other spaces, listening to the people who have been toxic and disingenuous beforehand. We know this. Yeah, you can do what you like. This is not what you do in this room. We know where you have been speaking, what you have been saying. I gave you the opportunity to state something here. You failed. You have been weighed and come up short and light.
Thank you, Axel. Let's go to Rosalie.
Nope, I'm good.
Folks, let me say this. If you come here and you want to criticize the space, you need to have your information correct, because the people here that we come and bring into our space, we check them before they come here. If they come and they have a opposing view, we make sure we have the information we need to ask the right questions, because they're not going to come here and spread misinformation. They're going to have, we will have the information that they will fail to have or fail to represent. So let that be known. If you come here to disrupt, you will not succeed. Rosalie, go ahead.
So I just kind of wanted to reiterate what you were saying. I think, you know, just the question apart from this person, when we think about it, how much attention we give to these types of things, you know, there is no right answer. I think in this group that that you've struck a really good balance. You know, if somebody comes up and maybe they've just heard something, you know, they'll be asked questions, and rather than kind of, you know, being told that they're wrong, the fact that they're missing information is really highlighted for them and also for the audience. And I think seeing that is it has value. I also think having guests who you don't agree with is really healthy. I think that we can't be for democracy if we're not okay with pluralism. And so I think, you know, as long as somebody is not promoting genocide, that of course would not be okay. But if it's a difference in views, I think it's good to have conversations and to talk about why we feel differently. And so I think you do a good job with that as well. It's difficult having a space of this size always going on. And you have to think about the fact we have different cultures. We have different political parties, which is very funny sometimes, you know, like countries don't just match up and have all the same political parties. But I really think that you guys do a good job. So I just wanted to say that.
Thank you, Rosalie. Yeah, we understand between ourselves. We're not homogenous in our views, and you know, in our home politics. But the thing is, we came together for this, and this is the most important thing. And Ukraine is why we're here. So we check our politics at the door for this, and we will remain united for this for as long as we need to be. Abdullah, you've had your hand up for a bit. What say you?
Yes. I just wanted to ask Rosalie a quick question. If she has done any research, there's such a thing as a Russian propaganda troll farm in St. Petersburg. If you have looked into this, thanks.
Did you catch that, Rosalie?
I think he asked about if there is a troll farm in St. Petersburg. Yes, there was a very famous one. I can't speak to what's going on there now, but there's a lot of fantastic research on them. People have done deep dives. People have done profiles on former employees, which is very interesting. So it definitely exists if that's the question.
And also, what's been done to combat this, especially in the social media platform?
Well, that is a really good question. I think recently there was a whistleblower within Twitter who highlighted the fact that, you know, not enough is done from the inside, and that they the way I understood it is there could be an insider threat like within Twitter, and that makes sense with these operations. But there's nothing, you know, internationally that's happening. There's I mean, to answer it in a short fashion, is not enough is being done. It's a problem, and it's something that is I think is best discussed not as an issue of what's okay to say and not to say, because I think then you can just end up handing authoritarians what they need to silence people who they don't want to hear. But if we look at the algorithms and who has the privilege of being amplified, and being amplified is a privilege. We all agree when we're sitting in a room, or like right now, that I'm speaking. But if we all talked at the same time, that wouldn't work. Now an algorithm decides who gets to stand at the front of our virtual group, and it's very problematic because it chooses the most inflammatory, most likely to get engagement post, and this is really the problem that we have. I wish I had more to tell you, like that they were doing things, but I don't think these companies ever will, unless they are legally obligated, because they have been to Congress. They have, they just say whatever they need to say to get through it, and then they don't do anything. And I don't think without legislation that they will.
So just one more question, sorry, Daryl, to Rosalie. Just if you were to give a letter grade to Russian propaganda during this war, what letter would you give?
I would give it a C- to a D+ based on what I've seen before. It's really bad. It's not quite as bad as their military. It's really hard to be that bad. But it's pretty bad. They're not sending their best, that's for sure.
Rosalie, would you agree that the way that the information is monetized has a lot to do with the success of this?
Yeah, the monetization is a huge problem. When you research this, what you find is there's this industry that's really just kind of come out of the fact there's a lot of money to be made. So somebody, with skills similar, the skill set that I have, could start a business and market themselves as, social media support. And so we have people who are really hired out to the highest bidder, and they don't really have ethics, and they will influence the platforms for money. And so for those people, it is generally not. Sometimes they're not even ideologically aligned with the person that they're working for. But then there also is the ads, like the auto-distributed ads. And there are a lot of groups that are highlighting kind of the awful things that you can end up monetizing if these companies don't screen. Do you want your product ending up on a website, a white supremacist website? And there are researchers who will find out, and they will ask the companies, like, do you want to be there? You should know that you are. And I think that I think that's a really good way to deal with it. If people want to fund these really dangerous, harmful things, honestly, a little bit of sunlight, it does a lot. So monetization is not addressed enough.
All right. Oh, wait a minute. I just forgot my question. Rosalie, I'll get back to it. All right, Chris, please.
Good evening. Good evening. How are we all? Not that Axel needs me to say it, but he was 100% correct. Not only was it disrespectful to think that anybody that was invited here to speak would not have been thoroughly researched, but it was doubly disrespectful to have then not listened to what was being said. So Axel was 100% correct there. I think that's the main thing I wanted to say, actually. But what there was one thing that I was just going to throw in earlier. There was this discussion about, we mustn't attack the Russians, or we mustn't go on the Russians' territory. But I do like to say, well, actually, if we go back to the 1919 borders of Ukraine, there's a lot of land in Russia that used to belong to Ukraine. And, Putin is very, very, keen to rewrite history, but we don't need to rewrite history. Actually, we could just go back to history and say, well, all of that land over there to the east of Ukraine, that was Ukraine. Just a point.
That's
Sure.
exactly right. Go ahead,
That
Tim.
is exactly right. But I was going to say that Ukraine's war aims are the restoration of her internationally recognized territory, and I've not seen any suggestion that Ukraine wishes to expand her borders beyond where they were before all this fuckery started. Let's put it that way. Thank you.
Yeah, no, Tim. I understand that, right? But you know, the Russian playbook is, as to paraphrase it, take what is not yours, threaten anybody that gets in the way, and then negotiate giving nothing away because somebody weak is going to allow it all to happen. Well, two can play the negotiating game, can't they? So if he wants to play that game, then we'll start with 1919 borders, and then eventually we'll get to, okay, so now we'll just have Ukraine's territory back. Thank you very much.
I mean, I would love to see it, Chris. I would love to see it. I mean, I always thought we should have seized the Channel ports and pressed our claims in Aquitaine to improve our Brexit negotiating position. But then my political rules are totally my political views are totally unrealistic. So I would love to see it. It would amuse me no end. But in the meantime, let's go to Ben and then to Igor, please. Ben, welcome up. Vive la France, etc.
Oh yeah. If you want Bordeaux, please take it. Take it away. Can't stand those guys anymore. I wanted to very quickly comment Axel. I did not follow exactly the discussion, but there is one thing we stand for, regardless of how much we quibble with our guests when they're on the space. And sometimes we do have a bit of a forceful chit chat with them. Once they're at their back turn, we have their back, and we're loyal to our guests, and we don't say anything wrong about them, and we will defend them, well, until there's really a catastrophe. But we will defend our guest, and we won't let anyone disrespect them in any way. But that being said, Tim, Daryl, I'm a bit sad today.
Did you run out of mustard again?
No, something serious, something really sad.
You cracked a bottle of wine? Really?
Nah, come on, guys, please listen. The Moscow index for the stock markets, it only lost 0.5%. It was my joy. I was expecting double digit, and it didn't even break the 1%. For most of the day, it was actually in the black. It was going up, and I was like, no, this cannot be happening. This is my joy. I want to see them crash, and it was not crashing. So yeah, I was feeling really bad about it, and I was feeling really sad. Even goddamn Gazprom was up. Thank goodness Gazprom went down almost 4%. So that's good. But still, yeah, I didn't have my usual hit, and I was a bit sad. But then I went online, and I saw that Murray Aid was shipping 1,000 tourniquets to Ukraine, to the front lines, and they're going to be distributed to the soldiers and hopefully save a lot of lives. So I felt a lot better, and I felt even better because I've never seen a pallet so beautifully arranged. It's perfect. I think we should keep it for logistics textbooks and supply chain. That's absolutely fantastic. They're the best. I don't know who's doing this, but he really deserves several medals. So if you have it in you, considering it's almost the end of the month, and if you're in Europe, that means payday. Well, don't hesitate to be generous. The good news is that what we've been telling you about for the past few days, the fact that we're trying to push to $100,000 to pay for drones greatest drones, the furriest drones, the most successful ones. Well, we were at 70,000 that last week, and now we're at 90,000. So I don't know how many of you were super duper generous, and that's fantastic. So there's just one little push more, and we will be over the 100,000 limit bar thing, over 100,000, and the drones will reign, and and it will be great. So there, and real drones, not the stuff coming from Iran, good ones. So there, that was my 2 cents.
Thank you, Ben. I have a question on the MOEX. Now, when I was working for the cream of the French banks, I'm sure it needs no introduction. I'm not talking about Credit Lyonnais. We had a phrase, moon money, right, which was what we would call the share-based incentives of our bonus structure. You know, moon money. It's not real money. It's money that may or may not materialize in the fullness of time. Now, when you're looking at MOEX and you see the bid, is the bid moon money? Is this just like, because this is not, you know, this is not a real stock exchange. This is any index based on it is not going to be a real index. It's, you know, if there's no bid, they kind of make up a number and that's the bid, and therefore that supports the index, right? My question is, how fake is this? You say it's not collapsing anymore, cool, but is that real not collapsing, or is that Russians pulling stuff directly out of their asses as usual?
Okay, I'm no proctologist, so I cannot fully answer the question. That being said, I was following the price of, well, what is basically the largest stock, I think, which is Gazprom, and the price did not move for several hours. So for several hours, it was precisely at the same price. I'm no specialist, but I would have expected, you know, a change of a few cents here and there if the market had been a bit active. So I don't think it's very deep as a market. There's this stability of the price tells me of a very stale and not very active market. But that is the only indication I have. The website I use to follow it does not give any indication of volume, so I don't know if anyone knows of a place where we can get volume as well as price. I'm definitely taking. But yeah, it's nonsense. It should be nonsense. The fact that Gazprom did not crash following the whole shenanigan indicates that no one has any real money left in this stock. It's still a nice story. I like it. I like it when it goes down. I know that it represents nothing. That anyway, all those companies are infused with state cash, so government loans are raining on those. So they don't really need the stock market to raise funds. So it's really, I would say they have as much of a stock market as the so-called DNR and LNR have a democracy and the ability to run referendums. That would be my take on this.
So, by way of a comparison, Gazprom is the largest company in Russia. It does something to do with gas. I can't remember exactly what. Has, I don't know, BP or Shell or ExxonMobil, have they ever gone a day's trading without moving a cent?
It wasn't a full day. But it was several hours. Normally, what I've been able to see, if you take Shell, it every single time it refreshes, every single time your screen refreshes, the price changes. and there it doesn't in Muscovy. Sometimes it doesn't change for several hours. So it could be technical. It could be it could be an IT issue for all I know. That being said, it is suspicious.
So in terms of what could move the bid here, you think possibly it could be, if it moves, and if it moves drastically, it's probably the oligarchs doing a block trade to front run the market, right? That's what's going to move it.
Oh, actually, not even necessarily. For again, speaking completely out of thin air, I have no evidence, but there is the latest bid is the one that's going to give the price to the market. So if you've got the stereotypical orphan and widow exchanging their one share of the company to pay for the daily bread, that will move the market. So there's no evidence that it is the oligarchs. That's why volume would speak volume. That's something I'd love to have, but admittedly, I didn't look for it very hard.
Thank you very much, Ben. If anybody's got any questions about Gazprom, we have a resident Frenchman who is house trained. He has no mustard, and he knows a lot about Gazprom. In the meantime, let's go to Igor, please. Igor, welcome up.
Well, wait.
Hey guys.
Well, wait a minute. Before we go to Igor, Alexander is here. Folks, if you want to know the person that is responsible for this place, and Mireille, this gentleman is the hero. Alexander, the floor is yours.
Daryl, you're super unfair with that categorization. No, I think the discussion's moving towards really awesome stuff, and I really don't want to dip back in to the exchange with Tucker too much. But I just wanted to add a different perspective that I think is missing from this conversation. So let me just sort of lay the land in context. So we know that Tucker goes to sort of spaces hosted by Walter and a few other folks who complained specifically and sort of went on a rant specifically about the three Belarusian opposition members being on Maria Report. And I think it's very sort of telling that he comes in and inserts himself into this conversation and sort of challenges us as a space, and but hasn't had first principle or first hand research, hasn't listened to the space. So we covered that portion. The other portion I think is missing generally from these types of discussion is our agency as Ukrainians. So I was born in the Ukrainian Socialist Soviet Republic. In my childhood, I grew up through the independence of Ukraine, and was very fortunate to sort of come and find what the Western world looks like with my family later on in life, but quite a bit later after independence. And there was also Verlaine on the space, and both of us were very sort of, I can clearly say about myself, I was extremely emotional and critical about what some of the things that were said by the opposition leaders, and I pointed that out. But that is, the fact that Verlaine also challenged them on some of their views. This is conveniently ignored. Our Ukrainian agency, the classic sort of criticism of the space from that crowd, from the sort of external crowd who doesn't do first sort of primary research themselves. That specific criticism is, oh, you guys shut down Ukrainian voices, or you guys do not represent the Ukrainian position enough. And I think that's conveniently forgotten that both Verlaine and I are Ukrainian. And that removes our agency as Ukrainians. You can't just go and ignore the fact that we criticized their position, we challenged their position, we got them to admit their faults, we got them to admit their participation in the outcome of this, and then we sort of raise the level of the conversation through that challenge, right? And we saw some humanity, which is super important, right? And can't just be statistics and historical facts in this specific outcome. And I think the piece here that's important is not to let these sort of outside disruptors, or toxic folks, to remove agency, first of all, of our space on representing the Ukrainian voice, but also remove individual agency from the participants who are of Ukrainian birth, culture, and descent, and do the work of representing the Ukrainian position in the same space, even when we invite people that do not always have 100% alignment. And so, I'm sure I'm not going to be here all the time when the Tuckers of the world come in and challenges. But I just want to remind you that this is another sort of tool or another quiver, another arrow in the quiver that you guys have, is to remind these people to never remove our agency as Ukrainians, who are also active participants in the space. So thank you, Daryl. Thank you for letting me rant a little bit about this.
No problem. I'm just honored to be here to help represent that, and everyone here is listening to understand it and be a part of it because it's special. And you guys, the Ukrainian people, represent our fight for freedom across the world right now. And so not only are you fighting for yourselves, you're fighting the fight that we cannot fight at the moment. But at the same time, we want to be a part of. And so we do our parts as we can to be there for you. Thank you. All right, Igor.
Yes. Hi. Thank you, everyone. I have a question about Nord Stream. I've been thinking about the explosions yesterday. It's a clear hallmarks of, Russian hallmarks with the whole thing, but I couldn't figure out what the reason for it was, because there must have been, right? And then I listened to an interview with Nivzlin, and he said something that really sort of was eye-opening to me. Basically, he said that they blew up the pipeline because they were in breach of contract, and every day that they were not supplying gas was costing them eventually, right? Because they would be litigated after the war, essentially. And they wanted to basically stop the bleeding in some way and create like a force majeure scenario where even if they opened the spigots, there was no way for the gas to get to Germany. So I just wanted to get everyone's thoughts on this.
Ben, go for it.
I love it, but I hate it at the same time. Okay, I'm starting to sound like finance now. I think it's smart. I also think it doesn't fit the reality. I truly, truly, truly doubt that even if they owed a quintillion to the Queen of England, the new Queen of England, there's a Queen of England, to the King of England, our friends over at Gazprom wouldn't pay a cent. That's my impression. But I really don't think they care, and I don't think that the people who are running Gazprom for real in the shadows would ever imagine paying a cent, regardless of the circumstances. So they're very smart. If we were talking about someone else, but in this case, I don't buy it. But I could be wrong, and I'm welcoming any evidence, but don't buy it.
That answer your question, Igor?
Sort of. I think we're all sort of scratching our heads, it seems.
Well, the thing is, we're not. What Putin does on his side of with his toys, you know, that's him. I mean, he does things that we cannot explain. Just like with his army right now, what he's doing with his army, we cannot explain. And so, for the rest of the world, we may have to deal with the fact that there's no pipeline. But at the same token, the way that pipeline was built was disingenuous in itself, because they were trying to convince the people that the nuclear was bad, while on the same token promoting this gas. And so while all of that was going on, it was their propaganda that helped build it. And it is their propaganda now that destroyed it. They want to make us feel like, okay, now you are in dire straits. We don't care. We'll figure it out. The nuclear plants are still in Germany. They just have to figure it out. How to turn them back on and get their power from a place that they were already getting it from, where they did not have to depend on Russia. They just have to figure it out. We don't have to figure Putin out. Let the world sort the war right now will sort that out. And after the war, then the Russian people will have to sort it out with Putin. That simple enough?
Yeah, no. I understand the realities. I just wasn't computing the reason for him to do it, but that's a different story. Yeah, well, I don't want to sidetrack everyone else on.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you. Anatoly. And then you, Crypto.
Hi, how are you? I think I might be coming late to this discussion, but there was a mention of MOEX and, maybe MOEX not completely collapsing, so I'm just wondering if anybody can answer this, but how much is a factor do you think is the fact that the NSD, the National Securities Depository in Moscow, they closed the exchange as soon as the war started. And then once they reopened it for trading, you can only trade the domestic securities. So say, for example, if it's a security, it's an Irish issue, hypothetically. Ireland does a lot of the domiciliation. It's an Irish security identifier. You can't trade that. You simply can't get the shares out of the NSD to sell them. So even if you did want to sell, what is in essence a Russian company, but it was issued in Ireland, you just can't sell that. You just can't get the shares out to the buyers or to anybody else. So how much would anybody know, has that been a factor in keeping those share prices up?
I would say it's massive. Again, I don't have evidence in this case, but in general, the more you're of course know this absolutely perfectly, and you're forcing me to state it out loud, potentially because you have a surprise for me. But the theory is that the shallower a market, the easier it is for someone, a player, the authorities, or the company, or the stock market, to actually manipulate it. If you know for a fact that there are thousands of shares, or rather, that a very large portion of a company's share cannot be traded, there is that sort of removes any tension, because you know that no one is going to dump shares on the market. There's not going to be any large movement, so you can manipulate the market in a much more in a much simpler manner. I wouldn't be surprised at all if in the coming few weeks or months or years we were to learn that many of the trades that we've seen, especially early on in this pantomime, were actually either directly made by the government or made upon request of the government, just to prop up the shares, and the people who have the money sort of had to do it as a form of taxation. That's where I would go. There's what else? And but Tim knows this very well. There is the fact that information doesn't travel very well within the Russian economic system. Some people are allowed to forerun the market, and as a result, they know that they're not at risk, so they're not gonna be very prudent, because they will have the information before anyone else, so they don't have to sell preemptively. So all this sort of collides to help the market, and there's also some more how can I put it, more natural, more sound reasons why the market is probably going up, with art, well, not going up, but not completely collapsing. Like it or not, those are real companies, and the shares, they still do somewhat represent something. As a result, they represent a bit of protection against inflation, and whether inflation is already biting in Russia, despite what the numbers are saying, or whether it's going to bite a bit later, this is probably something you may want to own one way or another, because the coming few years are going to be very, very difficult, and that is one way that you can have an asset that is a bit safer than many, many other assets. We've seen, for instance, that commercial real estate has already collapsed. So this form of safety is gone. The price of the ruble is for real very, very low. There's very few safe assets for the Russian capital owners, and as a result, investing in the stock market sort of makes sense. So yeah, part of it is manipulation, part of it is sound reasoning.
Thank you. Very good answer. I'm happy with the answer. Thank you.
Daryl, we have a beaver.
Yeah, I see the beaver. Good evening, bloke.
Good evening. Is Finance around?
I have not seen him as of yet.
Nope.
Good.
I think
Good.
he's having an evening off.
Good, because I'm going to ask some exceptionally dumb pipeline questions, and I don't want to aggravate him. So my first question is that Nord Stream 2 is unaffected by this sabotage. Is that correct?
No.
No?
They hit both, as far as I know. They hit both of them.
Okay, well, that wrecks that entire line of questioning. I thought they were trying to go after the weakest link, and NATO and try to force them into some sort of capitulation to reverse sanctions, but that's not it either. Okay, I will shut up now. There goes my whole theory. I was trying to figure out the 3D chess that was involved in their blowing it up. And
Well, you know
now-
that in the little thing with the meme there, Shogu had one job. He was supposed to blow the pipe. When he told Putin that he blew both of them, Putin looked at him and said, "You blew both of them?"
Okay, that's beautiful. Thank
He
you.
had one job. There was another pipeline that was open that day. Europe is getting gas. He blew both.
Alrighty. Well, I'll try to, that was my only attempt at speculating on what's going on in that brain and cognitive decline, obviously. So I officially give up on trying to figure out what the Russians are thinking, because the whole thing is so stupid. So that's about it. That's all I wanted to ask about, and you've answered. Thank you very much.
All right, stick around though, Book. Ben, you back yet?
Almost. Block, it's easy to remember. Nord Stream 1 was hit twice. Nord Stream 2 was hit once. So nice reverse logic.
By this evening, there was a fourth leak detected. So Nord Stream 2 has been hit twice too.
No. In good logic, Nord Stream 3 should be hit half the time. That's what it should be.
So is this a toddler holding their breath until they get their way?
It's not their breath.
Anyway, I really need to, you guys, the co-host moderators, please move on to other speakers. I have obviously very little to contribute to this conversation, but thanks for answering my question.
The question is, what do we do, dear bloke? What do we do with all the Western media currently repeating the line, "We do not know who did it. We cannot know who did it. There is no information because nobody tells us anything. There's no transparency. This must be an intelligence thing." And then they repeat the Russian narrative as this has not been this has not been finalized. We do not know. This could be also Western.
That's trivially simple. Look at what the Russians are saying and believe the precise opposite.
Why is Western media not doing this? Bloke, please tell me. What is the Globe and Mail writing? What is the Ottawa Citizen writing? What are they all writing?
I'll find out for you and get back. I haven't been paying attention. I go to you guys for my information because you tend to know more. Okay, but I'll get back to you on that.
We just like to see what the feedback is and how they perceive it and how they present it to people. Because evidently, when we look at stuff here, we hear from all the wonderful Russian sources, and then they post their stuff at a certain point in time. Then it appears first at one or the other media agency. Then it is questioned by non-Russia domiciled Russian sources, repeated by others, then finds its way into very far left and very far right media in continental Europe, finds the troll army and the gullible weaklings on Twitter. And then you have all those wonderful right-wing Nazis and left-wing authoritarians go completely nuts about it, project everything, take videos, take interviews out of context, and try to blame and project. And that goes on for 48 hours. And somehow, as they are constantly thriving in their activities to throw mud at the West, somehow, at some point in time, Western media goes into the subjunctive and tries to be balanced in its approach. We are not giving anything to the left or to the right, and we're not going to say that it is Russia. And that is then the media control in Belgium and in the Latin
language press in Southern Europe. And half a day later, you find it yet again in Northern European media, saying that even, Italian newspaper XYZ or Spanish newspaper TTT or French tabloid whatever has said and has reported this as follows. And then Reuters re-aggregates it. And by this afternoon, we have serious media, Western media in Western Europe, coming up with a balanced view and discussions. Who could be responsible for this? And what does it mean? And has there been a strike helicopter in the Baltic Sea? And has it been there for 9.5 hours? Yes, of course, there has been a strike helicopter observing what the Russians were doing. Yes, we've had all sorts of Western planes up there. Those
Here's a
with
hint.
transponder and without transponder. But please go ahead.
Yeah, here's a hint. Who's looking? So if you see all the air assets up, and I haven't been tracking them all, I know people have, but if you look who's investigating, those are the people who didn't do it, because the ones who did it aren't investigating. So that's why I think it points to the Russians. Anyway,
Merci bien,
I
monsieur.
really
Merci
should
bien.
drop down because this is just don't tell finance I asked about pipelines. That's all.
Please, everybody in this space, if you have the opportunity, would you mind, say, in memory of finance's wonderful help and helpful incitement of the large troops of the space, to ask Domen about what on earth is going on in Serbia and between Serbia and Kosovo, you should please ask finance, and I think you all have his handle, what on earth is going on with the pipeline, and whether he has any news about the pipeline, whether there's anything as to the economic impact of this pipeline being bombed, and whether he knows whether the Oompa Loompas can fix it. So
That's
please make
cruel.
yourself useful and ask him.
That's cruel, Alex. Excellent. That's just cruel. But y'all do it, please. He will definitely get back to you and answer you.
He will be so happy in the morning.
All right. Sojo, where'd you go? Okay. All right. Sojo left us. Robert, good evening.
Hey, I haven't had a chance to weigh in on the pipeline. I've been pretty busy, but and I don't know who it was suggested that Russia might, again, 3D chess, game theory, tying everybody's heads in knots. But the United States has said, and this was a while ago, I don't know what their current position is they are unwilling to give Russian assets, the state assets that have been quarantined to Ukraine because of their desire for the United States to be considered a safe haven. And if Russia wants to get their hands on that 300 billion again, it's not all in the US, but US and Britain and a couple of other places, then they have to at least, I think, be paying lip service to their contractual obligations. And I think to date, around energy, at least, they have tried to do that. So they didn't just cut off the gas and say, oh, we're cutting off Nord Stream 1 because you guys are mean to us. They're saying we're having technical difficulties. So if they can achieve plausible deniability on the sabotage, that may lead to some circuitous serpentine path for them to at least making a claim to get their 300 billion back sometime in the far future. And we know that embargoed assets can eventually make their way back to the original government or the original country years and years after they've been embargoed. So that's my only thought about that. I tried to do some research on the online research on the economic impact of the Nord Stream sabotage. I tried to figure out, get information on the financials for the operating company. I don't know if they have any bonds out there. I don't know. Everything I found on insurance, nobody's owning up to having any insurance on Nord Stream. A couple of big players have offered no comment, and I can't find out if there's any bonds out there and if there's any insurance on those bonds. So anyway, that's my research on the economics of it so far, but very interesting game theory implications there. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Robert. Let's see. I can't remember if it was George or John.
I do. But do you want to take your chance?
It's
All
George.
right, I'm gonna go with John. God damn. John, you messed me up. George, go ahead.
All right, guys. Listen, really quick. The last speaker, I haven't heard anything like that. The last thing I heard was from Congress is that they want to the frozen money, that they are determined that that goes to Ukraine. And I don't know if a lot of people know this, but the reason why the United States hasn't declared Russia a terrorist state is because of the laws in the United States. The frozen money would be open to U.S. citizens trying to claim that money first, and they don't want to tie it up in a court system other than what it would be tied up straight away. But what I wanted to discuss was about the. I don't want to talk about the pipeline. Sorry, Axel. But if Axel's on here, I wanted to ask him. When did Germany decide that Poland is no longer in Europe? Axel, are you there?
I'm here.
When did Mr. Schultz decide that Poland isn't in Europe? Because Schultzy boy keeps saying that no European country. Since no European country has given tanks to Ukraine, he's going to stand the status quo of no tanks to Ukraine. So
Yeah,
Poland
of
isn't in
course.
Europe?
Yeah, I think it's different. The question posed to him was as to Western third generation and upwards modern main battle tanks. The Twardys are far from being Western quality main battle tanks.
So no reporter has the cojones to do a follow-up question and say, so if the Poles send their M1 Abrams, even 5 of them, because the Polish M1 Abrams do not have the depleted uranium armor, would you be willing to send the Leopards? That's the question
I think
would like to see.
this is the key. It's a good point, and I think you're absolutely right. Poland, with support from the United States, should provide the updated M1 Abrams, which it has, and it's not about the what you just call the depleted Ukrainian uranium defense deflector side, but the key aspect is the sensors and the improved gunnery and guidance systems. So the M1 Abrams the Polish have are fantastic. They outweigh and outshoot pretty much everything else which has been given to Ukraine thus far. Unfortunately, I didn't have the time to speak to our friend Peter Doran earlier today because I know that he had a dinner this evening which involved the foreign minister of Poland. Key aspect is, of course, that Poland should make exactly this move covered by the United States in order to trigger a response. And the problem with that also, on the other hand, if Poland were to do it now, it would probably not even change anything because it's not the pressure from the White House. It would just be an exculpatory and evasive approach by the White House, and I think they should change it.
Well, it would at least be a further embarrassment. I mean, because at that point you would take away that recorded message that he keeps playing, right?
It's true, but then I think I've mentioned this here many times on the space, and I think it still is valid. This all can be solved by one phone call.
Oh yes, Big Brandon just making that phone call, and that would be the end of that.
Yeah, this requires a clear, concise, and based in morality and the tradition of America protecting the freedom of the world, embedded argument to be made on the one hand, and on the other hand, a clear threat that America will not treat Germany as a reliable counterparty in future, and it will take many of the toys Germany currently relies on away, and will take every single measure to discredit Mr. Scholz if need be. This needs hardball, real hardball. The defense of freedom outweighs the vanity, ideology, and stubbornness of that government.
I think we need to get Pelosi on the case, because she seems to have more balls than any of the men in the Congress when it comes at least to foreign policy issues.
I think that Ms. Pelosi has played a very good and very staunch supplemental foreign policy role in recent weeks, as Mr. Blinken is evidently focused on this task. And what she has done by means of, at very short notice, switching her attention from just Georgia to the conflict between Armenia and Azerbaijan, where she, having listened, very quickly decided that her next ride would not go into Georgia, but directly to Armenia, in coordination, of course, with the White House and the DoD, and I'm sure also with Mr. Blinken. She has done tremendous good. Same with Taiwan. But then it is high time that all these people do the right thing. And I'm very glad that they're doing it. I am. Just not enough yet.
Yes, it would have been nice if that ship we saw with the 18 HIMARS had about 25 M1s, but we'll wait for that.
Well, you do have forward deployed kit. And I don't think that it's necessary to wait. There's a lot of stuff which is currently neatly packaged in an A1 condition. And you know what I mean, in Germany, which just needs to find a bit of rail track.
George,
Match made in heaven.
Did that answer it for you, George? Hello, George. Okay, John. I think George is thinking about it.
I'm in a bad spot. I keep keep losing you guys.
Okay, just come back up when you get a better signal then. Go ahead, John.
All right, thanks, Daryl. Yeah, I mean, I'm quite happy to take it back to the pipelines, actually. And I think in response to Axel's question, the both sides, Western European media, are terrified to ask the question that if not Russia, then who and why? Because they like to address the Ukraine-Russia war, the Russian invasion of Ukraine, as an issue that's divorced from Europe, and present it as a moralistic debate about how much support it's right to give. But if they acknowledge the fact that actually Russia is attacking critical national infrastructure in Western Europe, they can't continue to do that, and they have to take a very different approach. I genuinely think that for most of them, that terrifies them. And I think that's really where we are. I think it's just part of a broader moral cowardice that has infected huge swathes of Europe, unfortunately. And I include the UK media in that very, very firmly.
Just putting heads in the sand is what you're saying. It's looking around the real problem.
Yeah, exactly. They're behaving like they're spectators in the Colosseum, watching two gladiators fight. And if they have to acknowledge the fact that actually the fight is in the street outside their house, and the bigger guy is actually intending to kill the smaller guy and then come through their front door and possibly kill them and their families too, then they have to react to that. And the one thing that most of Europe doesn't want to do at the moment is decisively react to what's going on. And if they acknowledge the fact that critical national infrastructure for Europe is being attacked and destroyed by Russia, they cannot ignore it anymore, because if the media are reporting that, then the public are aware of it. And if the public are aware of it, the politicians can't ignore it. And I think that's part of the root of the problem. I think there's probably not any sort of formal agreement or anything. I think there's a tacit understanding that this is something Europe doesn't want to get involved in any further than it already is, and it's trying to calibrate its involvement so carefully. And events like this just blow that narrative out of the water. So it's safer just to try and ignore it and continue with this both sides bullshit that every thinking person in the world knows is ridiculous.
They felt that when the Cold War ended, that was the end of the threat.
No, absolutely that, Daryl, and not just that. They thought that there's and you probably have to be European to get this, because Americans generally take a much more pragmatic view of the world. But Europe kind of collectively decided after the end of the Cold War that actually, violence, force wasn't a legitimate arbiter in the conduct of international relations. And they thought that just because that was the approach they took, that they could then project that approach onto everybody else around them, and everybody else, by default, would be forced to accept that. Putin is demonstrating in spades, and has been demonstrating since 2008, that is not the case. And it's as you said, it's the head in the sand, it's the ignoring reality, it's doing everything you can to avoid recognizing what is standing in front of you and is now starting to punch you in the face. And it's ludicrous. It's absolutely ludicrous. It's a bankrupt political and moral paradigm that Europe has become absolutely locked into. And I think, to be fair, I think there are people in Europe who fear what would happen if Europe actually rediscovered its roots, so to speak, because some of those roots haven't necessarily been that productive for humanity in a lot of respects. But nevertheless, when somebody is blowing up your pipelines coming into the heart of Europe, it's really a time where you've just got to face reality and say, okay, we've pursued this policy for 30 years. We've all been completely wrong. It's pretty much time now that we've got to do something about this. And we don't have the leadership for that anywhere in Europe. We just don't have the leadership for it.
Well, maybe they will, maybe someone will arise. The northern countries are turning to and voting the leaders they need at this point. And it's gonna take something for the central part of the Western Europe to do the same.
Well, if I've got to follow anyone in leather, I'm voting for the Prime Minister of Finland, because she looked very good in it.
Is that? Wait a minute, I'm trying to remember. Is that the one with the javelin, or was it the?
No, it's the other one. It's the one who was dancing. The one with the javelin is the Prime Minister of Estonia.
Estonia. Okay, yeah, that's right. That's right. Let's see.
Yeah. Anyway, that's me, Daryl. I'll drop down. Thanks.
Hey, appreciate it, John. Athena, good evening.
Good evening, Daryl, and Ben, and Axel, and all of you. We have learned that Russia is always accusing Ukraine and other countries, and especially the West, of things that they have done themselves. And now this latest this pipeline thing, they have now called for the UN to come and check what terrorist attack this has been. So they are kind of the perpetrator is going to the place where they have done the job. I'm just thinking that we have seen that what kind of terrorist state actually Russia is, and this what they have done now, the latest shows that Russia is in UN and they veto everything what is concerning Ukraine. I heard something that the reason why Russia can't be or shouldn't be now like stated as a terrorist state, but can I'm thinking that is it possible that an organization that UN actually has a country that is a terrorist state? If it would be some other like Syria or Afghanistan or Iran or like what is this?
To be honest with you, Athena, I can't speak on that. To be honest, the inner workings of the UN and how they decide things, it has baffled a lot of folks because it's a world body, but it has no military intervention other than say for peacekeeping missions. But in the case of a war, they do not have the agency for it. I don't. That's not why they would. That's not why it was built. It's only a place for everyone to speak and have their voices heard. That's the main thing about the UN. But as far as wars are concerned, that's not what they're there for. They can speak and they can negotiate there, but it's not to fight the wars or get involved in a fight.
Well, yes, I understand this, but if I'm thinking of any country, let's say easiest for me to think of Finland, if there is something which really needs to be changed in the law because the circumstances have changed, then we can change the law. And so about UN, if it's possible in countries to change the laws, what is so fucking, sorry my French, difficult to change the law in the UN to kick out a country that is not worthy to be in UN?
I would think it requires a majority vote to some extent, but like I said, I'm not an expert on it, but I know that it would take a majority of the countries, and you have a lot of countries that are not necessarily pro Russia. They just may be anti-US, and the European anti-European, and we get thrown into that, and they will not vote that way. regardless
Plus,
if it's of what we feel is good or bad.
Yeah.
Go ahead, George. Go ahead, George.
yes, Daryl. Yeah, let's not forget Russia erroneously inherited the veto, the Soviet Union's seat in the Security Council, and now has a veto power. So that's the other sticky wicket.
Yeah, it was negotiated, but that was negotiated. That's how they got it. It was negotiated that they would get it.
Yes, but they have it now, and that's why getting anything done in the UN against them, they have their veto power, and they just veto it, and that's the end of that. So I don't know the particulars of how you would kick a country that's on the Security Council off the Security Council.
Daryl.
Yeah, go ahead, Ben.
Yeah, no, I know nothing about this. Well, I do know that the veto doesn't apply to the General Assembly, but that's beside the point. But we have a career diplomat with us. He's let's not tell all the secrets, but he's very high ranking in the Italian diplomatic corps. Papi, can you enlighten us?
I am just a puppy. At most, I am a puppy diplomat.
Your Excellency. Yes.
So, anyways, so there is a short version and a long version of it. The short version is that the Charter of the UN gives essentially what you could consider value of international law of something that gets out of the Security Council. The problem is that the Security Council has 5 countries. One of them is Russia, that have veto power. And the Charter of the UN itself says that there is a procedure that I will not bore you with, but you need to go through a number of steps, one of which, in order to reform the Charter of the UN, one of the steps is an approval of the Security Council. So you're getting back to square one, because in order to have the approval of the Security Council, you need to have a veto power overruled. And, if one of the countries is Russia, you cannot expel Russia unless Russia agrees. That's the short version of it regarding the UN Council, the UN Security Council. There is a larger version of it, which is not just related to the UN itself, but related to international law. So what is the problem traditionally and historically with international law? The problem with international law is that there is no real ultimate enforcement mechanism. So imagine that you are in a country, right? And when you are in a specific country, there are essentially 2 reasons why you want to respect what a judge tells you. One reason is that you are a generally law-abiding citizen that thinks that law is a good thing, but you just got a speeding ticket. And if you are a law-abiding citizen that just got a speeding ticket, the judge tells you to pay the fine, you are fine. You're done. You're okay with it. But if you are a real criminal, I'm looking at you, Ben. No, I know that you're a law-abiding citizen. If you're a real criminal, the reason why you respect the judge is that behind the judge, there are big guys with big guns. In the UN, behind the judge, there are no big guys with big guns. There have been historical attempts to make the UN a little bit more able to be forceful in what the deliberations of the General Assembly and the Security Council are. One is the Suez, but we don't get into that. So the thing is that no matter what the UN says, unless there are big guys with big guns, it is like a judge that is saying something, but there is no real police behind it. So what is the police? Right now, the UN does not have the police, does not have an enforcement mechanism. A body like NATO references in the first article of its charter the UN itself and says, I am paraphrasing because I don't have it in front of me right now, but it says something along the lines, NATO will respect what the UN says and will make sure that any deliberation of the UN are being enforced with the limitations that NATO has. It's a somewhat of a regional type of organization by design. So it will not get into what happens outside the NATO scope. NATO is one such example. But if you are asking the UN to do something like, policing the world, you are having multiple problems. One is the legal one, which I have outlined, the fact that Russia has a veto power in the only body in the UN that is able to deliberate with the force of law. And the second problem is the general problem about international law, which is there is no body with a monopoly of force, as you have in specific national law environments. Does it make sense, or is it making it more complicated than it is worth? I think we lost Nina. Are you still there, Nina? Does it make sense?
Yes, I am, and I'm listening like a sponge here. I'm taking everything in because this makes sense for me for the first time, I think. Thank you so much.
Fantastic. Thank you, Poppy. For the more zoologically inclined, sponges have no ears. On that point, I don't remember who was next. I think Chris. Let's go with Chris.
Hi, folks. Can you hear me okay? Just to check.
Fantastically.
Okay. I was just looking for something to just for an example for people, and I found it by Googling HMS Defender Black Sea 2021. And it sort of picks up from what Poppy was saying about the fact that there is no arbiter of international law. So if people care to Google that, and they will find out that basically, and by the way, I didn't actually know this, but I think it's almost a perfect example of the sort of fucking around, messing with people's heads that the Russians do, which people may not just understand. But HMS Defender sailed into the Black Sea in 2021, and then this a short version of it, and basically sailed along the coast of Ukraine and Crimea, right? Which of course the Russians regarded Crimea and a certain amount of water outside of Crimea as being theirs and not Ukrainian or not international waters and that. And it was just something that Gunny said to me, Gunny said on here the other day that just reminded me about the number of times when I was in the Navy, and in particular, well, actually we were sailing anywhere, but particularly in the Mediterranean, and particularly in the Eastern Mediterranean, how the Russians would always, excuse me, fuck around with us, right? And it was always, I think people perhaps just need to understand that it was always them messing with us. We would never mess with them, but they would always mess with us, right? And they would do like loads of things. If obviously you've got ships and you've got submarines and you've got aircraft and all these types of things, and you know, they would just do the most dangerous things that you could imagine, which we wouldn't dare to do. And it's just, I was just like thinking, it's this fundamental difference in the way that we think. You know, they don't care. They'll just like do something. They don't really care what the consequences are. Whereas, you know, we're always towing the line. So I think I've just about got my point across there. Hopefully I did.
Yeah, you did. You didn't make your point. You explained to the world, bring your pussy. Okay. Lunchtime. Please take it away. Save me from myself.
It's that kind of evening. Honestly, if I hear about Schultz or the pipeline, or for that matter, the UN or Amnesty, I don't know. It's going to ruin my cup of tea. That's what it's going to do. I kind of wanted to change the subject just to note that I don't know. I'm kind of addicted to Julia Davis's Media Monitor videos, and the last couple that she posted have an interesting sort of change of tone in that while there isn't direct criticism of Vladimir what's-his-face, there is a lot of pointed questions being asked, like, can we guarantee that our conscripts will have proper body armor, like ceramic body armor? Will they actually have that? And will they actually have proper equipment? And why don't they have proper arms? Why don't they have modern equipment? In fact, one of them calls on Roman Chelsky Abramovich to dip into his billions to help to fund the war effort. It's all grimly entertaining and a real change in tone from the usual. I'm not sure if this word is really allowed here. So I mean, we normally speak quite freely, but the usual sort of reverence with which any government policy is propagandized on that channel. So I do recommend giving them a watch as a sort of morale boost and a break from the pipeline, for example, or the Pipolina, as someone called it the other day, or the methane jacuzzi.
Can you remind us who it is?
Julia Davis. Julia Davis's Twitter. I think it's just at Julia Davis. At Julia Davis. At Julia Davis News. She's a columnist for the Daily Beast, and basically what she does is she's a Russian speaker, and I believe she left there when she was young to go to the States, and she translates those crazy propaganda shows where they stand around Solovyov and Simonov, or the monkey woman, as I call her, sort of stand around and say things like, "Oh, we should nuke Brussels," or whatever it was. That TV show. So she translates them into English, and you'll no doubt see her clips all over the place. But yeah, the most recent ones. I mean, I could try and stick one on my timeline, I suppose. I'll do that in a bit. But yeah, I just wanted to point out a real change in tone, and of course they're not at liberty to criticize, old crazy balls himself, but you know, they get pretty damn close, and it's a real change of tone from the old Kiev in 24 hours stuff that was being broadcast, you know, at the beginning.
Lunchtime. Did you see the one where they criticize each other?
I've seen a couple like that. There was one with the guy who was like an older sort of military guy who knew what he was talking about. He was actually against the war from before the announcement of the war, and he was sort of spitting some straight facts, as our American friends would say, and they were all like looking a bit somewhat askance and tried to rein him in a bit. There was a guy more recently as well who who I think slightly forgot himself, and they kind of slightly turned on him, and he sort of changed what he was saying. I'm not sure which one you're specifically talking about.
Go to my timeline. There's
okay.
a video that starts with like my only comment on it is it's a high point of comedy. Drop everything, go watch it, come back,
Okay.
and tell me that you didn't break a rib laughing. It's absolutely perfect.
Okay, so what am I looking for in your timeline? Is it in media,
give me a minute.
or is it?
Give me a minute.
Okay, perfect.
I'll retweet it.
Perfect. Yes, wonderful. I could do with some light relief. I had a bit of a grim start to the day. Then Yehuda gave me a bit of a pep talk, and then it got grim again because in the afternoon, you know, there was a very compelling discussion, very moving discussion on Maria Report about the effects of trauma, and Tom was fascinating. Actually, it was really interesting what he was talking about. But that again sort of, you know, made me feel a bit poo. So I went to see the Bowie film, and that cheered me up a little bit. Anyway, there we are. Anyway, thanks, Ben. I look forward to seeing this link.
No worries. Jens, I think it's your turn.
Yeah, but Poppy raised his hand in kind of an urgent matter, so I'll give him the word first.
Very nice of you.
That is very gentlemanly. No, just I will be very, very quick. I do enjoy Julia Davis translations. I would put one caveat, which is the following. Don't consider, please, anything that comes out of official Russian primetime TV as a sign of dissent. It is, I know that you're not saying that, I know that you're not implying that, but it is a useful asterisk to put on that. It is never a sign of dissent if it is coming from Russian TV. As Kasparov once said, you don't need courage to speak on Russian TV, you need permission. So whenever you see something that is apparently, you know, not exactly in line with what appears to be the official propaganda line, it means that does not mean that someone is trying to be brave and break some truths to the Russian audience. It almost invariably means that the propaganda line needs to shift because of reasons on the ground, which is interesting. It is something that is a data point, and it is nice to learn stuff from this, but it's a little bit of Kremlinology type of thing, you know, trying to gauge what is going on based on external signals rather than something that you should take as you know, revolt or opposition against.
Please don't misunderstand me. I really don't take it as anything other than entertainment. I mean, you know, it is just the evolution of propaganda and the lies that they have to sort of recalibrate. I find it strangely amusing, and you know, because the thing is, when you see it from the point of view of outside the bubble, outside the propaganda bubble, then you can see how it correlates with events on the ground and what's actually happening. And that in itself is really interesting because yeah, but as you say, I mean, I would go further than permission. I mean, you said to appear, like you were quoting Kasparov to say that you need permission rather than bravery. I would say you need a script. You know, it's scripted to the T, really. The sort of manufacture of what will tend to happen is someone will make an actually reasonable point, and then the rest will gang up on them to show why this is wrong think, and actually the new party line is the correct thing to think. And that I find that sort of thing very interesting, but also grimly amusing. So your point is well made, but trust me, it's entertainment for me, nothing else.
Yeah, just 10 seconds. I am 100% aware lunchtime that this is what you said. So you said it very clearly, and I am aware of that. I just thought that for the audience, it is worth pointing out that this is the case. So, but I know that you understood this.
Perfect, nice one.
Thank you very much. Yeah, never take what they're saying as if it was genuine. It is everything but. Meanwhile, okay, there's quite a few people who want to speak. Abdul, if you're not going to raise your hand, I will never go to you to know what you want to say. So please raise your hand. Otherwise, I will have to drop you. First of all, because you're not saying anything, and second of all, because you're looking absolutely dashing in this picture, and I'm feeling self-conscious. Abdul once, Abdul twice, and we will replace Abdul by someone who is maybe even more handsome. In the meantime, I will give the mic to Jens, but one of the guys I admire the most these days is called Bobi Wine. He's an opponent he's a politician from Uganda. He's pro-democracy, telling the truth as it is in his country, but also he's a massive supporter of Ukraine. Been begging him to come on the space for months now, hasn't worked yet, but he did something which is even better. He went to Ukraine, and his first career was as a singer, and he made a song clip with a Ukrainian singer, which of course I don't know because I'm not cool like that, but they're singing together. It's okay. I was about to say it's beautiful. Truth is, I don't know anything about music. I liked it, but maybe people who know better will tell me it's dreadful. I liked it. I thought they were very cute together. It was a very nice song. It's on top of my timeline. I'm going to put it on the nest at some point. If you want to have a bit of energy for today, don't hesitate to listen to it. It's beautiful, and I'm sure it will. It's a good way to pass on the message that you support Ukraine. That being said, Jens, thank you for being a gentleman and patience at that. I'm sure you're even more handsome than Abdul and Leonard put together, but right now you're looking like a duck on a chair.
Thank you. Speaking of energy and pipelines, Bertrand, Puppy, you don't say Pipolino, do you? In Italian?
I think I am not understanding the particular Italian word. Can you say it again? I'm trying to figure with which Italian word you are referring to.
Pipeline.
Okay, pipeline in Italian is tubo.
Yeah, I thought I'd just check it in Google Translate before, because we had an Italian audience. But I was kind of curious about Sojo's opinion, because I saw she got out of there when we turned to the topic of the pipelines. I'm surprised that I have lost interest so quickly, but I was just going to push back a little bit against John Howard. I think I don't consider them to be critical infrastructure, in the sense that I don't consider the sunken Moskva to be a critical part of the Russian fleet anymore. And I think for now, I think the Danish Prime Minister said it pretty clearly that although she won't point at anyone, she says that this was a deliberate act, and thereby it's pretty much implied that this is Russia. But because they haven't been able to investigate the site yet because of all the gas content, they'll first start the inspection in next week. But for me, I think obviously there will be a reaction, but I don't really see this. I kind of lost interest. I don't see this as an emergency. I think it's a little bit like nuclear weapons, that it's, like Rosalie would say, it's a psychological weapon. But I was just curious if Sojo had, from a Danish perspective, any other thoughts?
I don't think Sojo is here, but if and when she comes back, I'm sure she'll be happy to expand on this. Daryl, who should we go to next? Oh, and by the way, at some point you can go to me as well if you feel like it.
I can go to you?
Yeah, come to Paris. Let's have a drink. We'll kiss on the bridges, these sort of things.
Go. You want to kiss on a bridge? What? Wait a minute now.
Okay, now keep driving. Don't drive yourself into a wall. No, at some point I will make a
Daryl,
short.
it's French humor.
It's not humor. I would kiss him on the bridge. Anyway, Leonard, please go ahead.
You kiss me on the bridge or under the bridge? Which one?
Depends on the hour of the day and whether it's raining or not.
Doesn't it depend on the bridge?
All the bridges in Paris are good for love.
Okay, but I'm not hanging any locks.
Okay, thank you, Ben. That was an excellent geographical and Parisian lesson. But I'm devastated, Ben. You compared me to what appears to be a Canada goose sitting on Yen's stool, and you said that was better looking than two of me, if I understood that correctly. So anyway, I'm somewhat chagrined to hear that, Ben, but I will carry on regardless. So just to follow up, I think John Howarth has nailed this on the head, and his assessment in terms of the European reaction, or say even the Western reaction to the pipeline debacle created by Russia is entirely accurate. That's a very serious matter. It's a very serious breach of international law, and numerous national protocols in every European state. But just to go more to a global point, and that was the question I think Nina raised regarding what can we do about the UN and what kind of efficacy can be brought to bear, if any. And I would just point this out. UN was created in the immediate wake of the Second World War. NATO was not created until 1949, but the draft memorandums and the draft charter for NATO was a direct outgrowth of what befell the United Nations after the admission of it was convened, and the impact of the Russian veto became apparent to the entire world. And clearly Russia was simply throwing a spanner into the works on every front and every effort and every initiative that was made by any Western democracy. And that gave rise to a level of frustration in the free world that was the direct progenitor of the creation of NATO. the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. And that derived out of a draft memorandums that were jointly put together by the Secretary to the Canadian Prime Minister, that individual was Escott Reed at the time, and the Secretary to Franklin Roosevelt, who was John Higginson. And the whole reason for it was to try to circumvent in some positive way the utter obstacles that had been thrown up at the UN, in the UN, and on every front by Russia, and by the absolute obfuscation that was going on at their hand. And the very creation of NATO was addressed to the world by the Canadian Prime Minister in 1949 in his speech to the General Assembly of the United Nations, where he gave explicit voice to this level of frustration in the West and tied the creation of NATO directly to the attempted mechanism by the Western democracies to circumvent this utter obstructionism from Russia. So fast forward to today, and even prior to today, the avenues, and Puppy has, or Bertrand Russell's Puppy has pointed this out also in explicit detail. The recourse that exists within the UN is essentially an entirely circular and redundant argument, and leads to an entirely circular and redundant political process in which Russia pops up with the veto power and the power to derail everything at pretty much every stage. And again, Canada is acutely familiar and aware and participates in this level of frustration. And you just need to look at what happened in Rwanda, where the mass genocide terminated some 800,000 African lives, and the experience of the NATO so-called security force. The commander-in-chief of that force was a Canadian general, Romeo Dallaire, who was there and who experienced the absolute utmost inhuman frustration that is capable of being experienced and still remain alive. General Dallaire wrote a very important book on the subject called "Shake Hands with the Devil," and it delineates clearly his experiences, the utter frustration and hopelessness that he felt, and it led to a significant mental breakdown when he got back to Canada, just in terms of the sheer impotence and inability to do anything or bring any forces to bear whatsoever to prevent this mass slaughter. And so fast forward to today, Ukraine, United Nations. To some extent, we are just running around the mulberry bush discussing as to what remedies might exist within the UN and what can be done, et cetera, et cetera. Even with utmost goodwill, as long as Russia remains at the table, they have the ultimate destructo card and can derail pretty much any process that emanates out of the UN. So that throws you right back onto the NATO Charter and NATO's purpose, and that level of frustration, I think, is demonstrable and applicable to some extent to what goes on in the Western European democracies to this day. And just to conclude, Vladimir Putin, if he knows nothing else, he knows in his acute Machiavellian brain that is the utter weak point and the utter point of exploitation within Europe and Western Europe, and he plays that card to the max. And that the cacophony that he's able to generate out of the European various administrative states and levels and government is music to Putin's ears, and he's playing that again today with this entire North Sea pipeline fiasco, and that is truly a significant problem for Western Europe, and he knows that, and that's where that entire objective is pointed for him. So thank you. Hopefully that sheds more light on it. And Nina, to answer your question, there's likely not much that can be done at all within the ambit of the United Nations, and which falls back directly upon a NATO remedy. So the high point of the entire process is that Finland is effectively now a member of NATO, as is Sweden, and thank God for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Leonard.
Appreciate that, Lennon. Well, Athena, I think you were up, and then we'll go to David and Nick. And oh no, wait a minute. Lunchtime has been down there for a minute. Go for it, lunchtime.
Oh, Nick was ahead of me for sure, as was Nina,
Sure.
I think.
Oh, okay. All right. Nina, you're next then. Oh, Athena.
Actually, Leonard and Bertrand has enlightened me about the UN so much that I will pass my question to the next one. Thank you.
Well, that was a quick one. Okay. We'll
Okay,
go
I
with
will
that.
just say something.
No.
Yes,
You passed
Ben.
it. You passed it.
Ben, can I? Would you take me to the bridge, or even under the bridge?
Ben, you're silent.
I'm married. I am not falling in that trap.
Ben, if you are going with Daryl under the bridge or over the bridge, you can come with me also.
There's deniability with Daryl. He's just a mate.
I'm a mate too.
Yeah, mate of honor. No.
You're
Nina, I'll
digging
take you
yourself
up the
a hole,
Oxford
Ben.
Tower.
You're going in that hole. You're going in that hole, Ben. Nick, you gonna dig us out?
I just put my hand up to admit to being the man behind Pipeline. I didn't want anyone to imagine it was actually a real Italian word. It actually derives from a joke that I first heard about 40 years ago and is still unsuitable for a family-friendly forum. But anyway, that was Pipeline.
If I pronounce pipeline in Finnish, it's pipeline.
Okay. David.
DM me for the
Wait,
joke.
it was me next. Hang on.
Oh, it was you next. Okay, go for it. Ben put
After
everybody up, and
Nina and Nick. So I just wanted to reiterate my offer to Nina of taking her up the Oxo Tower, but she went really quiet, and I didn't hear if she was into it. So
Yes, I am.
excellent. Pop over to London.
For the Eiffel Tower?
Wait a minute. Is this a Ukrainian love show? Come on now.
As friends.
Ben, did the tower move to London?
I'm suddenly very worried. I haven't seen it in a week, so it's not impossible. Okay, I think we're all very tired. What a week, huh, Daryl? You meant to answer. It's only Wednesday. Anyway,
That's right. It's Friday. No, it's Thursday. I mean, it's Wednesday. Yeah, that.
Okay, David, please take it away.
I mean, I don't want to interrupt everyone confessing their interest to, be taken to bridges or towers. But this topic of the UN and Russia's membership in the Security Council, I posted in the comments, the UN charter that speaks to it. And what's very noticeable is that it names the countries that are in permanent members of the Security Council, and it clearly names the Soviet Union. I know this is an issue of legal, there's a legal debate about whether that should be challenged. And I was looking through and posted another article, which I can bring to the nest if you like. But basically, the UN precedent is that if a country was simply renamed or their borders changed, but it's the same legal entity going forward, then their UN membership persists. But if they were disbanded or dissolved, then they would need to reapply to the UN as a new state. And that is, I think at the time in 1991, there was, at least from the article that I posted, which I can bring up, says that, for a period of days, the Soviet Union was dissolved, and then they realized that how this would impact their UN membership and their seat on the Security Council, and they stated that no, actually, the Russian Federation will be a continuation of the Soviet Union. I think the world community, offered them some good faith to continue their membership, but perhaps that's something that should be re-examined, since their bad faith acts now mean that they're sort of leading people to want to disband the UN so that we can get them off the Security Council. It seems like a much better solution is to pick up this argument that they are not actually a member of the Security Council and that they should be treated as a different state than the former Soviet Union. I can bring those up, but I think that's an interesting discussion. That seems like a very convenient way to solve it, and it's the type of reading that I think they've earned through their conduct.
It sounds convenient, but it's when they have the negotiations, you have to look. Just because they're a bad faith actor, do we have to be bad faith in an agreement? But I'm gonna let Bertrand Puppy go ahead and answer. Go ahead.
I would love nothing more than seeing Russia kicked out of the Security Council as a permanent member. The reality is that okay, let me put it this way. There is a legal concept called continuity of identity of a country in international law. This means that, countries change their names, change their borders, change their stuff all the time. Happens quite frequently. But when the continuation of identity is preserved, so, Denmark has a whiskey type of friendly exchange with Canada, and some islands are exchanged, then Denmark is still Denmark and Canada is still Canada. So the argument of continuity had been, back in the days, applied to Russia as a legitimate successor of the Soviet Union. And this went unchallenged. Essentially, no one in the Western world or in the world at large bothered at the time to say, okay, Russia is not the legitimate successor of the Soviet Union. So, because of this, Russia inherited that particular seat in the Security Council. But more relevant to the point right now is the fact that if you want to challenge legally, if you want to do it with weapons, it's a different ballpark. But if you want to do it legally, challenging that security seat means that you are going to something called the International Court of Justice, which is one of the organs of the United Nations. And it is essentially, for the American audience, the Supreme Court of the United Nations. For the non-American audience, I would call it the place where ultimately things are being decided. So You can bring the topic to the International Court of Justice, which is a body of the United Nations that is has a nice building in the Netherlands, in Laya, in The Hague. Plot twist. Anything that comes out from the International Court of Justice, because before it comes into effect, it has to be approved by, guess what? According to the UN Charter, has to be approved by the UN Security Council. So if you want to kick someone out of the Security Council, you have to go through the International Court of Justice, and any deliberation before it comes into full force of law, international law of the International Court of Justice needs to go through an approval of the Security Council. So, short version of it. Yeah, go ahead.
But the members of the Security Council, when they meet, recognize each other. If there is a party that is not recognized in the Security Council, they don't have to include them as a permanent member. They can only be a visiting member. And then the burden is on Russia to prove that it has the standing.
David, I would love to learn something about a possible way to kick Russia out of the UN Security Council, because I do care about the UN, right? So I think it's a forum for good overall. And I think that it is, at the moment, a joke. And I don't like something like the UN being a joke. But legally, I am not sure how you would do it. So the only way, frankly, that I could see Russia being kicked out of the UN Security Council is if Russia is not Russia anymore. Meaning, if it ends in such a bad shape that, you know, Dagestan and a few of those peripheral areas of Russia want their independence, and Russia itself, or Moscow itself, or the Kremlin itself is weakened on the international stage, then you could potentially challenge the fact that the continuation of identity is ongoing. And yeah, we are talking about fantasy politics right now, but that's the most credible scenario I can think of. You know, Russia is not Russia anymore because a bunch of peripheral places are now leaving Russia as the Russian Federation. Moscow is left as, you know, the capital of a much reduced entity on the world stage. And at that point, I could see reasonable that someone is challenging with good arguments in the International Court of Justice first, and then in the Security Council. And at that point, possibly I could see, like 10 years from now, perhaps Russia being kicked out. But it's a very, very long shot. It's a long shot.
That whatever party remains, if they have Moscow and St. Petersburg and a large area, they could then claim continuity. The time that continuity was lost was in 1991, December 1991.
David, I'm sorry, yes. Continuity. It's not like a baton that you can drop. Russia took over the debt of the Soviet Union, recognizing itself in the benefits as well as the assets as well as the credits that were owed by the Soviet Union So whatever entity follows that takes over both the asset and whatever the country of asset is late, I'm tired. Is the one that will be recognized. If you take over the debt, there's continuity. If you don't take over the debt, there's no continuity. That's one massive, massive aspect. It's not exactly the only one, but this is one massive, massive one. Sorry, David.
Well, that's a point against what I'm arguing. I'll recognize that. Appreciate the discussion, though. I think it's something interesting to me, finding a way to get rid of them. But I appreciate that it's also, quite self-serving in terms of the international community, at least.
All right. Hey, I'm going to take a break right here. I want to speak with Language. Hey, Language, good evening. Hello, Language.
I assume it's in
There we go.
There
So
you
here's
go.
something
Now
a
we
little
can hear you.
different, actually. I'm going to ask a sort of a challenge and a question to our listeners. So today, and I'll be throwing it up in the nest, a person I've been talking to for 2 days, who wants to remain anonymous, and they will, was very generous, donated $1,000 out of cryptocurrency, because that's something we now take at Maria Aid. For those who haven't heard, Maria Aid is an organization sponsored and fostered really by elements of the Canadian military, other NATO military members who had served in Ukraine, training the staff, have relations with individuals and units on the ground there who send aid and have been doing so since the war began in a targeted way. So it's not just let's send some things that people might need. It's this unit needs some night vision goggles. This unit needs drones. We'll send you the ones you asked for. So I'd like to ask, and I'll throw some evidence up because it's in the talk yet, that if you're interested in maybe just throwing out $20, or if you want to, be the new big spender for the day and change a couple lives, because think about it, as every $20 is a tourniquet, maybe that's what a life is worth, right? By all means, maybe we can start a little bit of a drive rolling here. So this is sort of, hopefully I'm not running roughshod over everybody, and I apologize if I am. But, sometimes we can do a little bit more than just stay aware. We can actually take a step. And I would like to encourage those of you listening, if you have the time and the means to do so, to maybe consider doing one.
Amen.
Amen. And a thousand? You said 1,000?
$1,000
coins?
Yep. Cryptocurrency and US dollar tether. I won't pretend to understand it. It's a little too new age for me. But I checked. It's there. The guy put up the confirmation code and everything. Didn't expect anything for it. Just doing it to do a good job. We talked a bit for, so if they can do it, I mean, I'm not saying everybody can. I certainly won't pretend to insinuate anything like that, but maybe we can do a little bit more. And if you'd like, because there's no pressure like peer pressure, if you feel comfortable to do so, maybe throw up a picture of what you're donating. It doesn't matter. Maybe it's $1, maybe it's 100,000. Everything helps, right? And you throw that up if you want to do so publicly, or shoot a DM. I'll post a picture anonymously. We can cut out your name on it, whatever you like. But that does tend to get it going a little bit. So I urge you, if you enjoy this space, if you have any questions, by all means, the financials should be up there. There's reams of evidence. Frankly, I've spoken with Ukrainian units on the ground that have received aid through this organization. So for what little my word is worth, I know it's going there. Maybe take a second out of your day and see if you can do a little bit to help. And with that, I'll stop running roughshod over people. Thank you so much.
That was great. Thanks very much. Always worth talking with Maria Aid and giving everyone more and better reasons to participate.
Just fabulous.
Language, you had something else to share with us or not?
That not just yet. It's still probably going to be a little while, but that was just taking
Okay,
back.
but you will return.
Yes, I will.
Fantastic.
Yes, but thank you guys all so very much, and I'll let you get back to your regularly scheduled program.
Yeah, schedule, of course. Regular schedule exactly describes what we've been doing here recently. Daryl, you're about to say something.
No. I think lunchtime has been waiting long enough now.
Thanks. Actually, I was just gonna comment on the UN. I don't know if we've moved on from that. If we have, I can't remember who was talking about it. I think it was Athena, Leonard, and
David.
Bertrand Russell.
Yeah, and
Sorry?
David. Yeah, sorry.
David?
David was speaking about it, and he dropped, and I'm wondering why. I hope he wasn't upset because I interrupted him.
Was it David Rosno?
It was David.
David. Okay. Well,
Yes,
I'll
Rosno.
say. Oh, thanks. Okay, I'll just put him on. Okay, yeah. It's just. I mean, I don't know. Have we moved on from it then, or shall I keep talking about the UN?
Oh, you can go one more time.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I mean, you know. So the subject of this, this sort of Sergei, I can't ever say his last name, but I call him the legend in the bow tie, which is the Ukrainian sort of ambassador to the UN. I don't know if you recall, but he kind of he was a bit of a star at the outset of this, of the full invasion, and was just like, I mean, the contrast between him and Fat Blofeld, which is what I call the Russian ambassador to the UN. So the contrast on him, on one side, an educated and clearly a man of integrity, extremely articulate, and while understandably feeling what so many people were feeling at this act of naked aggression, sort of discharged his duty with elegance, grace, and a considerable amount of wit. The contrast between him and the stooge sat there, not really communicating his own thoughts, but just waiting for the master's orders from the Gremlin and the Kremlin to fill his head full of whatever he had to say next, right? That contrast, honestly, I think was just, to my mind, not that it needed to any further clarification, but to my mind, illustrated the difference between, a bunch of thugs with a gas station and a real emerging and democratic country, a nation with its own culture and its own destiny, let's hope. But yeah, his speeches at the beginning of this were extremely moving. And in one of them, he asked the representatives assembled if any of their countries had actually voted for Russia to join the UN. And none of them had, because the whole process was incredibly murky, and it just came about. I mean, I'm not going to try and summarize it here, but I will post something. I'll just post some. I'll just tweet a summary that I just found. I'm not sure if it's the best summary, and if people are interested, they can read it. But I will say this: at the end of World War II, the League of Nations had the good grace to sort of disassemble. And I thought the UN was formed to address some of the flaws and understand some of the lessons from that war. It seems nothing was learned, unfortunately, because if one thing should disqualify a member nation from having veto power, it is genocide. Given what happened in World War II, that if nothing else, that should be one factor, right, that disqualifies you from making vetoes that are self-serving if you are a nation committing genocide. If nothing else, if no other lesson was learned from World War II, that should have been it. And it wasn't learned. And instead, I'm not going to shoot the messenger, but as Bertrand Russell's puppy outlined, the process to remove such a country, such a clearly disgusting country, which has participated in naked aggression and genocide and worse, as bad. Daily war crimes, as I was saying, war crimes are now part of my daily news. It's unbelievable, but it's just the time now that we now live in, thanks to this one country. And the fact that they can draw the process out for years, a decade, longer, means that the UN needs to be replaced. And that lesson needs to be learned urgently, really, because it has been sabotaged since the admission of Russia, since the admission of the Soviet Union, really, which is, and to a lesser extent, China, I believe. But there has always been this block voting against what would be clear humanitarian and decent measures and decent actions that could be taken by the UN. It's just appalling, and it renders the whole organization impotent, and it has to stop. It really has to stop. Anyway, there's my polemic on the subject.
Okay, thank you, Lunchtime. I'll take the opportunity to greet our friend Ryan, who I'm very surprised to see here, actually, because I thought that out of shame he would not show his mug here for bad. I was expecting 3 weeks, to be honest. So, and I guess he's allowed to explain himself. You probably heard him talk and talk and talk again about his experience as an oil man and gas, and he sounded so good, made so much sense. He was very pedagogical. We understood everything, or so we thought. And one of the main things he told us was that gas could not be stored underground. That if you were starting to, once you had started to pump out gas, you had to do it all the way to the end, because if you tried to close the well, it was just as good as destroying it, and then there was nothing to be done, and you were better off burning the gas. And it turns out that apparently Russia has not been burning the gas that it pulled out of has not been burning as much gas as we thought it was. The 93% that is not going towards that is used to produce and go towards Europe is doing something else at the moment. So Ryan, can you explain to us what's going on and how wrong you were and how you will correct yourself, or am I completely offline?
Show me numbers. If they have dry gas fields that are only producing or exclusively producing gas, then it's prudent for them to shut in those wells. If they have wet gas, which is like butane and some other things, I'm no chemical engineer, but a well that's producing oil and gas, they will flare that gas off and take the oil. It doesn't surprise me that they're doing both. I can't believe you are impugning my character by insinuating that I made such declarative statements. But we'll settle this over a glass of wine one day.
If there's wine involved, I will probably be under the glass, because I'm not a very good drinker. No. Okay, thank you very much. That was. Did you see the article I sent you earlier today?
Probably not. I actually got my chores done today, so I've been a bit preoccupied and have not been listening in the space near as much as I should have in the last 2 days.
Okay. So apologies for the rant. If you did not read it, you probably did not understand. There's an article in Bloomberg, if I'm not mistaken, implying that despite some evidence of burning gas, such as the flaring next to the Finnish border,
Mm-hmm.
there's not enough gas burning across Russia to how can I say, extinguish the amount of gas that they should be producing. So that implies that they've diminished their production already quite significantly, and so that they're doing something surprisingly efficiently. That's what the article is going to.
I would like to read the article. We'll see. I'm not refuting a Bloomberg article for sure, but I don't know where they're going to sell it anytime soon if they don't have Nord Stream 1 and 2 any longer, and they don't have any serious liquefaction capabilities or any ability to expand upon their existing LNG facilities.
They're going to build a pipeline to China.
And that will take them at least a number of years, correct?
And the Chinese have not even begun to give them a cent in order to produce that pipeline. So, yeah, there's a bit of a problem there as well.
Do you think China would want to build the pipeline themselves so they could control the transfer?
You're devious. That's why I love you.
That might be a point of contention between Putin and Xi.
And her. In proper English, you say between Putin,
Yes.
Putin and her.
Putin and her. Putin and Pooh.
Okay.
As in Winnie.
Her. Shout out to all our Chinese friends. Daryl, do you have any idea whose hand was up? Or maybe Ryan, you wanted to add something?
No, I've taken enough time. There are people with hands up. We can go through some hands. And it's getting to be a little late for you. So if you need some sleep for once, feel free to take your leave whenever you need to.
Ryan, I know I'm boring, but quit trying to put me to bed.
Well, I love spending time with you, Ben, but I know you need your rest at some point.
Fair.
While y'all have that love affair, I'm gonna go to Raver.
Hey, good evening, everyone. So moving back to the UN Permanent Security Council, that could actually be a really effective battle space against Russia if America, France, and England were willing to step down off their imperial thrones and start proposing reforms to the P5, like make it to P6, sponsor India, make a resolution that P5 members can't have a veto when they're actively engaged in a conflict against that party, or that the General Assembly members get a collective veto that they decide by majority vote. All these things Russia would obviously veto, China would veto, but would begin to undermine their support in the developing world because it would lay bare their own imperialism. And so I think the UN Security Council could actually be a really effective political battleground in the battle of narratives if America, Britain, and France would really embrace reform to the P5.
Can I just interject a very uncomfortable truth, which is that the Bush administration, for example, didn't sign up to the ICJ, right? So I don't know. And also, India, I don't know if India's actions recently have proved any maturity in terms of being in that position of responsibility, in my opinion.
It would add another Russian vote, more than likely in most cases, because they are anti-imperialism themselves. And so they would just, they would be a bigger hand of many of the smaller countries that are not necessarily pro-Russia, but like I said before, they're just anti-Europe and America.
So expose Russian and Chinese imperialism, because they're not going to, Russia would probably let India on, China's not going to. And so you force them to use their vetoes to lay bare their own imperialism and put lie to the claims that they're making.
But you first have to have the issue, you have to get it to that point. And it's not going to get to that point because they actually have the veto power to stop it. So it's like it was a circular firing squad.
Exactly, Daryl.
It starts, but it has to go through the same entities it gets back to, like it was explained before, it gets back to the Security Council where they have the veto of it again. So it
Daryl,
just goes in a circle.
Daryl, that's the whole point, is you make them use their veto to lay bare their own imperialism. You know they're not going to allow the reforms, and so you propose the resolutions and you make them veto it so that they have to deal with the bad press, and it lays bare their own imperialism. You use their veto against them. There's more than one way to skin a cat. And in the battle of public opinion, making Russia and China veto needed reforms to the P5 would be an absolute propaganda boon for the free world.
Okay, but I'm just going to say this. What does it change today where they are fighting in Ukraine? What does it change? It doesn't change anything for this situation, does it? This is something that goes on after the fact.
But if enough pressure is brought to bear that Russia or China does permit reforms, then suddenly the UN might be able to act using the reforms to aid Ukraine in its fight against genocide. At the very least, it starts to undermine Russia's support at the UN, which further helps, it might shake free some dollars and some public support for Ukraine. So, I mean, every little bit is important. I mean, even if they're not having a bigger impact than they are now, at least it's something that's going towards a needed reform and stopping the idea that might makes right.
Well, I think here's what I would say. Let them be beaten in Ukraine. Show the smaller republics that they can win. And if you can show them that they can win, and they do somehow win against a broken Russia, the actual Russia, then you change the borders, and then you may be able to go about and prosecute this in the UN under the current laws that are there. Ben, I'm wondering, who was next, Ben?
Me. I'm next. I'm next because I would be remiss not to tell you, especially you, Daryl, as well as my friend Ryan, whom I love to tease, but whom I absolutely love best, that tomorrow, is it tomorrow? Yeah, it's tomorrow for me, in 2 days for you. So that's Friday. Okay, yeah, I'm confused right now.
It's Thursday.
No,
it's Thursday tomorrow.
So Thursday, the 29th of September,
it's tomorrow
2022, year of our Lord.
Yes. Your Lord, not mine.
It's just a phrase. It's just a phrase.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Each other is Lord, and les moutons sont bien gardés. Anyway, so it will be tomorrow. So it's tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. So if you live in New York, and 10 p.m. Universal Time, that makes it 11 p.m. London, midnight on Friday if you're in Paris, and 1 o'clock on Friday if you are in Kyiv. Mike Ryan, the General Mike Ryan from the Australian Army, who's a fantastic
Mick
Ryan.
You know how I know it's late where you are, Ben?
Yep.
Sorry,
he
go
will
ahead.
come and he's going to be speaking to us. He's a fantastic speaker. He's a brilliant mind, and is also, I've been told, science fiction writer. He's about to publish his first fiction book very, very soon. So whatever it is you want to speak with him about would be the time. And even if you don't want an actual actually ask a question, you should definitely listen to what this man has to say, because, as I said, he's brilliant. He has a book, War Transformed. I read it, and I felt much better for it. So maybe you want to have a look at it before it comes, and that's it. That was my last point of the day.
What time is that in Newfoundland, Ben?
There's no. It's a trick question. They don't have time in Newfoundland. It's night already, and it's going to be night for the next 6 months. Ryan, do you want to take over, or shall we go straight
Absolutely.
to our friend Jing?
No, we can go to Jing, and you may take your leave.
Good night, Ben. Everybody say good night to Ben. My
Good night,
favorite lonely
Ben.
French.
Bonne nuit.
Night, Ben.
Good night, Ben.
Good night, Ben.
Appreciate all the help, Ben.
Jing, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to, Ryan, since you mentioned basically the Russian gas into China, there's a big project which is already under the way. It is called the Power of Siberia, which is to, build a pipeline, probably something around 500 miles long, to go from Siberia into China, and it's supposed to start to complete construction, start construction by year 2020, start operation by year 2024.
I bet they want to expedite that program now.
Yes, and I know that China's right now in talks for about up to 6 pipelines, all somehow connected to the Russian gas supply. And you're right, but this is not something that will put into operation before 2023. So probably by that time, the war in Ukraine already ended with Russia defeated.
Agreed. Thank you, Jing. I don't know if Leonard, David, or Lunchtime were next.
They were both ahead of me.
It may have been me, Brian.
Go right ahead.
So, in any event, just a quick follow-up to Jinggu. In terms of China's global policies right now on energy, it might be just a point of interest that they acquired the largest Canadian gas producer about 8 years ago. The Chinese national offshore oil company Sinopec did a $15 billion deal, which was the largest foreign oil acquisition ever done in Canada. And just since the beginning of the Ukraine war, the Chinese have been seeking to divest themselves of all of that interest. So in other words, all their assets in Canada and, as I understand, in North America are actually on the auction block. And that was a specific reaction to the sanctions. So China is acutely aware of the impact of sanctions upon their overall economic policy, and divesting themselves of their North American holdings for certain indicate a true sensitivity to how big an impact the sanctions on Russia are having and will have on the future of the Russian energy industry. So that's just a kind of a side point. But primarily, I wanted to refer to Lunchtime. Lunchtime, you raised just an excellent and a critically important point earlier with regard to the UN and your commentary and the analysis you bring forward with regard to the UN and in terms of potential reforms and what can be done. Critically important question. And you're quite right. The UN is a highly valuable international organization. They were created in the wake of the fiasco that befell the League of Nations after World War I, and they were attempting to rectify a number of those difficulties. But the inherent problem is in fact Russia, and Russia was involved. Well, Soviet Union, to be absolutely precise, was involved at the inception of the UN, and they were right from the ground floor up were integrated because of the outcome and the efforts and the energy that went into and came out of World War II. And to this day, it is a presence that is bedeviling the very structure and framework of the United Nations. And just one further comment in terms of what Raver had referred to, the World Court. It's the International Court of Justice, you called it, but it's actually generally referred to as the World Court. That's also part of the circular firing problem that that has been mentioned, that Daryl mentioned, and that is that the International Court of the World Court, International Court of Justice, is comprised of 15 judges. Which, if you're familiar with any proceedings whatsoever, 15 judges on a court is a major headache in itself. But even more to compound that, the judges are all appointed from different countries, and to compound that, they're appointed in 3-year triennial terms or rotating terms. So you've got 15 judges from 15 different countries rotating and elected by the General Assembly every 3 years. A third of them is replaced and elected. So you have a complete revolving door of judges coming out of umpteen dozen different, I mean, obviously the countries involved, you could be dealing with 40 different countries over a span of the term of the court. And to get them to agree on any kind of a verdict would, I mean, any lawyer would tell you that is almost a laughable prospect to get 15 judges to agree on anything. And you just need to look at the United States Supreme Court, 9 justices, and what we've seen unfold in the United States in the last 2 years even, and the Canadian Supreme Court, which also has 9 justices, far less controversial, shall we say, than what's gone in the US, but nonetheless, a significant problem to find any legal means of circumventing the impact of Russia today. And some want to split hairs and say, well, it's changed its name, it's Soviet Union that we're really talking about, and it's not the Soviet Union anymore, et cetera, et cetera. Well, part of the problem with international law also follows some domestic law doctrines, and there's the concept has been pointed out by Bertrand Russell's puppy that there's a continuity presumed to nations in international law, and it's further compounded by the fact that that there's an impetus to apply a doctrine called piercing the corporate veil, which is applied in domestic commercial law to international law. So meaning that regardless of what name change you use, there's a strong legal doctrine to pierce through to the actual the entity of the corpus, or the entity that you're dealing with. And with Russia, it's Russia, Soviet Union. The name change is largely irrelevant. So it's a technical argument that you might make it in a murder case in a Court of Queen's Bench in Canadian jurisdiction, but to get that to hold water in an international forum, it almost defies, certainly would defy patience and almost defies logic. So thank you.
Thank you, Leonard. I'm trying to bring up another speaker, but I don't have the ability right now. Daryl may be able to do that. I think Raver and then David were next.
Yeah, so my comment was going back to energy. Is just a reminder, something, Brian, I know you're aware of, is that without Western tech and Western exports, Russia's ability to pull stuff out of the ground is less and less every day. They did not invest in the human capital or in the infrastructure to be able to do exploration and exploitation themselves. They rely on outside experts, and without those experts, well, those gas fields are going dry.
Yeah, and as their production drops on those, they won't be able to bring on new wells, and over time their production will decline instead of continue growing to meet an ever growing demand for energy on the planet. So yeah, they're up a creek without a paddle in the long run. In the short run, they've benefited or staved off some of the worst sting from these sanctions because of increased oil and gas prices. But I don't even want to start the pipeline discussion. I think it's probably
only
been
took-
talked in
Yeah,
the
I'm
last
saying
couple
it
of
only.
days.
I'm gonna say it didn't take Venezuela very long at all to go from major exporter into absolute basket case.
Yeah, and they still manage to export a small amount here to the U.S. They own one of the refineries off the Houston coast. But yeah, compared to what their production could be as a global producer, it's nothing because they persecuted a bunch of their longtime oil and gas engineers when the socialist regimes took power, probably 2 decades ago now. I forget how old I am sometimes. And all those people moved to the US. And similar things will happen with people who have higher education and the social mobility to get the hell out of Russia. It just got a lot harder in the last week or so. But I think that's why they put a stop to any IT experts being drafted into this mobilization, is because they've already suffered such a decline in that badly needed sector of human capital that they don't want to lose any more. Lunchtime, go ahead.
It was David. It was David actually.
Oh, I didn't even see David. Oh, David's requested again, and I'm having issues bringing people up. So,
Okay, all right. Well, just quickly then, I just want to say thanks very much, Leonard, for your kind comments, and I couldn't agree more. Really, it's really interesting what you mentioned in terms of in terms of applying some sense from domestic law, from corporate law to international law. It's long overdue. I really and just to say as well, like I think the way it went was, I'm by no means an expert, but I believe what happened was the Soviet Union collapsed, then was replaced by the CIS, which is the Community of Independent States or something like that, and then members of the CIS voted to get Russia in, but then the whole thing kind of fell apart, and it was all done very last minute and very shady. It's been a bone of contention in the UN for years and years, and God knows. Anyway, I'll leave it there.
All right, David, and then Paulie, if you would raise your hand up, and then we'll get to you. And James, good evening to you. Go ahead, David. David? Hello, David. Okay, James, go ahead. I don't know what's wrong with David's mic. Hi.
Okay. Mic check.
Lima Charlie.
Okay. Yeah, I'm apologize. I just joined, so I don't know if this topic has been raised already. I'd seen early reports that the call out in Russia had disproportionately hit farmers, in particular wheat farmers, right now during when it's time to reap the crop. Does anybody have any information on that? What's it going to do to crop yields if the wheat farmers suddenly disappear when it's time to get the wheat?
I myself haven't heard anything, James. Let me see. Do we have anybody has information on that? Uh-oh, I think Ben's coming back. He may have something. Ben.
Didn't.
Hello,
Yep.
Ben.
Yep. Didn't get to.
Did you hear
No,
something?
I didn't hear the question.
Okay, he was asking about the. Did you read anything in your passings today on the farmers getting pulled out of the wheat fields in Russia?
Not about the farmers. I read about small business. Apparently, many small businesses are having either to close or partially close because either the boss or the.
Okay, that was me. I fat fingered you, Ben. Go for it.
It's okay. Just don't tell my wife. Small businesses have are being disrupted by the mobilization. Some of them are having to close because the boss is going to Ukraine, and others are their business is very disrupted because some of their employees are leaving to Ukraine. So if it's true for businesses, it's probably true for farmers. I think the only chance the farmers have is the fact that they don't live in cities, and of course, considering that the authorities are trying to raise as many people as possible, as fast as possible, they're going to do this where there are people, namely cities, and maybe they won't bother immediately with the villages. So I don't think that necessarily the farmers are the most at risk, but I don't see why on the long term they will be spared. And the consequences on the agriculture, I cannot tell for sure. Likely to be somewhat significant. That being said, in previous wars, even in wars at a time when agriculture was not quite as mechanized as it is today, the impact of the departure of the men for the war was actually quite muted by an increased amount of effort from the women, as well as potentially. We should not forget that there are still quite a lot of migrant workers that can come in, and they can probably relatively more easily fit in the agricultural sector than they could, for instance, replace, I don't know, what do you say, factory workers or something like that. So my bet is that if the agricultural sector is to be disrupted, it's not going to be much. It's going to be a bit later, and it might be compensated by migrant workers. And I've fat fingered myself. Nah.
No, you good.
Thanks, Ben.
James.
Unfortunately, I don't have the citation for where I heard that, but I'd heard that in certain of the ethnic minority regions that were heavily farmer dominated, that the call-up had impacted farmers just exactly at harvest time. But I can't put my finger on that citation right now, so I'll have to go find it again, and I'll if I can find it, I'll DM it to you.
Oh, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Actually, what end of September? It's probably not cereals. I don't know for corn or what do you say, sunflowers. It might be time for them to be harvested, but the cereals have been in for quite a while already, especially far north. So yeah, I don't think that the impact is bound to be so big on the main exports, but I welcome the contradiction and correction if I'm wrong.
Thanks, everybody.
I appreciate it, James.
Daryl,
Yes.
do you know who joined the NAFO today?
I do.
I'm sure you're gonna. Oh, go for it.
I don't know who said I do, but
That was Ryan.
Go Ryan.
That was me, Ben. No, I don't want to steal your thunder. Go right ahead.
Oh, you've got all my thunder and some rain as well.
And when?
Sorry, what?
I believe it was a certain Bosphorus observer, is it not?
Absolutely.
I think your Turkish is better than mine, so is it
Yurick
Ishik?
Ishik.
Ishik.
Yeah, he's a fantastic Bosphorus observer. He's the man who made a name for himself by taking pictures of about every boat that crosses the Turkish Straits. He's a fantastic OSINT researcher. He's brilliant. He's funny. His heart is in the right place. And he joined NAFO, which means that now NAFO controls the straits. So that's amazing news. Geopolitically, it's absolutely crucial. We knew that the Baltic Sea was a NAFO lake, but now controlling the straits completely changes the dynamic, and the Vatniks are done for. It's finished. It's not even fun anymore.
Ooh. We have eyes everywhere. I like it. Paulie, good evening. Paulie, you requested.
I think he was wanting to discuss UN stuff, and we've kind of moved the conversation on since then.
Okay, I'll go back to you.
We can go to David.
And then David, and then Junpan, and then
Oh, well.
Constantine if he's got something he wants to say.
I was going to resume it too, but if you've moved on, then I don't want to upset it. I think earlier before you got on, Ryan, I was pushing an argument, and then I lost connectivity, and I think I heard Leonard's reply, which I respect, and I thought I would answer it, but I don't want to take back the conversation where you don't want it to go.
No, I think it's just that right now we keep going. I mean, we've had this conversation multiple times, and it just gets back to the same point. And that's just that Russia has the veto in the current situation until either their borders change or something dramatic happens. It always is. It leads us right back to the same point. And we discuss it. A lot of people come in with different ideas, but then when you go back to the rules take us right back to the Security Council being the last voice in that decision, and they still hold that seat to veto it. Am I correct, Leonard?
They also have.
Go ahead, Ryan.
They also have, at least on paper, the second largest or first largest nuclear stockpile on the face of the planet. So kicking them out of the Security Council, while I think we would all be in favor of that, isn't a realistic proposition, and it's not really relevant to the war that's going on in Ukraine right now. The UN isn't typically an entity that gets in and stops wars. They'll provide peacekeepers after hostilities have been agreed upon, negotiated, peace has been negotiated, or some cessation of hostilities has been negotiated. But they're not the world police. They're a forum for discussion that's intended to avert wars and atrocities. And while I agree that they have failed in this instance, it's just a whole bunch of chit chat to come up with ideas and try to solve that problem. There's an act of genocide going on, and we need to be talking about how to get Russia out of Ukraine and having more productive discussions, in my opinion.
Sorry, Daryl, I was off doing DMs or answering DMs, but yes, you're 100% correct. it just reduces essentially to precisely what you indicated, a circular firing squad. So yeah, I think that's pretty well sums it up, unfortunately.
It'll have to be one on the battlefield, and the satellite republics of the current Russia would have to change the borders in order for it to happen. So that's why this war in Ukraine is important. It shows the rest what they can do and what they can accomplish if in fact they wish to. But they have to want it. We can't force the issue. They have to want it. Just like with Ukraine, they wanted it. They are taking their liberty. It's not something that Russia gives them. They're making sure they keep what they decided. Okay, June fan, good evening, and then
Hey, guys.
Constantine, if you got something you want to say.
Hey guys, hey Ryan, Daryl, everyone. Hey, is Jingu you still up?
He looks to be.
Okay, so I gotta, if I can ask a question, I want to ask Jingu about. I've been trying to catch you, but on India, obviously a controversial posture they've taken. It's clearly changed. You know, at the you know, recently with developments on the battlefield and whatnot. My question is this: how do you see India more movement there? I know that, you know, the relationship with the U.S. is a little built on, you know, a little strange, but and obviously they're against China. So how much room does India have, in your opinion, to move towards us? Particularly given that, you know, 80% of their battlefield armaments have been proven to be completely inferior and an unreliable partner, and one that's been ostracized on the earth. So that's my question.
I'm not an India expert, but what I can tell you is India in the long run is going to be hugely important. That's number one. Number two, to say that India's equipment is inferior neglects one thing. The first is India is a lot closer to the West than China. In the long term, India is going to be aligned much more closer to the West than China. And also just understand that in the Far East, China right now kind of look like it's very powerful, but in my opinion, it's picking up. So there are two nations in that area will become very important. Both are very aligned with the West compared to China. One is Japan, one is India, and these two will work very closely together. They have already started, and and also the other thing is to keep in mind, India is a democracy. So although Modi is pro-Russia to a point, in India its opposition party is very vocally against his stance. So Modi is pretty much a populist, and he's a nationalist. But there is much greater chances for change in India. So I think in the long run you will see that India is going to be a positive force in the long run. In the short run, yes, especially because of Modi, you see a lot of things that he's doing. He's an ultra nationalist, and he is relying on India's traditional partnership with Russia to do a lot of controversial things. So Modi is a little bit like a Bolsonaro. I cannot pronounce his name. Bolsonaro, is it correct? No, in Brazil.
Yeah, because they're just so powerful, and I just, you know, they're shifting. I was hoping you were going to say that the shift could be more dramatic sooner, but you're saying that it's more intermediate term is what I heard. Thank you.
It's probably going to be more intermediate terms, but India is already working closely with the West on one thing, because if you look at the US policy, it has already changed from the Asia Pacific policy to the Indo-Pacific policy. And basically the pillar is basically United States, Australia, Japan, Korea, India, and Southeast Asia. Each one is very wary about China's role. So in that regard, India is already aligned with the West. And the other big factor to consider, like I said, China is actually inclusive of 5 geographic blocks. So it's China proper, Tibet, Eastern Turkestan, South Mongolia, and Manchuria. And India is right now the country that's providing the political sanctuary to Dalai Lama. They gave Dalai Lama an enclave to basically that's a place for Dalai Lama and his government in exile and also the religious groups for Tibet to seek asylum. And that place has gone through a very successful democratic transformation, and Dalai Lama right now is there. And also, the Tibetans in exile formed the division. That division is right now inside the Indian army, and that division is one of the toughest fighting forces inside the Indian army, based on what I read.
All right. All right. Thank you for that, Jingu. June Fan, did he answered your question there?
No, it's perfect. I mean, yeah, 100%.
So was Language dropping in to do an update earlier, or was he just encouraging people to donate to a great organization like Maria Aid?
He was just coming in to get folks to donate to Maria Aid. So go ahead with it, Ryan. You started it. Go for it.
Well, if people don't know what Maria Aid is, it's a separate entity than the volunteers here at the Maria Report, and they collect money and donate 100% of the proceeds from any donations because they have zero overhead. They don't pay for any office space. They don't have anybody on salary. It's all donors volunteering their time like us here at the Maria Report. And instead of spending donors' money on things like advertising and office and warehouse space, they spend 100% of it on procuring non-lethal military aid and special bandages and individual first aid kits or IFAKs, tourniquets, drones, night vision equipment, and facilitating shipment of this stuff and massive amounts of donated firefighting equipment and other medical devices and getting them over to Ukraine. One of the benefits of the organization Maria Aid is that they were founded or co-founded by some people who have unique connections with folks in the Ukrainian government and military. So they know exactly where the holes are and what needs can be most beneficially met by people that are fighting on the ground in Ukraine. So I'm glad Language dropped in and made a suggestion that people donate. I've donated a little money myself, and I would highly encourage anybody who is feeling generous and wants to do something that might potentially save a life in Ukraine to possibly think about donating to Maria Aid themselves. Did I cover that?
You covered it. But I want to say one thing. Maria or Maria?
I'm from Oklahoma. I'm just going to leave that one be.
All right, Ryan. Thanks, man. And yes, folks, that we joke about it a lot of times. You will hear it's being pronounced different ways, but if I got it right, it's Maria.
Yeah, Mriya. I'll give you that much.
So
I do know how to
all
spell
right.
it, even if I can't pronounce it.
Yeah, I think we got that far. All of us got that far. It's pronunciation, but pronunciation or not, folks, it's a great organization. They do if you go to the website for folks that are just finding Maria report here, go to the website for Maria Aid and go through the pictures. That I believe the financial statement has been posted. It's a 100% legit organization with much of the aid that has been sent. It's been videotaped on both sides of the lake here, and with it pictures to the units that it went to. There's no pilferage. If somebody ordered something, and for their particular unit, it was sent to that particular unit. Now, so it's all verifiable. Is all I want to say. It's all verifiable. So it's a great organization. It's 100% volunteer, and all the folks that you see up on this panel, we all volunteer. You see us joking and things like that. That's because we're not under stress working for a check. We're doing this because we feel good about what we're doing here, and we become a family. And like any family, we get a little comfortable with it. So, but just know it's serious business. Okay. Susan, and then David, and then Gunther.
Hello, how you doing, Daryl?
I'm doing well, Susan. How about yourself?
Doing pretty good. So I've seen a few posts on Twitter regarding some large numbers of casualties amongst the recently mobilized folks from Russia. And I've also seen some tweets regarding large numbers of recently mobilized folks from Russia surrendering. Is there any more information regarding numbers for either one of those groups?
To be honest, I have not come across the actual numbers, but I will check, and I can get back to you once I get some information.
Thank you.
David, go ahead, and then Gunther.
I have two questions about the pipeline. I know you probably have covered it many times over, but one is, does the location of where the bombing took place mean that it is not an act of war? That's one. And then two, does the bombing or the disruption of this pipeline have any impact on the efforts to convert to LNG facilities?
The first, the governor, the leaders of Finland have said that it is not an act of war, and so they are not going to act on it. Secondly, the pipeline is theirs. It belongs to Russia, so it's not like they destroyed anything that belonged to anyone else. So if they destroy their own property, who cares? It's like, who cares really? Other than the fact that they created a natural disaster of sorts, but it's not something that is the countries that are involved taking no action on it. And I forgot the second question. What's the next?
Second question was whether or not it impacts the ability to convert those onshoring locations to an LNG delivery point. And no, it should not. They blew up these pipelines miles offshore, and they can still use the pipeline infrastructure or the manifolds to transfer seaborne cargoes to whatever midstream infrastructure there is coming through Germany. That was already the plan months ago. If something had blown up at that onshore terminal where it comes in out of the Baltic, then yeah, it might impact it. But I don't think subsurface explosion miles from shore is going to have any impact on their ability to transfer that or convert that portion they need right there near Germany. Gunther, I think you were next.
Yeah, I had a question about Russians who have fled the country either, right prior to the war, this period beforehand, and especially part of this like mobilization. Is it known like what a percentage of their population that's under 30 male has left? Because that seems like I'm very sympathetic to closing the borders to Russians leaving, but if someone is 22 years old, we all know they're not fully developed, and but they're primed to be in the military. So it just seems advantageous that if the 20-year-olds are leaving. Anyway, but is that known, that statistic of like of those fighting age males, what percentage is left?
I don't know anybody who's tracking that information with any accuracy. If they're pouring across multiple borders at once and flying to places like Turkey, or walking across or driving across to Georgia and trying to get into Europe, and they have been over the last 6 months, I don't know who could collate all that information into one spot.
Sure. But it does seem that hundreds of thousands of younger men leaving it definitely will have an impact on their ability to recruit the kind of soldiers they need.
Well, I've seen some UN refugee data that was being collected, and they were only estimating the numbers to Russia. I was a bit incensed myself that they were including people moved into Russia from Ukraine on that refugee count in the first place, but I don't think Russia's giving up any data like that, and I don't know that Georgia and all the European countries that still accept Russians are sharing all that info in a current and timely manner. I'd love to know that information. If somebody has it, they're more than welcome to send it to me. Oh, I think we woke Ben from his slumber. Go to bed, Ben.
Ryan. I'm sorry. I'm too lazy to type. Yesterday, there was information circulated by the European organization in charge of the borders, Frontex, which said that there was an excess of 60,000 people entering the EU from Russia since the passing of the bill of mobilization. But so that's...
Does that count Great Britain post-Brexit?
No. Oh, well, I don't think so.
See, you're so complicated, you Europeans.
It's not us, it's the Brits.
Tim's not awake, so we can't pick on him. Sorry, go ahead. You said 60,000.
Yeah, but to Europe alone. So that doesn't include Georgia and Mongolia and Kazakhstan.
And some stand countries. And Turkey.
Yeah.
And where else can they not use their mirror cards anymore?
Yeah, exactly. But I think that if we go for 100,000, we're not too far from the truth, probably a little bit under. And considering that there's probably maybe 700,000 people, male per year of birth, that's not much.
Yeah, they're definitely messing up their birth rate for the next couple of decades. I think they should go ahead and call this thing off and just admit their defeat.
I agree, but that wasn't the point I was making.
Thank you for letting me know there actually is data, and I'm just an ignorant Okie.
No,
I am grateful, even
no,
if I don't sound it.
you're great. You cannot see everything. I just enjoy the maps. Okay. Bye bye.
Have a good evening, Ben. Go to bed,
Bonsoir.
please.
All right. Hey,
I hope to see you
guys.
here chipper in the morning.
Hey, for the folks up on the panel, we're having an issue with being able to pull people up. If we've answered your questions, I would like you to please drop yourself down so that we can bring up others that have their questions. I appreciate it. Thank you. Gunther, then James. Go ahead, please.
Hey, this is an idea or request. So, this is a Ukrainian space, and what is happening in Iran is somewhat orthogonal. But it just seems to me that there are things to be learned from what's going on over there that are applicable. So, if there was some speaker or someone that could be brought in that could maybe link the two or talk about that, because as an American, I'm still learning about these authoritarian governments, and so anything that is helpful is good, and I really trust this space. But if he doesn't feel like that's right for the space, I understand. Anyway, that's just a request for an idea. Thank you, and I'll drop down.
All right, Gunther. The only thing about linking the two, it gets us down into some weeds that it can go sideways real quick. And so we just try to stick to things that relate to Ukraine, and they do delve into European politics and Russia, of course. But we just try to stay in our lane, because when we start going into Iran, it's other than the equipment and the drones that they're sending, it just goes down to a lot of weeds. If you don't. All right, James, go ahead. And I was looking at an article on those on the wheat production, and it was about the Kazakh region where most of the wheat is being harvested, and the soybeans and everything for the next year, and that they had a heavy mobilization in that area. So, is that what you were talking about?
That sounds correct. I can't say exactly if that's the one, but that definitely sounds correct. And I think they were far enough, into the crop cycle that they hadn't quite yet reached harvesting yet, but they were just almost there.
Yes. If it's like here in the States, if the weather is similar, they haven't quite gotten all of the harvest of certain things done yet. Some things won't come in until middle of September when they finish drying out. So, and it's been wet, so they haven't been able to harvest because of the wet weather they've been having.
Got it. So I had a related topic to the point of men of fighting age being called up. So there's this geopolitical and demographics researcher out of Colorado. His name is Peter Zion. And he researches exactly this topic for every country globally. And he's been noting for a while that Russia was suffering what's called a demographic bubble, where there was a lack of people at a certain age group due to various factors. He said that right now Russia's at a historic low point in the men of fighting age, and and a corollary to that is men of their typical reproductive age. And that calling them up for war, and the corollary is a lot of people fled the country. About 500,000 fled the country back in the February-March timeframe, and then the numbers I've seen are about 260,000, 265,000 fled the countries when the recent call-up was announced. That's grand total in all directions. But you combine that with people in the army that are probably going to come back with, PTSD and possible injuries and other damages, that we're talking about wiping out, the next generation of Russians. And with the bubble in the demography, with the people of birthing age being the smallest it's been in decades, Russia's going to get a lot smaller 30 years from now, maybe even half as big as it is in terms of population, because they're literally destroying their people of childbearing age, their lives and their livelihoods. So, yeah, the future of the greater Russia is going to be very different going forward. And some parts are going to maintain fecundity and reproduce, but it's going to be patchwork across the country. Anyway, Peter Zion, if anybody's interested, he's got a whole string of YouTube tutorials on exactly this subject.
Hey, we appreciate that information, James. It's that time, and I'm sure a lot of we have a lot of listeners out in the Midwest. I know this kind of ties into what they do for a living. So, we reach a lot of folks.
By the way, his studies carry over to China as well, and China's in a much deeper pile of shit than Russia is. Their population is due to be cut nearly in half within the next 20 or so years. Below 700 million, for exactly the same reason. The one child per family policy just decimated their birth rate.
Colby, go ahead.
On the topic of how many Russians have left the country, I have seen wildly varying estimates on this number. And obviously, it is not easy to calculate because Russians have been fleeing the country to a multitude of different places since the war began, even before the war began in some cases. So we're relying on all of these different countries to be keeping accurate records of who's entering and, publicizing that information, which obviously, many of them aren't going to release that kind of data. We've gotten a little bit more information since mobilization was declared, and you can go and find a number of different countries have announced how many Russians have entered just in the last week or so. But a total number is a lot harder to figure out. I think a reasonable estimate is that it's probably north of 500,000 since the war began, possibly a lot more. But that's sort of a baseline. I think that's reasonable. I saw there were some reports that apparently the FSB was suggesting that near 3 million had left just in the first quarter of the year. That seems very implausible to me. I don't know what they were basing that off of, or why the FSB would even suggest that. Doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. But I think 500,000 since the invasion began is probably a reasonable starting point. Although it could be considerably higher, and it probably is. But we don't really have a lot of data to make an accurate calculation right now.
Did I get to your point? Oh, he dropped down. I hope they got to James's point. John.
Hi, how's my audio?
Great, John, go right ahead.
Okay, cool. Yeah, there was a question earlier today about the reason that Russia might have blown the pipeline. And I don't claim to have any special knowledge or any experience, but I see a couple things that are happening that do make sense to me. One, prices are going back up, and I think Russia delights in chaos, and they can sow seeds of doubt and confusion everywhere when they're noticed. So this brings Russia back into the spotlight and highlights in Europe the difficulties that will arise in the winter around gas and fuel. So just some thoughts I had that perhaps it does make sense that Russia would do this as a way to try to put political pressure on the Europeans. I think democracies have weaknesses, and one of those is when people are unhappy for whatever reason, they start voting different ways. So I just wondered if this is a political tool to try to get Europeans to vote differently, to pressure their leaders into changing their stance towards Russia. Just wondered what the thoughts were on that.
Well, they're going to have a hard time changing their stance toward Russia now because those pipelines are essentially defunct. It was a political tool when they started selling them cheap gas and laying pipelines through the ocean to circumvent any onshore delivery, which would result in fees remitted to the countries they laid those pipelines through. So they built this cheap supply of low-cost natural gas, and whoever or however the pipe got blown up, it's done now. Europe is already quickly pivoting to increasing their ability to take in more liquefied natural gas instead of pipeline delivered gas. They just started receiving pipelined gas, I believe, from Norway to Poland, if I'm not mistaken. That came online coincidentally the same day that Nord Stream 1 and 2 blew up. So we've been talking about blown up Russian pipelines instead of fairly reliable delivery from friendly countries into Central Europe. And the U.S. is exporting a lot more LNG now, as are plenty of other places that are rerouting any surplus or non-contracted gas deliveries to Europe because the prices are so wonky there for the time being. But as more supply gets dedicated to the European market, the prices will stabilize. And I think what's really important here is that before Nord Stream 1 got terminated, it wasn't flowing anyway. Nord Stream 2 never flowed. It just had static pressure sitting in the line to keep the pipe integrity intact. And Germany already had 91% of what they consider their annual winter storage needs. But as I understand it, that annual storage is presuming like a third of the supply of what they'll actually consume through a winter. But I think that other 2/3 can easily be made up by delivering LNG to the UK that can be piped in to Central Europe. That's what they're already practicing and delivering now. The UK, if I'm not mistaken, has helped fill up some of the German storage reserve because the UK doesn't have a whole lot of storage capacity of their own, so they buy off the spot market. But the UK is interested in producing more of their own natural gas supply now, and lots of countries that have export capacity are interested in delivering to Europe, and they'll be much better business partners in the decades to come.
I suppose that's my point. It didn't really change anything practically. This was already going to happen, but it causes fear.
There's a knee-jerk reaction from people who don't understand that supply chains have been realigning themselves for the last 6 months now anyway. As soon as it became undeniably apparent to the European countries that have been benefiting from Nord Stream 1 and were expecting to benefit from Nord Stream 2, and it's not just Germany, there's other countries that buy product, either raw product from Germany or raw gas from Germany, if I'm not mistaken. But they've all been looking for alternative partners. I think the UAE tried to step in and offer like a 20-year contract. Somebody told us that here on the space in the past. I don't know if that deal's been finalized, but just the difference in price between what natural gas costs in the US and how much it goes for in Europe right now means that inevitably larger and larger amounts of LNG will be compressed here in the US at a liquefaction facility and then delivered over to Europe and sold. The difference in if you can make 7 times your money delivering liquefied gas to Europe, you're going to take gas to Europe, and those prices will normalize. It's a net negative probably for energy consumers here in the US, but we've enjoyed unusually low natural gas commodity prices for the last decade or so anyway.
Ryan.
Thank you.
Nope. Okay. Hey, Ryan.
Yep.
Can you explain the relationship? Now, this is going back to where oil prices spiked. Can you explain the relationship between crude oil prices and the natural gas, which was the thing that was that took the big hit in Europe when they shut these pipes down? Can you explain the relationship on that price? Because I think a lot of folks think that they were getting oil rather than gas.
You talking about gasoline or natural gas?
Well, the natural gas they were getting in Europe and our gasoline prices.
Those two things aren't really connected much as people would assume that they are. There was an inability to refine crude here in the US, and that's what caused our gasoline and diesel prices to skyrocket. And that has not much of anything to do with natural gas prices in Europe that skyrocketed because interruption of Nord Stream 1 suddenly happened and speculators were trading in energy futures trying to make a quick buck.
So basically it was just a coincidence of sorts.
It wasn't all a coincidence. There was a huge shock to the energy production market anyway a year or two ago because we had this global pandemic thing that kind of brought a lot of economies to a screeching halt for varying periods of time. So there was already a shock to the market there that for a brief period of time we had way too much production and there literally was nowhere to go with it. So if you had somewhere to store production, you could literally get paid to take oil from someone. The price was negative, but there were consequences if you agreed to purchase something like that and then couldn't take delivery. So that was only for a couple of days, if I'm not mistaken, maybe even just one, but that was in the very early months of the pandemic, probably in June of 2020. And then that led to people not investing in production or delaying completion of wells. A lot of companies kept drilling, but a bunch of them didn't complete for a while because they were trying to draw back the production because there was an imbalance of supply and demand, and there was too much raw product going into the market. But there's kind of a whiplash effect when you're trying to get a world economy up and running again and everybody's restarting their engines, for lack of a better term, all at different times. That's been a problem with why fuel prices started going up. I think in August of 2020, they bottomed out and then have been steadily climbing for domestic fuel consumption like diesel and gasoline in the US. They steadily rose through probably middle of last summer. But it got pretty nasty there for a couple of months, and now they've dropped back down, as has crude oil prices across the world. Hope I didn't talk too long about stuff nobody cares about.
No, but the reason I bring it up because people like to think the war is the reason why gas prices jumped up rather than other factors. So I was just
the reason gasoline prices in the U.S. spiked was because 5 million barrels of domestic refining capacity went offline during 2020 because they normally only make a few pennies or 50 cents per barrel in the crack spread, which is basically the profit margin that a refinery produces from converting crude to things that people need like kerosene and jet fuel and diesel and gasoline. And when there was that shock in demand and nobody drove anywhere for about a year between early 2020 to early 2021. They couldn't make any money, so they all went bankrupt, and nobody provided them with any Defense Production Act money. So after they went bankrupt and were no longer refining any product, when the U.S. economy came roaring back to life in 2021, there was a deficit of how much refined product, which you can think diesel and gasoline. There was a deficit of how much could be produced versus how much was needed. And it was about 1 million barrels a day. And that was a compounding problem. So luckily, the refineries have started producing a lot more gasoline, and prices across the country have come down. I paid less than $3 a gallon a few weeks ago at the local bulk store. They've climbed back up slightly, but there's still a problem with refining diesel, and that's a North American thing, and it has nothing to do with natural gas in Europe. But suffice it to say that there are plenty of people who want to deliver natural gas to Europe, and they won't freeze to death this winter. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, I was just playing devil's advocate then. I had heard you talk about it before, but I was just
I know you
playing
poked the bear.
Yeah, that's right. Just poking the bear. Oh, we cleared hands. I saw. There you go, Robert.
I'm here for you, Daryl. Okay, so Dimitri posted, I don't know when, there's a suggestion that Russia may have destroyed the pipeline itself. The reason might be that Russia declared that Germany must be paying in according to its long-term gas contract. The contract suggests payment must be coming regardless of the gas supply. Has that come up before?
Somebody brought up earlier today, Ben was co-hosting, that one reason Russia could have destroyed the pipeline is so they could declare a force majeure and void any contractual obligation they had to deliver gas, because right now it's pretty much a he said, she said argument about whether Russia's just choosing not to pump or whether they've been denied some equipment through sanctions that won't allow them to pump the gas. But if they blow the line, it doesn't matter whether they have the technology delivered anymore. They can say, well, an act of God happened or an act of war happened, and we don't know who did it, so we're not going to give you the money. We're not going to give you the gas, and you don't have to give us the money.
Well, this comment was, and he doesn't source it, might be that Russia declared that Germany must be paying in accordance with the long-term gas contract. The contract suggests payment must be coming regardless of the gas
Whether
supply.
or not they're delivering. Yeah.
Yeah. Does that happen?
There are things like volumetric production payments. I haven't seen their contract. I'm sure it could probably be agreed to between differing legal teams, but things I'm aware of is an oil company or an exploration and production company taking an upfront payment and promising to deliver a volume of gas over a period of time. So say that you go into a VPP with someone and they give you $1 billion up front and you promise to deliver them so many metric units of gas over the next 20 years, and they're going to pay you the other 2 billion in installments. And regardless of fluctuations in price in the future, because they paid you up front, you're going to deliver them that volume. It's just selling it up front and locking in your pricing. Some people who are desperate for deals will do that. Other companies won't. But I don't know what's legal and what's not between Russia and other European nations.
Well, I haven't seen this anywhere else, and something might be lost in the translation, but the VPP sounds more plausible than the volume pricing agreement based on future delivery, upfront payment based on future delivery. That doesn't quite make sense to me, but I mean, never mind.
Well, the long and the short of it is nothing's getting transferred through those lines anymore. So I'm not going to cry over that. I did see Constantine had joined us, and we may have already lost him again.
No, I'm here. I tried to join, but I got disconnected like 2 or 3 times trying to say something.
I'll blame Daryl for that one. Just kidding.
No.
We
It's
don't-
his
Nope,
fault. I
nope, you can
clearly
blame
seen
me.
him
I'll
clicking.
take it. Big shoulders. I'll take it.
I
We'll
saw
get him
you
back.
clicking.
There he is. See?
Co-hosts don't blame other co-hosts.
Yeah, but speakers do. Anyway, I wanted to say regarding regarding the pipeline. It's like someone is saying why Russia wants to do it. Absolutely worst thing that you can imagine is trying to understand why is Russia doing something. If they have been doing what's best for them, we've been living in a totally different world. Ukraine, would not have been invaded. If you look what has been happening up to this invasion, I mean, Russia was just living, blossoming, and living its life. Of course, there were some sanctions related to a couple of specific Crimea-related companies, but other than that, I mean, it was all blooming for Russia. And there are so many things that Russia does, that absolutely has no explanation for normal people. But for those who have lived in Soviet Union, it's still different. We understand why this is happening, and it's a bit different. There is no logic on this. Like, well, it's gonna be less money for us, or well, we're gonna get some dividends from that. No, it's not like that. We lived the most of the decisions are made impulsive by the current leaders. They simply, they want this like kids wanting a toy. That's why lots of scientists in Ukraine, for example, have been sorry, not in Ukraine. Lots of scientists in Soviet Union have been tortured or killed or put into jail. Only because some of the political bosses they wanted something now, and those scientists failed to give them that at the given moment. So you don't understand that it's the society built on top of current cult. Like it's a cult of one single person that is ruling it at the given moment. When that person leaves, then everyone starts hating that person, and it happens absolutely with every leader. And if you take a look at their history, like they hate absolutely everyone who has been before them. Like for example, take a look at Gorbachev. They hate them because he destroyed Soviet Union. Then look at the Yeltsin. They hate him. He was a weak figure that was pushing them into the claws of the West. Then same was happening during Soviet Union. Like there was Brezhnev, there was Khrushchev, and absolutely every time the power was transferred from one to another, there was this notion that okay, the previous guy was bad, and it just works because the guy who gets the power, he just it's a psychopathic kid that just wants to say that whoever was before him is an idiot, and he finally got this his means of controlling the government. And he's gonna do first thing that he's gonna do is make sure that that guy is is gonna be blamed for everything. And same relates to every decision that they make. they are not, thought through decisions. Those decisions mostly based on the, on current emotional state of the person who is making them, and that is like a unitary, like one person like Putin, or if it's a lower level, I don't know, decision to purchase a truck or something on the in some community. And that's gonna be the same way, someone, I want this, I want Caterpillar. I saw a video where Caterpillars are good, so I'm gonna buy Caterpillars. And when someone tells him, okay, we cannot buy Caterpillar because it's, it's too hard for us, it costs too much, he's gonna fire that guy. He's gonna find someone who's gonna say, oh, we can buy Caterpillar, it's gonna cost us billions and it's gonna cause problems, but we're gonna buy it. And he's gonna say, yeah, I want you then. And it's just, it's you don't, you try to think of some kind of strategy, you try to think of some kind of tactic, but there is no tactic, there is no strategy. And the only reason why Russia at the moment, well, let's be honest, they have, it's the largest country in the world, not for not because it's the worst country in the world. It's mostly because well, at the moment they are striving because the lots of natural resources that they have, and that's basically that they're exploiting. That's what allows them to leave. Take those resources out, next day they're gonna be, it's gonna be medieval Europe, where you have not even medieval Europe, some like something else, probably even before that, where the tribes would start fighting between each other. And it's not, what you're doing here is wrong. When you're looking for a reason for Putin to blow up the pipeline, it does not work like that. They don't need reasons. They didn't, there was no reason to annex Crimea. There was no reason to invade Ukraine. There was no reason to invade Georgia. There was no reason, for 95% of what they do, but they still do it, and that's how they work. It's just, psychopathic emotional state of current, of given leader at the moment, who wants to engrave his name into history, and there is nothing else to that. And it's like it's really hard to decipher for someone who lives in the West, because who was born in the West and grew up in the West. I've seen this happening, in the in most of the Soviet era enterprises that were left in Ukraine, where you had Soviet directors that were behaving the same way. And it just, there is no you look at that, well, what are you doing? You're destroying it. But he says, like, no, I don't care. Like, and it does not matter who are you to judge me? Who are you to do this? Then you have a complete collapse of the enterprise. And he's like, well, unfortunately that happened. What could I do? Etc. It's like, don't try to look for reasoning behind Russian moves. The only thing that you can do is, defend itself against it. That's the only thing that everyone should focus on.
Completely agreed. It doesn't really matter when people are still dying and living under occupation in eastern parts of Ukraine and southern parts. I think personally, it was an effort either directly from him or from the more pro-war factions among his advisors to consolidate resolve to commit to this mobilization, and to get any possible dissenting voices privately dissenting voices, I should say, within his advisor group, to commit to what the more pro-war factions are doing. And I don't know if there are any factions among his advisors. It might just be Putin shot calling at this stage. I have no more information than anybody else does, but I know what the results and the outcomes of terminating the pipelines in such a catastrophic way is going to result in. So I can draw conclusions.
Well, I will like just give you a scenario how this happened, an example scenario how this could have happened. It was, some discussion between those in inner circle of Putin, that were saying like, what do we do? Like, we're losing. The mobilization is failing. The Europe appeared to actually stacking up on the gas, and they don't care that we're gonna the price is going up and everything feels like pretty bad for them. Sanctions are keeping in. What do we do? And so can we just let's blow up the pipeline? Let's try that and see what happens. That's literally how it happens in those rooms, because they build a vertical power structure that does not promote people who have subject matter expertise. Instead, it promotes people who are more loyal to you. And in the end, that upper room with those 3 to 5 inner circle guys are just absolute mess that don't know what they're doing and just panicking and doing some random crap and just throwing down the waters. It happened multiple times in world history. Like there was this president in Africa who invaded Kenya and then ended up Kenya invading his country because he did that. You had Hitler who were building the same vertical of power that in the end he just he did not listen to his generals who were actually subject matter experts, and where he ended up in the same place. And it's like it just the history is littered with the events like this in situation. I don't know how to say it right in English, but in situations like this, it's just they happen exactly with all the dictators, because every dictator builds the vertical of his power exactly on that, on the loyalty instead of expertise. And this results into the decisions like this. They hurt him, they hurt his neighbors, they hurt his people, but he does not understand that that's how it works. I mean, there is no other way. And if there was another way, if they would actually make calculated decisions, nothing like invading Ukraine would happen. I mean, it is a disaster already. So like it's pretty clear that something is like is wrong. It's like dictatorship. They don't work for a reason.
Did we lose Konstantin's audio? No, I think you just muted.
Yeah, I muted myself.
Phil, go ahead. And thank you, Konstantin. I think you made some great points about how dictatorships are doomed to collapse through stovepiping of advisors and not promoting qualified people.
My turn.
Yeah, go ahead, Phil.
Thanks, Ryan. I am tired of the pipeline conversation, but I think Konstantin did bring up some really good points. There are two types of leaders, I think, and the people in positions of power can either use that power to help other people and do it for good, or they can be dictators. And I'm a scientist. I see it all the time in scientific administrators, the leaders in science. They do things that fit a narrative. And if they see data that doesn't fit their hypothesis or their narrative, they dismiss it, and then they find the data that fits their narrative. Those are bad scientists, but they do that on in administrating and leadership as well. So Putin is obviously one of those people. So he takes data, and he only takes the data that fits his narrative, and he goes with it And then even when he gets it wrong, he doubles down and triples down on these bad decisions. And that's, Putin remains a master strategist after all of these months, after all of these failures. He's just a bad leader, and he's using the wrong data, and he has the wrong people around him. And these people are the ones that suck up to him. Anyone who is good and understands the world and what's going on has left a long time ago. So he has these people that Shoigu's and all these people that kiss up to him, that feed him what he wants to hear, which compounds all the errors. That's not why I came up to German anti-tank mines. I've been seeing a lot of images of them. They have parachutes. They're kind of just like in the middle of the road, but I hear they're really, really good. I'm trying to understand what those mine. I mean, you can see them from a mile away. Like, how are these good mines? But apparently, they're really good and really good at blocking stuff. So I just wanted some more information about mines. So thank you very much.
Well, I hope Gunny can answer that, but I don't know if he's up this time of night. Robert, go ahead.
So in the spirit of getting off the pipeline discussion, the New York Times has a fairly long article talking about translated phone calls provided by the Ukrainian service that captures all those phone calls. And then they explain as part of this article that they went through a very careful vetting process for each call, comparing the phone number to social media posts and so forth. So it's probably the real deal, and it's very much the same thing if you follow War Translator, of the stuff that Dmitry used to post a lot of, but not so much anymore. And pretty much the same story coming out in terms of the frustration of the soldiers. No, there aren't any Nazis here. Ukrainians are normal people, and discussion of the atrocities and things like that. So that's one piece of news that's come up that confirms what we already know that the major media is waking up to. Well, not waking up to, they've known this, but actually putting it out there after doing, the type of research that only the New York Times could do. So yes, I subscribe to it, but I canceled my subscription and then they let me have it for $4 a month. So the other piece of news, and this was actually on Twitter, Fortune has an article, "The Russian economy will die by winter because of the catastrophic consequences of the military mobilization." And most of that is behind a paywall, but I think we've talked about it a little bit. I barely heard some discussion when I was having trouble while I was driving and going over Mount Hood. You don't have much reception, but the economic impact of the mobilization, particularly the chaotic mobilization, where essential workers are pulled away and maybe they'll get back to their jobs, or maybe they will go to Ukraine and die. So that's two pieces of news that I've run across in the last hour or two while I've been trying to catch up on what's been happening in the world.
Welcome to Michelle. Good evening.
Hey Ryan, and hi everybody.
I guess goodbye to Daryl. I didn't see him slip off, but I did see we've obviously done a swap. And Robert, if you wouldn't mind sending me one or both of those, I'd love to read some more current info myself.
Wilco.
Daryl's coming back. He's like Ben in that sense. Daryl, go ahead. Daryl, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to let you know I didn't slip off. I'd had a call come in and had to get it dropped off. So there you
No, you're fine.
go.
You're like a perfect partisan fella sneaking around in the night. You need to fix your profile pic there,
I
buddy.
know I'm gonna go back to it. A lot of folks lost me when that whole account thing got changed out. So I just put the picture back so they know it was me rather than somebody else, and then I'll go back to having my follow up.
Understood.
He does look a little
Daryl,
suspicious in that photo.
Well, this was the hat that my fellow was he kind of has, but that's why he's wearing the trench coat.
So this was the inspiration for your
Yeah,
partisan fella.
that's right.
Gotcha.
Sneak around at night, do what we got to do.
Well, if you haven't already seen the photo of me in the tracksuit with the red hat, then
Oh,
I'm
I saw
not
it.
going to show it to
You sitting in the how they call that the tribal house.
The Gopnik squat.
Huh?
It's called the Gopnik squat.
You were sitting on one of the little benches, the little pillows?
No, I'm not sitting on anything. I'm just squatted down.
Oh, okay. All right.
Hey, Daryl, what about that Abrams M1 and the Georgia mud? Is there any follow up on that?
Yeah. I got fooled. They fooled me with that one. There's another one floating around. I'm not sure where that one is. I'm not saying anything.
Or maybe not. Maybe not. You could have been right, Daryl. You never know.
But I'm going to admit, they got me on that one. They got me.
Daryl, do you know anything about anti-tank mines?
Other than the idea is for them to disable a track, but if they are of sufficient size, they are to destroy to send molten steel up through the bottom.
Have you seen those new German anti-tank mines that apparently you can lay a lot of them at a time?
You talking about from the helicopter?
Yeah, there were pictures of the anti-tank mines kind of just sitting there in the middle of the street, and you can see them from a mile away.
Oh,
and
no.
Some of them have parachutes.
Yeah, no, I haven't seen that one. The one I was speaking of, well, actually, the one I was looking at was the American version, where it shot out of a pod on a helicopter, and it actually lays out a grid, so to speak, with the mines. But in I think he said 48 hours. I think what CJ was saying, it was 48 hours or so. They self-destruct so that you don't have a minefield left over after a certain time. You only lay it just before you need it for the trap. But no, I haven't seen the German one.
Yeah, and by self-destruct, Daryl, that I assume that means internal disconnection. It doesn't mean actually any kind of external fire plug or anything like that, does it?
He did not explain, but they go inert. I guess that was the term it should have been used, was inert.
Yeah, okay, that makes good sense. Thanks.
Does anybody know if Yehuda was on today to give an update?
I only heard him really briefly this morning, and I think it was the teaser of the U.S. package. Somebody else could correct me. Sorry, I wasn't on very much in the afternoon, so someone else might have a better sense.
Well, I don't want to provoke John, but I think somebody has discredited the video, or excuse me, the image of the HIMARS on the boat. But I'm not saying that HIMARS aren't being delivered. I just don't think that that photo was those
That
specific.
one, I think that's what they said.
Yehuda also updated us on the situation around Lyman that is increasingly optimistic, but not yet decisively completed in Ukraine's favor. And that's information's coming from a number of sources, including Chuck and others.
If it's information coming from Yehuda, I will trust that on its face. I think he's a pretty good judge of veracity.
Hey, Ryan.
Yeah, what's going on, Daryl?
I'm not going to kiss you under and over the bridge thing, but I'm going to check out, though.
Sounds good. I don't know what all that bridge talk over and under was earlier. I think going over a bridge with somebody is a euphemism for marriage, but I'm spoken for, so sorry, Daryl. Tarzan don't swing from that vine.
Don't you listen to the Red Hot Chili Peppers there, man?
I love the Chili Peppers. What's wrong with the Chili Peppers?
No, perfect. Then you know all about Under the Bridge then.
Now I'm getting yelled at from the other room. Thanks, guys.
All right. Well, you guys have a good evening. Michelle, enjoy yourself there. Ryan, peace, brother. And to everyone out there, let's just pray. Give what you can. Keep the Ukrainians on your mind and onward to victory.
Be cool, Daryl.
Thanks, Daryl. Have a good evening. We'll see you tomorrow. Aunt Murfka, go ahead.
Good evening, gentlemen. I would like to say that photo of 16 HIMARS you just talked about a few seconds ago. That's the photo of Romanians HIMARS being delivered some time ago. And another thing about those German mines. I don't remember the exact type of that mine, but those are German mines that you can shoot from MRLS like HIMARS or that tracked HIMARS. And they can disperse like 4 of them from one rocket. And then they deploy the parachute. And they come to the ground, and you can set them from 4 hours up to 4 days, so they can deactivate this cells. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ant. The question I had is, they're very conspicuous. Like most mines, I thought you like put dirt over them and you know, you try to hide them. My question was like, are they really that effective? Because everyone's praising them. I was just wondering, you know, like how good can they be when they're that obvious?
Yes, they are deployed by the parachute, and they got some kind of device like a spring device. They set them up, and the height is about 11 centimeters, and they got some kind of like an antenna. And if a tank or APC drives over it, it explodes, and they're very effective.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I heard that they have a lot of like balls in them that like send micro explosions. So they're like cluster munitions almost, but not quite, because they're good with the Geneva Convention.
Yes, they good with the Geneva Convention because they have the mechanism of deactivation up to 4 days. And we can call them some kind of cluster munition because they are deployed by the rocket and on the height of 1,000, about 1,000 meters, the rocket open itself, and they deploy parachute, and so it's kind of like a cluster munition, but it's not cluster munition. They are just deployed by the rocket in some like clusters.
Well, thank you for the explanation. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
So what you're telling me is Romania has 16 HIMARS that they could deliver to Ukraine?
I don't know if they can deliver. They order it like I think like a year ago.
I was being mildly sarcastic, but I think Konstantin actually had a serious answer for us.
Yeah, they have much more. They ordered and they were delivered. I think it's 56 or 48. I don't remember. And for people, like, it's not, even though HIMARS appears to be like a super effective, it's not some kind of
Magic
weapon
bullet.
that, yeah, no. It's not a weapon that no one has access to it, and it's completely something so expensive that no one can afford. No, it's producing large numbers. There is nothing magical about it, and it just, the ammunitions are expensive, and United States itself, as I understand, does not have it in huge quantities. At the same time, United States has more than 500. But the main reason for that is that they rely on Air Force, airspace more than on the assets such as HIMARS. But at the same time, they still have they have 500, and so giving 18 is not that much, but much more needed, because MLRS systems, they have something other systems don't, and that's area of coverage. That you can strike really large area with it, and not only be pinpoint with your tube artillery. So it's not as exotic as people think.
Konstantin, at this point, are another 18 HIMARS going to make a larger difference, or would ATACMS or extended range GMLRS make more of a difference than more of the launchers? Thanks.
So if we keep everything as is right now, they will make a lot of difference. But you must understand, when I make a lot, when I say a lot, no one ever says that, okay, this is the decisive thing that's going to change everything. No, they're going to change a lot, but it's not going to be one single thing that overthrows and tips the balance. Maybe it can tip the balance, when you have something equal, and it's just gonna tip it, but it's not gonna be something completely decisive. Ukraine needs much more, and the people keep forgetting that it's Ukraine who is fighting the second largest military in the world. And if you could defeat the second largest military in the world with 18 HIMARS, that would be pretty cheap, right? But it does not
I
work.
agree 100%. Like that, it's a no-brainer at this point. And I would argue that they're no longer the second largest military in the world after what Ukraine has done to them so far.
No, they are probably they soon gonna be, with this mobilization, they may be actually be first largest military in the world in terms of people, but not in any way they are second or first effective military in the world. That's the key reason. You can conscript 3 million people, but it does not make you more effective.
Especially when you don't have the food or water.
So regarding there is no problem with food or water for them in Russia. There is problem with rations. Like when you send people to actually to a combat mission, you have to supply them with rations. There's a problem with that. But if you have forces somewhat stationary without super active combat, yeah, the field kitchens are working, and you can feed your troops with just potatoes, meat, vegetables, etc. Products like this. You don't need to be because they're still live in Russia, right? They're not hungry in everyday life. So when you move one particular group from one place to another, obviously you can move food with them as well, because they were still eating something before that as well. But because you give raw food with them, like potatoes, like rice, like grechka, like and meat, etc. But when you perform the combat missions, that's what you need. That's when you need rations, and those MRIs have take time to produce, and that's what is missing. That's the key point, and it's a problem for Ukraine as well. For people who don't think that Ukraine does not, has any logistical problems, MRIs are a big problem. I don't mean it's critical and soldiers are starving, but I mean, like, you imagine that you have so little left, you have to conserve, and you actually plan your operations much shorter, because you simply cannot provide the MRIs, or you tell your troops, well, it's your problem once, and you're gonna solve it by yourself. And troops, they can sometimes, they have relatives that will find where to purchase those MRIs. But they will take like chocolate bars. They will, purchase something zhushonka. That's what we eat a lot. It gives you a lot of energy, and but it does not affect the morale well when you send your troop, well equipped, well. It works much better. So that's the problem, or not like a hunger and starvation.
Thank you so much for that explanation, Konstantin. I was just referring to the videos of the Russian troops saying that the conscripts that were recently deployed saying, "Hey, I was sent without any food or water. They just sent me with a gun to the
I heard
front
talking
line."
about two guys in the woods, like two skinny guys that looked like they were just taken out of Oswensum, Auschwitz.
Museum, go ahead.
Yeah, hi there. Just wanted to go back to the point that somebody very sensibly raised a few minutes ago about these scatterable mines being more visible. That's not necessarily a problem in itself. If you're going after armored vehicles, and don't forget, this would all be part of a counter mobility plan. If they can see that they're about to enter an area that's mined, there's a good chance that they'll stop and go somewhere else. So you've achieved your objective. They're also something that you can deploy quickly, relatively safely, in that you don't have to spend a long time on the ground, potentially exposed to fire, and at a distance. If you can project them, that's really quite helpful. And don't forget that visibility in an armored vehicle is much, much less than if you're on foot and alert to charges. And there was also talk of the off-road mines, and those are slightly different thing. They're an ambush weapon, as I am not really current on those, but some of them appear to be ambush weapons, kind of like a tripod mounted projectile, on a fixed line of sight with detectors or tripwires that they go. But at closer distances, you can just simply have a shaped charge, and that will shoot off your lump of molten metal that will penetrate many things, certainly the lightly armored vehicles. I hope that helps.
Oh, that's perfect. Yeah, I saw an article about those the second group of mines you were talking about that that you lay in the field. Those weren't the ones I had a question on. There was an article that said that the claim was that they accounted for 120 vehicle losses in the past couple of months on the Kherson front. I could find that article and send it to Ryan. If I can go back in my timeline, but the ones I had the question on were the completely other, ones that are, it's basically an obstacle that you don't want to, you'd have to demine if you want to use a road. So that's a perfect answer. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. I mean, I could imagine there'll be a lot of these used if they possibly can. I mean, certainly in the Cold War, the British Army, expected to use a lot of mines of all descriptions, and it's evident that the Ukrainian reconnaissance and special forces have also improvised with sort of daisy chains of artillery shells, bar mines, or whatever else is to hand. So yeah, it's a very effective weapon against armored units.
Thank you.
Thanks, Newseum. Leonard, go ahead.
Thank you, Ryan. And yes, Newseum, excellent point. That deterrence of travel path, that's excellent point. You can presume that those would be used on bridges or other narrow passageways where if the bridge is mined, that's a significant obstacle, even if not one is detonated, say by a tank. But I also had a question for you, Newseum, in regards the Kiwi capacity in terms of what they've sent over to Salisbury in England with regard to the howitzers. I know you guys sent a number of the 105 millimeter howitzers. We call those the C105s in Canada. I assume you have the same, essentially the same exact format. I'm just wondering if you happen to know or are familiar with those having been sent over, and or with regard to any of the crews that were sent to man them and to train on them, or if you have any further information for us on that point. We haven't heard really much out of the Kiwis for a while, so any updates you have would be certainly helpful. Thank you.
And I'm sorry, I lost you after your inquiry about the 105s. I mean, it's basically it's the same gun, but I lost the tail end of your question, I'm afraid, when I came back up.
Oh, sorry, I just quickly rehash. So yes, I was just asking if you knew in terms of the number of 105s, well, not the number, I don't suppose we should really go into that, but if you've had any feedback in terms of the arrival of them in Salisbury and any of the training crews that were sent along with them, because there was quite a number of gunners sent out of CFB Western Canada that were probably there in conjunction with a bunch of your people. So I just wondered if you had any current info on any of that. Thank you.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot coming out. You've got to appreciate New Zealand is quite a small country. We've barely got 5 million population all up, and I don't think the New Zealand Defence Forces or the army element, I don't think that even meets 10,000, including reservists. My recollection is that about 30 trainers were initially sent over, but in terms of kit, there's not a whole lot to run. I mean, when I tell you that I think the last I heard, New Zealand has a stock of 30 javelins, you kind of get the measure that we're not strong on hardware, I'm afraid. So I don't think there will have been great numbers of 105s gone over, because we've probably just about got enough stock for the barest minimum for our own forces here.
Okay, thank you for that. Also, just maybe this might be a stretch beyond, but I just wondered if you had any further updates or anything that you've become aware of in your press down there with respect to the AUKUS engagements, and what's been afoot, if anything, in terms of the Australia, New Zealand, US, now Japan and India, can sort of circling the wagons, if you will, in terms of the Chinese situation. Anything that you might be aware of on that front? Thanks.
It's a very contentious. Well, it's not a contentious point. It's quite clear that New Zealand is allied with Australia, New Zealand, US, and so on. I mean, that's very clear, and that will remain, I'm sure. The degree of engagement, it will probably be less vigorous than many, including myself, would probably want, I suspect, because New Zealand is at the moment very mindful that China is a major trading partner. So I think this is something that's being worked out. I would like to see New Zealand doing more for Ukraine, but you know, there are a number of internal constituencies that seem to me to be holding it back at times. I'm sorry, I can't give you a full answer on that because I'm not aware of it. The Prime Minister has spoken well against it, but I've not seen any decisive and strong motions within Parliament beyond that.
Okay, well, thanks for that, Museum. It's always great to hear from New Zealand, so thank you.
James, go ahead.
Hi guys, sorry I've been away. I'm not of my own accord, but something I had to get done. I'll be brief, and then I'll step down. How is Yehuda? I haven't heard. How is he? Okay?
Yeah, he's doing pretty good. Last I heard, I've been off the space a lot today.
Okay.
But I understand he was on earlier this morning, and I believe we had an update from him recently that's been posted on Spotify.
Okay, excellent. I will hunt that out. Thank you for your time. I have a bit of a reset myself, so things will get better for me going forward. So thank you, folks.
Thank you. If anybody has any questions or comments regarding Ukraine or what's going on in Ukraine, feel free to request the mic. We always appreciate first-time callers and long-time listeners. Or returning listeners like James, who've been radio silent for a while.
Ryan,
Go ahead, Leonard.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I just was following up. I missed any of the updates today, so I was just wondering if you had heard anything with regard to Limon and what's going on there, or is it are we just static on that right now?
That's what I was saying a minute ago. Was I've been off the space most of today. I casually had an opportunity to listen this afternoon while I was getting some yard work done, but I did not get to listen at all this morning, so I'm behind on the developments of the day myself. I did see Axel received some bumper stickers that I forwarded his way, but other than that, I'm a little uninformed as far as what's going on in Ukraine. I feel for a co-host this evening. If anybody knows anything about Limon, send it my way. I guess if Language Learner or Yehuda show up in the space anytime in the next hour or two, I will be happy to hear from either of them, as much as all the other listeners are tired of hearing from me. Self-deprecating humor. Don't everybody laugh at once.
Did I hear correctly that there's an upcoming date for Mick Ryan?
You did, and I don't, I guess it's Thursday, so that would be tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern. That's 5 p.m. my time, so About 20 hours from now.
Okay, so that's Friday then. Oh no, it's Thursday, right? Okay.
Thursday. No, yeah, it's about 20 hours from now, Thursday. I think you may be Eastern or Central time, so it's 5 or 6 your time as well.
No, I'm Mountain Time. So,
Well, 4 p.m. your time then. And I understand we've been trying to get him on for about a week now, so I'm glad to see things finally worked out.
Chuck actually, sorry, Ryan, Chuck actually just posted something on Twitter about 13 minutes ago about Limon.
I will go check that out while we go to Alex.
Hi, hello. About Liman, what I was listening. So, Ukrainian side is not giving a lot of information, but the Russians in their Telegram channels are really panicking. So it looks like they're closing in, and the Russian troops, they risk being encircled. So yeah, it's coming. At this point, I think the news was that the main supply road is under fire, under Ukrainian fire. So essentially, Russian troops there are already encircled. They cannot get supplies. So yeah, I think this there will be news coming soon.
Well, I will keep my eyes peeled for sure. Lena, go ahead. Good to see you.
Good to see you too. Good to hear you, rather. How are you doing?
Figure of
so
speech.
I just wanted to mention that I currently work with a group of deminers in Kharkiv who are clearing from mines the liberated areas. And the kind of mines they're finding, I heard Museum mention something about the demining. Unfortunately, I tuned in a little bit late to hear everything that he was saying. So they started finding mines, you won't believe that, produced in 1948, which are wooden. So if you will go to my profile, I pinned the picture there of a wooden mine, which looks like exactly like a pencil box. I would have never said or thought that something like this is possible. But I kid you not, that mine was produced in 1948. So it just tells you something when you look at the kind of ammunition they're using and just the mix of that explosive devices that are currently being found. It's just it's mind-boggling how much of like old and like dumb munitions is being utilized.
How do they even detect that with
So that's the problem, because currently, unfortunately, and I'm very grateful for certain organizations that are helping us to look for the demining equipment. If anybody from the listeners has those capabilities or knows about how we can get maybe like decommissioned equipment for Kharkiv, that would be greatly appreciated. But yes, they're using currently 1961 the mine detectors, which are not very good in detecting these kind of old mines because they're wood, and plastic mines are also a challenge, but they do detect metal. So that requires mainly eyes. And I think they have a couple of newer detectors, but not many.
Yeah, that would seem to be really difficult to pick up with standard mine detection equipment.
Yep.
Well, I put that up in the nest, so hopefully some of our listeners can give you more information if you don't already have everything you need.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Museum's coming back up. Museum, go ahead. There, you should be synced up now with your audio. Museum, go ahead.
Yeah, hi. I'm interested to hear Lena's point. I mean, those things are designed to be difficult to detect, and my understanding is they are. I mean, you know, I don't know how you would do it without either really sophisticated detection equipment that I don't know about, or manually with the old probes and so on. I mean, there are conventions by which mines are meant to be detectable, but of course, those aren't always followed. Indeed, there was in fact a Canadian pattern of mine that was, designed to take your foot off, but it was all plastic. So that was the Elsie mine, I think we called it, that got withdrawn. So I feel for you and your operatives, and I wish you good luck with that. I wish I had a good answer. I know that in the Far East, I think in Cambodia and some other parts, they've used trained animals, and that may be one of your best bets. But I don't have a good answer for you. I wish there was one. If they're designed to be difficult to detect, then you have a big problem.
Yeah, thank you. It really is an issue. The trained animals is a great idea. Actually, I didn't think of that. Thank you.
I believe rats are particularly good at it, and they aren't normally heavy enough to set anything off.
Yeah, I remember reading about that. Yeah, thank you.
If anybody else would like to join the panel, feel free to request the mic, and we'll be happy to bring you up. And while we're doing that, I'll look and see if there's any news out of Liman. Is Constantine still on the panel, or has he stepped down? I wanted to go ahead.
Looks like he stepped down.
I wanted a Ukrainian translation of what's going on with this guy that appears to be talking to Ukrainians, as he's didn't realize he'd been taken captive until they're videotaping him smoking a cigarette. I've read a bunch of the translations, but I'd love to hear what exactly is going on in that video. The museum, go ahead.
Yeah, hi. Just a point for Lena. It's not an instant fix, but in my day, if you were a range officer and you had a blind for a hand grenade or a mortar round, you got the joy of going out and blowing it up with plastic explosive. But I understand that these days that is done with a form of electronic induction. There's a ring placed around it, sandbagged, and then a current passed through it. And I wonder whether for the future there's some way of devising equipment that will, sweep and detonate those things for you. It may be, a safe and effective way of doing it.
I think down at the ammunition or artillery range at Lawton, Oklahoma, where they have a lot of unexploded ordnance, they just set up some detonation cord along a particular line and blow a bunch of it up all at once. You can clear a path that way. I know the Russians and the Americans, or probably a number of NATO nations, have some kind of round that fires out of from the top of a vehicle and strings out a bunch of deck cord, and you can clear a roadway of any mines or UXO that way.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. I mean, there are. I think those are primarily intended for assaults, although there's no reason you couldn't use them in slow time. But you're right. You're some sort of rocket-assisted projectile with a long linear charge behind it. Generally, a bit more than just deck cord, I think, but a linear charge, and that will clear you a path sufficient for your men or your vehicles. Quite expensive on explosive, I would think.
Yeah, probably a real expensive way to go about doing that. I think the rodent option is probably a lot more economical. and scalable.
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah.
Leonard, go ahead.
Thank you, Ryan. It's probably worth noting that hopefully this entire landmine issue is on a declining curve. It's probably worth noting again that the World Anti-Landmines Protocol, which was signed in Montreal in 1997, has pretty much gotten the attention of the entire world, and there's only just a few of the usual miscreant nations that don't abide by it as yet, and of course Russia and China foremost among those. So and certainly Ukraine has long since endorsed and signed the protocol, and I believe they signed in 2001 already. So they've been in it for more than 20 years, and given that, it's at least a possibility to look forward to that that landmines might be eliminated from the entire globe at some point in the foreseeable future. Anyway, we can certainly hope for that. But I suppose as long as Russia and China remain in the mix, that's an issue to contend with. Thank you.
Museum, go ahead.
Yeah, hi. It's small comfort, but there is actually some good fortune in that you're fighting the Russians, because they do at least have a known range of equipment. At the time of the first Gulf War, I was on a course at the Royal School of Military Engineering, and their course supervisor had been given the 5-minute job of updating the British Army's mine warfare pamphlet, and then discovered, we had let's say 4 centimeters, two pamphlets, total of 4 centimeters thick. He was halfway through the job, and already he had a pile on his desk that was about 300, a foot thick, because the Iraqis were buying from anybody and everybody. So hopefully that will work in favor of the Ukrainians in dealing with what they've got. At least it will be from a known range.
Yes, a good point, Museum. And of course, we're still clearing landmines out of Cambodia from however long ago that was. That's almost beyond memory, and clearly that's a problem that the problem that keeps on bouncing back. It seems like forever. Thanks.
Yeah, I could see some form of robotic mine clearance being part of it. I could see in the same way that remote controlled harvesters and seeders are used to traverse fields. I could imagine that there's scope for doing it that way. At least ways I have to hope so. Anyway, thank you.
Just looking at a new list of proposed sanctions from the EU for Russia that doesn't include diamonds for whatever reason. David, go ahead.
Thank you, Ryan. First of all, as far as agricultural improvements for Ukraine, there are plenty of drones available now for seeding. I don't know if that relates directly to your conversation, Leonard, and who are you? New guy? Museum. Yeah. But at any rate, Ryan, I DM'd you a copy of the video of the Russian soldier who encounters a bunch of Ukrainian soldiers, not realizing they're not Russian soldiers. You had mentioned that you would like to see that.
I saw the video. I just hadn't seen a good translation of it yet.
Oh, I thought it was the other way around. Oh, okay. All right. Well, never mind.
But thank you very much. No, I appreciate it.
Oh, you're welcome.
I'm sure somebody will do a good translation anyway. Twitter's usually pretty quick about that.
Yeah, I'm surprised it's not already out. Have a good night.
Thanks, David. Seems like these new rounds of European sanctions will also include beauty products and toilet paper. So there's going to be a second toilet paper crisis in Russia. 2020 all over again. David, go ahead.
Hi, I guess question is Ukraine really reducing the stockpile of fighters and bombers that the Russians have? Like, is the current Russian production even coming close to their losses this year?
Are you saying, is Russia producing aircraft in sufficient numbers to offset how many are being shot down over Ukraine?
Or yeah, like, are they at least recouping some of them, or like what?
Their numbers are highly suspect now because just like we thought they had well outfitted BTGs and then found out that a bunch of them were frequently ill-equipped, we've also learned in the last few months of this war that Russian helicopters and some of their fixed-wing airframes are utilizing Western-made chipsets and technology. They also have things like Garmin GPS navigators attached to the instrument panel inside was, but the sanctions of in their ability to
argument of Putin now is nuclear weapon. So I think they are not going to use their troops as they did in the beginning of this war. They just need to earn some time just to get this time to pronounce that these new territories belongs now to Russia, and to use this as a argument to use nuclear weapon in case of any attempts to get these territories back. So from my point of view, I think that United States should use all this power and all their weapon to solve this problem personally. I mean, personally towards Putin. How they did with some Al Qaeda guys. You understand what I mean, right?
yeah. Constantine, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. I misclicked with my hand. I want to go, but I want to listen for a minute, a bit before I will say something, so I don't interrupt the topic.
You have to talk now. You raised your hand. No takebacks.
Is that an order?
That's an order. No, I can't give orders. I'm not in the military.
Well, at least I will listen for at least a minute. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm just giving you a hard time. The problem is you're going to make me fill time. George, go ahead.
I just wanted to say that there is some resources which are very good to use to understand what is happening now in Ukrainian territory. It's Bellingcat. It's independent agency with those who work with big data, with telephone data, with internet data to analyze the situation. They analyze pictures and videos from this area, and also sometimes I'm listening Zhdanov, who is ex Ukrainian army server. Zhdanov, maybe you heard about him. So they say that there's seriously no reasons to afraid of those new troops that were mobilized, drafted from the Russian population now. I mean, those 300,000 people who was drafted by Putin to this war. But again, we need to be afraid of missiles. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, George.
So, can I speak now?
Yeah, you can go ahead, Constantine. I'm endlessly mesmerized that this Andrew Korobiko guy still exists.
Who's that?
Some former American Russian propagandist that lives in Moscow now, and always
the skinny guy, right?
the little skinny guy with this huge head, the bobblehead looking.
Yeah, just like me. But that's not.
Don't insult yourself like that. I insist.
No, I'm a skinny little guy with a large head. But anyway, I wanted. There was discussion here that unfortunately I get disconnected regarding the HIMARS. I don't think we ready and 18 HIMARS that were provided to Ukraine, that are going to be provided to Ukraine with the upcoming package. Is that all right if I come back to this topic?
Sure.
So I wanted to jump in, and I tried to speak about it, but I simply did not have time. And when I had time, I was disconnected. But I want to say that when people talk about numbers like, we need Ukraine only needs 24 HIMARS or 25 HIMARS or 50 HIMARS. That and they draw circles around the map, to cover the entire front line. I want to explain that it does not work like that. The actual war is not about drawing circles and making overlap of couple of kilometers. There are two primarily uses in this war for HIMARS right now and how Ukraine utilizes them. First one is striking somewhat strategical targets on a strategical in relationship to this theater of war, not strategical to scale of the planet of the Earth. And those use cases are striking headquarters, striking ammo depots, striking airfields, and congestions of enemy life force or equipment. That's tactical. That's strategical in terms of this in terms of theater of war. But there is also one that is tactical that people don't understand, and that's why Ukraine needs more. So when battalion or a brigade operates, it needs artillery support, and it needs an ability to cover areas of to strike areas, not only specifically pinpoint one specific location. For that, most of the militaries, not most of the militaries, United States relies not only, let me go back to what Ukrainian doctrine. For that, every Ukrainian brigade has one Grad division, that's like Grad battalion, that provides that support to cover area of effect, to cover effect, like to cover certain area instead of some pinpoints, because we know that there is, like, for example, battalion on the move, but those stocks of Grads are running quite low. So and without that support of area coverage, it's really hard to it breaks the doctrine. It breaks the idea behind Ukrainian armed forces and Soviet as well. I would say it probably brings a problem for United States Army as well, armies like United States Army as well. But United States Army has a solution for that. They don't. That's why they don't have that much HIMARS. They have air assets. They have. They consider that they heavily rely on the air power to provide that support for the infantry. In the war like this, where not in the war like this, in Ukrainian situation where we don't have air superiority and we don't have enough planes, we have to rely on the artillery, and HIMARS is part of the artillery. If people don't know, HIMARS is an artillery piece. We have to have, each brigade have to have assets to be able to cover area, to cover squares, not only pinpoint specific single tank or anything like that. For that, we rely once again on Grad, and when the Grads run out, we have to have some substitution for that. The brigade must get something else. Alternative would be to have more tube artillery, but once again, that will require to providing Ukraine with much more tube artillery, I don't know, maybe M198 that are decommissioned already from United States Army, or M777s, which there is not enough quantities of those, but we would need much more of those. The HIMARS, well, not exactly HIMARS. What I mean MLRS systems that can help substitute GRADs that we have are actually can be HIMARS, not HIMARS once again, M270s. But the key difference here is that the ammunition, if we can be supplied with the cheaper ammunition, we don't need gimbalers for every mission. Sometimes one, and that's what you want to cover when you have information that you have a battalion on the march, on the move. You don't need HIMARS that will hit 6 missiles, and will cover only so much. You need 2 or 3 cheap units, 2 or 3 cheap pods of something like that can M270 fire that will cover an area, and that's otherwise Ukraine would need to find some other different solution for this. And once again, United States solution is air superiority. Ukraine, obviously, no one's going to provide Ukraine with air superiority assets, so that's not an option for us. So alternative would be the either tube artillery saturated Ukrainian brigades, mechanized brigades saturated with tube artillery, or something like M270s with cheaper rounds like M28s, or maybe some other rounds that are actually not that expensive and can be used effectively. I hope I didn't ramble too much.
No, not at all. Colby, go ahead.
Since we are on the topic of HIMARS, I wanted to ask you guys. I was not here when the DoD announcement came earlier today about the new funding for Ukraine. I was at work, so I'm wondering. I assume there was a lot of debate about this or discussion about this earlier today when that announcement was made. So I'm just wondering if that was put into the proper context, because I'm seeing a lot of people celebrating on Twitter, as we should. But there seems to be the implication that Ukraine is going to receive 18 new HIMARS tomorrow, and that's not really the case if we actually read what the DoD announced today. So I'm just curious if we could explore that maybe.
Well, I was hoping they got delivered tomorrow, so if you want to burst my bubble, go right ahead.
Yeah, I don't like being the bearer of bad news, but I mean, there is some good news still. I'm in the process of writing threads about this right now, but and I'll put that in the nest in a second, I guess, once it's finished. But to make it short, so there's 2 main mechanisms by which the United States is providing military assistance to Ukraine. We have the Drawdown Authority, and then we also have the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative. So Drawdown Authority is sending current stocks of U.S. weapons to Ukraine, and then those stockpiles get replenished via money that Congress has appropriated. And then the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative, which again is also it's money that Congress has appropriated and has given the president authority to execute. That is a mechanism by which the United States can procure for Ukraine weapon systems, not necessarily that the U.S. has at their disposal. So when we talk about the additional NASAM systems, the United States had a couple of NASAM systems, but they didn't have more than that. So in order to provide more NASAM systems, they have to be procured. So this is the mechanism by which the United States is going to send more NASAM systems to Ukraine. So today's announcement is also through this mechanism. It's through USAI. So what that means functionally is these systems that are announced today are not going to arrive in Ukraine for some time because they have to first be procured. And the the Associated Press, specifically Matt Lee at the Associated Press, who's a very excellent reporter, asked about this. And apparently defense officials are saying that it could be some period of time before these systems arrive in Ukraine, anywhere from 6 months to 2 years, depending on what specific systems we're talking about, because again, they have to be procured. So in most cases, they may not even exist. They have to be produced. And the United States signs contracts with defense companies to build these systems, and then they are sent to Ukraine when they are ready. So this is a long-term investment in Ukraine's military to ensure that in the long term, the Ukrainian military will continue to have the necessary tools at their disposal to ensure that this doesn't happen again and Russia doesn't come back knocking at the door again, and that Ukraine can have a military that, most importantly, meets all NATO standards, because Ukraine currently is in a transitional period where they started the war off basically being almost entirely equipped with Soviet pattern arms, and now they're receiving a lot of NATO pattern weapons, and this will ensure that going forward they continue to receive more NATO pattern weapons so that they can entirely, get rid of all of their Soviet era weapons and be in full compliance with NATO standards and only operate NATO systems that use NATO ammunition and can be integrated into the NATO alliance eventually. And also there will be apparently next week another announcement of drawdown authority deliveries, which is good news. So at that point, the president or the DoD will announce systems that will be in fact sent immediately to Ukraine using current US stock. But what we're seeing today is a long-term commitment, not a short-term commitment. It is for the future. It is not for Ukraine's current needs. So hopefully in that PDA announcement, we will also see HIMARS on the list and all the other things that we want, like ATACMS and extended range, more extended range weapons and everything else that Ukraine needs.
Thank you, Colby. Phil, go ahead.
I just have a question for Colby regarding the Lend-Lease and how that fits into drawdown versus the other kind of more immediate authority. Is Lend-Lease kind of a combination? Is it more of one than the other? And thank you.
Lend-Lease is separate from all of that. Nothing that the United States has sent so far, to my knowledge, has really been under those provisions. There hasn't been very much reporting on this topic from the media since it was signed into law, and that is again something that hopefully the journalists at the Pentagon and the State Department and the White House will ask about is, does the president have the intention to make use of the authority of that legislation to not only deliver equipment to Ukraine, but also equipment to other countries in Eastern Europe? And we were talking about this the other night because in Pentagon realignment budget documents, there was reference to Patriot missiles. And so there was some conversation about what the Patriots could be for, whether they would go to Ukraine. And my position is that it's more likely that they would not go to Ukraine, but they might go to Slovakia or ideally Greece or Bulgaria, because that would facilitate the transfer of the S-300 systems in Greece or Bulgaria to Ukraine, which is important because Ukraine can use S-300s tomorrow, and Ukraine would not be able to use Patriots tomorrow because Patriots are very advanced, complex weapon system that would require an immense amount of training and just lead time to operationalize that system because they don't have experience using it. So it is not, again, Patriots are not a short-term solution. They are a long-term solution. They are a system that Ukraine could use in the future, but not a system that Ukraine could probably use tomorrow. So Lend-Lease would be relevant in that it would, the text of the legislation says that, the United States could lend or lease
defense articles to Ukraine or other countries in Eastern Europe impacted by the invasion. So hopefully we can get some reporting on this, and somebody will ask the president or ask somebody at the Pentagon or the State Department about whether Patriots might go to Slovakia or Bulgaria or Greece. And there just hasn't been a whole lot of reportage or legal commentary on whether the legislation is going to be used, or whether the legislation actually will have the intended effect. I'm not a lawyer. Reading the plain text of the bill, it seems to say one thing, but it may not actually do the things that we believe it will. And I say this as somebody that was very supportive of Lend-Lease and somebody who actually introduced the legislation to the space for the first time back in March when it wasn't on a lot of people's radar. So I hope that it can get some, it can help Ukraine, but we haven't heard too much from the White House or the DoD on how that's going to fit into the puzzle of PDA versus USAI.
Thanks, Colby. Just as a short follow-up to that, about a week ago, one of the, in the public DoD documents, the manufacturer, I forgot the name of Switchblades, basically received a contract from the DoD for 500 units of Switchblades. And my question, and there was also some speculation by others on the Twitter sphere that could potentially be part of, a new contract on Lend-Lease for Ukraine to get these Switchblade 600s, delivered so that they could use them. So I was just curious what your thoughts are. Could new contracts through the DoD be potentially used for Lend-Lease to give to Ukraine some kit that could be potentially very useful?
There's no provisions in Lend-Lease itself for the procurement of new systems for delivery. So it's possible maybe, but the legislation doesn't do that itself. So it would just, anything that's getting procured, it's being done through the existing DoD budget. And then what happens with those, what happens with that equipment once it is within DoD control, it depends. It just depends on the, it can be sent through PDA, it could be sent through USAI, maybe through Lend-Lease. I think that those contracts for Switchblade, that's most likely, again, drawdown, it's replenishment of US stocks of whatever they had. Maybe it's procurement of new new stocks to be sent. But if that was in the recent budget documents that the DoD released over the weekend, I suspect that is just replenishment of whatever existing stocks the U.S. had of Switchblades, as mandated by law. Whatever the president sends to Ukraine, then it has to be replenished. So that would be my assessment of what that probably has to do with. Switchblades we haven't heard a lot about lately. So that may be because Ukraine just used all the ones they had. I haven't heard a lot of feedback lately about how Ukraine felt Switchblades performed. I'm sure they were happy to receive them, but they've got a lot of bigger and better things right now. And, again, there is a finite amount of things that can be sent to Ukraine due to logistical constraints and how much you can fit on an aircraft, and then how much can be sent over the border in trains and trucks, and how much Ukrainian military has the ability to actually integrate and deliver to frontline units. So in the grand scheme of things, I would place Switchblades and just other loitering munitions probably lower on the list of priorities, given finite logistical ability. When you have HIMARS and M777 batteries that need to be replenished with ammunition, Switchblades are kind of like a nice to have thing, but with the kind of phase of the war that we're in right now, probably a lower priority would be to get more Switchblades over to Ukraine when there's other things that are probably going to be more impactful.
I agree. Thank you, Colby. I was just curious about, that one small part of the contract. It was a separate contract. It wasn't in what the DoD had announced. It was in the DoD budget. It was noticed that there were 500 units, which each unit I think has like 10. The reason was they didn't have many 600s. They had a lot of 300s, and I heard, at least earlier on, I think on the space, that the 300s weren't very useful at all. But the 600s may have been more useful. They just didn't have that many already manufactured.
Did the contract stipulate whether it was the procurement of 300s or 600s?
It was for procurement of 600s. I sent it to Michelle, I believe, last night via DM. I can also send it to you. Yes, you have.
Please do. Please
Yeah.
do. I would like to read that. The 300. It is. Yeah, it's a small system. I was discussing this last night or the night before. It's whenever we were talking about the Iranian loitering munitions, the 300 is a 40 millimeter grenade round is the warhead. The 600 is a Javelin anti-tank heat warhead. So it has a lot more utility. It can destroy a tank or other armored vehicles. The 300, can take out two guys in a foxhole, maybe. So there's a lot more utility with the in an anti-tank warhead. But even that, because it's a heat warhead. It's great to destroy a vehicle, but if you have larger formations of troops, not so great against that. Because it's a shaped charge heat warhead and not a high explosive warhead. But if that's a new procurement, then very well may be that they're going to send those to Ukraine, or the U.S. is just procuring them for themselves, because the 600 was in fact like a brand new system that had never even seen combat before, as far as I'm aware, because the U.S. didn't really have any hostile enemy tanks to blow up themselves. So they may be just procuring it for their own interest, now that it is a proven weapon system that has some utility. But if they are in fact procuring new 600s for Ukraine, that's certainly better than just buying a bunch more 300s, which I would definitely say have less utility.
Thanks again.
I've only seen one video of a Switchblade in action, and its utility was remarkable. And I believe it was the 300, but I'm just being snarky, Colby. I totally
No,
understand
I've seen those videos too. I mean, it's not useless, but it's a limited system.
Yeah, limited effectiveness. There's just not enough bang there for tank killer capabilities like a 600 has.
And the Ukrainians have been able to get the utility of a 300 just using commercial grade drones, right? Like they have managed to, with commercial grade drones, to equip them with small explosive devices and use those to drop them on Russian positions. And we've seen way more videos of them doing that than we have seen videos of Switchblade 300s being utilized. So the point in sending Switchblade 300s, is negated a lot, I think, by the fact that Ukrainians have fairly widespread availability of, commercial grade drones that can basically do the same thing, deliver.
I think everybody got muted. Go ahead, Colby.
Yes, sir. The Ukrainians have widespread availability of drones that can do the same thing, deliver a small grenade on target. But delivering a anti-tank warhead is something else entirely. So Switchblade 600s, good 300s. You know, a lot of Ukrainian units already have their own improvised, 40 millimeter grenade delivery systems, and we've seen a lot of videos of those dropping, on a couple of Russian soldiers. I saw one just a few days ago. I think there was like 4 Russians walking along a tree line, and then suddenly a grenade or small explosive device drops near them, and one of the guys is taken out, and then the other 3 are injured and crawling away and just leaving their buddy there on the ground to bleed out.
Yep, I believe I saw some of those as well. And if I'm not mistaken, they're using high explosive 40 millimeter grenades that are stripped down and probably given some fins or some kind of stabilizer. But they're surprisingly effective. And I think another reason we're probably not seeing a whole lot of the Switchblade action is I don't know those were made with a high definition camera attached to them. They're kind of a one-way drone. They don't return to sender and have a memory card attached to them. So it's, I think, an unintended side effect of using these commercial drones that were originally fitted with high def cameras is that we've gotten to see a whole lot more of this conflict from a bird's eye view than I think anybody has in any conflict before now. Or war, I should say. Craig, how's it going? Good evening. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, man. What's up? No, I'm just listening in on the drone conversation. I don't have anything kind of new to report or necessarily to add. I think one thing we might not be seeing is that I feel, again, this is just kind of in my gut, if you're kind of in a company, maybe a platoon, depending on how they structure, you could carry several of these things, and I don't know. I'm trying to think of how to use them. I know we use them in Afghanistan, but I can't remember. Colby, if you could help me out, or somebody help me out here, how we used them in Afghanistan. I think it was for targets that were further away, right? And they were kind of shooting mortars and stuff at U.S. troops. Is that more or less correct, or?
I don't know about mortars necessarily, but it was
something
used
something at range that's hard to hit.
Yeah, I mean it's if you're a special forces team on your own out in the middle of nowhere and you are taking fire from a position and you don't really have any ability to deal with that position, what are you going to do? You're going to call in air support or an artillery strike if you're not that far out from a base where they have a battery, but that takes time, especially again if you're like remote and there is no artillery and the only option is an airstrike. Airstrikes take a lot of time. They have to scramble a jet, and it has to reach your location. So this gives you the ability to deploy a system that can go and take out a position which you otherwise would not be able to deal with unless you had air support. That was kind of the thinking and usefulness behind the system. I don't think there's like a huge amount of literature on its effectiveness in Afghanistan, but it certainly was used. So that's definitely what it was doing in Afghanistan.
It's interesting. You said close air support. CJ tried to trigger me earlier today by talking about close air support, but I'm not going to take the bait this time. I think that if there's anything that we're going to, I think, take away from this, just talking about just drones specifically, ignore the larger kind of meta conversation. But I think one thing we're going to learn from what we see of these drones is it just proves that the model of forward delegation, of having the initiative, right, letting your guys think, letting them kind of act on their own, especially in how the way they've deployed these. I mean, Ryan said it beautifully, right? Stripped down a 40 millimeter grenade, put some fins on it made of duct tape. We've seen, stop me if you've heard that before, right? And drop it on somebody's head. I feel like this war is just a greater extrapolation of the point that top-down model militaries don't work. If nothing else, this war has shown that for sure.
Got a new speaker coming up, Cricket. I don't think we've had a Cricket yet. Cricket, go ahead.
Does anyone else hear crickets? That was a Yehuda joke. Yeah, that was a Yehuda joke. I was doing my Yehuda impression right there.
I guess Cricket doesn't want to take a crack at.
That was a good one, Ryan.
Oh, come on. Okay, whatever. I give that
I laughed. I did laugh.
I'll give that a solid 6.5. How about that? 6.5.
I'm still laughing.
Ryan, you're on an upward trajectory here, man.
Cricket going twice. If you don't know how Twitter works, you push that button at the bottom left. It should turn purple, and then your mic's hot. I can't turn on your mic, but I can turn off your mic.
You know, I if I could just really quickly, something I saw that was really impressive today. That one of our frequent guests on the show, James Vasquez, I don't know if anybody remembers something. At the very beginning, one of his first kind of big posts that I don't want to say the word viral, but kind of helped spread the news a little bit about him was that he bragged about taking a Dushka off a Russian tank with a Leatherman donated by somebody from Connecticut. And if you look back in his feeds, you'll find it. And obviously it wasn't a 50 cal, it was a Dushka, but in the video he called it a 50 cal, basically the equivalent thereof. And took a Dushka out. And what I saw today sparked my curiosity because one of the videos that we saw in some of the close combat we're seeing in the Donbass is that the Ukrainian troops have actually modified the Dushkas to be a infantry weapon. So they've modified the hand grip. Talk about ingenuity. I mean, they've taken something that was meant to be vehicle mounted and they've inserted a tripod or kind of I want to say a quad, you know, with, I think it had 4, maybe 3. And they've modified a hand grip. So now you squeeze the trigger with your hand rather than with your finger or with your thumbs. Completely redesigned. And Ryan, if you can look back on our chats, we kind of talked about it a little bit, but just another amazing addition that you see what they did and you see what they turned it into with just a little bit of ingenuity.
Yeah, I did see a photo of that earlier today. And I also saw a really interesting sniper rifle a week or 2 ago that was apparently manufactured and designed in Ukraine. It, I believe, shoots 50 cal anti-armor rounds, but I've also put up another featured guest speaker card in the nest that I didn't see before. And I think if Michelle wants to announce her, I'll defer to Michelle. She's got a nicer voice than I do. I know her Twitter handle is Valerie_Kov or Cove.
Yeah, thanks, Ryan. I
You
don't know
good?
about the better voice than you, but I'll try. So we do have a special guest tomorrow. We have 2 actually. So Ryan had mentioned about an hour ago that Mick Ryan's joining us at 6 p.m. Eastern time. And prior to that, we have Valerie Kovtun. Hopefully I pronounced her name properly. She's the head and founder of the Project Filter, which is a national media literacy project on behalf of the Ministry of Culture and Information. And that was established in 2021. So she's going to be joining us tomorrow at 11 a.m. Pacific time, 2 p.m. Eastern time. So that's going to be 4 hours ahead of Mick Ryan. So if all of you could join us for both speakers tomorrow, that would be amazing. And as a reminder, please retweet the Twitter space. We appreciate all of you who are not only speaking and also listening. And if you could let your friends and family know that Maria Report is available for them to listen to, that would be great. We do have a new speaker who came up as well, Mirsa. So if you have a question.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Hi. I have been listening for a while, and what I'm seeing now, what's happening in Ukraine lately, which is really, of course, we all cheer for Ukraine people and soldiers to win this war. You know, I come from Bosnia and Herzegovina, and I know in early 90s when my country was attacked and they decide ethnic cleansing, Catholic, Croatian Catholics and Bosnian Muslims, you know, you fight for your survivors. You fight to for your home, for your country that you've been, your ancestors live for hundreds of years on, thousands of years on. And now, when I see what's happening in Ukraine, when Russia, I'll say now Russia, not Soviet Union, that they claim that Ukraine did not exist before Soviet Union and all that BS, you know, just they create Ukraine, which is completely crazy. And, you know, right now, of course, they are sending more so-called soldiers. I don't even know what to call them, soldiers. They're gonna be cannon fire. You know, they losing the war. And it seems to me it goes back to history. The Soviet Union, every time when they losing war, they pile more and more of their soldiers, you know, no regards about human life, which is completely different when it comes to Ukraine. You know, they're well organized. They in the beginners, in the Russia had much army power in technology, which in the end we all find out it's not true. It's not true. They send unexperienced boys. And in beginning, when they attack on Kiev, those are not professional soldiers. Professional soldiers will not do atrocity on a civilian population or like they did, you know. And I mean, country of 42 million people, you cannot just deny the existence, and they know they have to fight for their freedom, because as everybody, I'm from Southeast Europe, and we all know what means to live under first Soviet Union and especially Russia now in modern time. If they don't have, they completely don't care about their own soldiers, what will happen for them to take over country to Ukraine people? You know, they deny their existence, their language, literature, everything. And I'm glad, of course, that they're getting support that they need, and they need much, much more. And they know how to use the weapon. Because in the beginning, Russia just piled as much rockets and they destroy like city of Mariupol. It's basically gone. It was not to preserve the city. It was just destroy everything that was identity of Ukrainian people.
Thank you so much for your thoughts, Marissa. Do you have any questions for any of the other speakers?
I just came in actually. I've been have been watching a lot from European television and everything. It's just lately what happened. I have, if anybody can answer this question, I know there is a mobilization. They mobilize 300 new soldiers, if you can call, and I don't know how to say is. I know things are not going as planned by Kremlin. Will that change? I know in my mind it will not change, but in any other, will that change anything in the course of war in your mind?
It's just delaying the inevitable, which is that
Exactly.
Russia's going to lose.
Thank you. That's what I was thinking. It's a lost life on both sides, and also seeing how many are leaving. But you know what I think? I don't know, correct me. People that they're leaving Russia right now, when war started in Ukraine, they didn't make big protests or anything like that. They were supporting the war, but once war came to them, now it's a different story, and I do feel for young men. I do feel, but why didn't you use that energy?
They're reportedly already calling ahead and trying to arrange surrender with the Ukrainian hotline. So I hope they will all throw down their arms and surrender en masse as soon as they cross the border.
Yeah, I hope they will do that too. But thing is, we all need to know. I study Russian, the history of Soviet Union. It's Putin. He's unpredictable. He absolutely does not. He's on his back heels. So now it's what's next, because
other people who he's trying to force into his war of aggression are not as unpredictable as he is, and when they're ill-equipped, and they've seen for the last 6 months that those who were supposedly properly equipped couldn't succeed in submitting or conquering parts of Ukraine, I don't think they'll be encouraged to fight. It's kind of lunacy to think that the beatings will continue until morale improves.
I understand, but also, he constantly threatened with nuclear bomb, which is crazy.
Well, and that's just a talking point, and
I know
he won't be successful if he. One of the worst things he could do for his own continued legitimacy is to resort to an action like that, and as NATO nations have assured the Russians that would be a devastating choice for them to make, and I think they understand that clearly. We have a couple of other hands. If we could get to
Okay,
George and Leonard.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No worries. George, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to add to Mirza. Putin's order for mobilization doesn't have the exact number of mobilized people. They just said verbally that it's 300,000 people, but experts say that there are 1.2 million people actually plan to be drafted for that war. And you're right, Ryan. It's just delaying the inevitable, and I think that we can compare Putin with the cornered rat in this situation.
Yeah, but at some point, all the people he's handing orders out to realize he's a cornered rat too, and then things get interesting, I guess. But we'll see how that plays out. I don't have a magic 8-ball.
How do you train 1.2 million people? I think the answer is you can't.
They're not. They're sending them straight in.
Yeah. So basically, the fastest way to train somebody is that there's only so much square footage to actually house these people. Excuse me. And that's going to cause problems with the logistics and feeding them for any sustained amount of time, right? You keep a lot of people in one place that requires a lot of food, only if you move the people, right? And once the people are kind of moved along, the logistics, the food, the water, everything will be handled at forward units. So this isn't just about saving time. This is also a logistical question of how do you move this amount of people without consuming a lot of resources in a complicated way. This is a very simple way to do it. You're not so much adjusting. Yes, you're adjusting the soldiers' feet from where they are to where they're going, but you're also keeping them and putting them in a place where they can have supply lines and get something to eat and armed. So it's more, like I said, a shift of logistics than really anything else.
Greg, the Russians devised an ingenious solution to your logistical problem in 1917. That was just to send 1 million into the German guns, and pretty soon there was no logistical problem whatsoever. They were gone.
Yeah. Let's talk about Tannenberg. That's something I've been kicking around for a while as well. As this is, if anybody doesn't know what I'm talking about, I don't mean to get too historical here, but back during World War One, the Germans, I think this was 1915, late 1914. 14, thank you. The Russians were surrounded and the entire army was completely wiped out in Tannenberg. I think the Germans did it in 2 days, maybe 3. And it was probably one of the greatest, if not the greatest disaster of military arms in Russia since today, right? Since what we're seeing now. It was an absolutely catastrophic event. And it pushed, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but there were Austrians and others that are in Belarus and Ukraine. They'd pushed pretty far into the Soviet Union. And then obviously the Bolshevik Revolution, etc. So
Tannenberg is very interesting because the story of Tannenberg is that Germany was terrified of Russia's massive army. It was huge, many millions of men. But Germany's advantage is that they had the fastest and most efficient mobilization system on the continent, thanks to the excellent railway system they had built for themselves. They were hoping that because of that railway system, they would be able to move troops very quickly to defeat France, and then they could worry about Russia afterwards, because they didn't anticipate Russia mobilizing those millions of men very quickly, because these things take time, and Russia, of course, was not nearly as well developed and didn't have the same sort of rail and road infrastructure that Germany did. So they figured it was going to take a considerable period of time before the Russian army would actually be massed and able to conduct offensive operations against East Prussia. Well, Russia mobilized a lot faster than they thought, but their army was still not particularly well equipped and well led as the German army was, and they sort of stumbled into the forests of East Prussia, and the Germans, with a numerically inferior force, were able to decisively defeat them by rushing reinforcements in from France, and it left the Russian army in disarray and off balance for the better part of the next half year.
That's kind of where I'm going with this. That I mean, I don't mean to get too melodramatic here, but I mean, what we're witnessing, we just have to kind of, like I said, I say sometimes, just kind of say it out loud, right? You're witnessing a nation's army being destroyed before our eyes. I mean, if you sit back and say it out loud, it sounds a little bit different, right? Because that's what we're watching. I mean, you're watching society rip itself apart for with all due respect to our Ukrainian friends, a relatively small piece of land, right? This isn't World War II. This isn't mass continent on continent. This is a near abroad for Russia, a regional conflict on their border that they cannot win and that they're not going to win, right? And that's something that it's really gonna, I think what the Russians, if I was Putin right now, if I'm sitting up there and I'm walking through the Kremlin, at some point, everybody's human. At some point, you got to kind of start to feel that I'm going to go down in history, right? This is a historic moment in Russia. This can be remembered for 100 years or more, right? This is that bad, but at least for the Ukrainian people in Eastern Europe. And so I think I think if I was them, I'd have to start to kind of feel that pressure of history, right? And with that, if you have that on your conscience, what aren't you willing to do, right? And we've just seen it. Mobilize 1.2 million, start cutting off pipelines, start doing all the rest of this stuff, going for broke, in other words, right?
But what you have to also take into account with that mobilization, and this point has been endorsed by some of the best Russia scholars just in the last couple of days, and that is that the mobilization plan applies inordinately and overwhelmingly to the principalities of Yakutia, Saha, Burятия, Dagestan, and Chechnya. And of those, we've already seen that literally in the last 24 hours, Chechnya has supposedly gotten an exemption from the mobilization order. So that reduces it then to those four principalities, which obviously are on the fringe of what Putin considers the heart of the Russian Empire, if you will. So that would lead, and every historical indicator suggests that points directly to a significant domestic unrest. And I don't know if you've seen some of the videos just in the last 48 hours, but there's been some very intense protests, like not massive crowd sizes, but clearly desperate, despondent, totally beyond the pale citizens in the street and being literally ripped off and beaten with clubs and so on and so on. And women, there's literally no distinction given by the Russian bully boys. I mean, there's clearly a significant and growing level of discordance there on the domestic front. So I don't know that should be written off either. Some people say, well, they're such docile lambs that the Russian citizens won't do anything. History suggests that's not exactly perhaps the correct conclusion. So yeah, hopefully that puts a little bit of light onto it.
Thanks, Leonard. So we're going to go to, sorry, I missed the order a little bit. I think it was Mirza, George, Daniel.
I was first, and I will be short.
Okay, go ahead, George.
I just put some information here, some tweets. So here was question on how they gonna train those new soldiers. They don't train them, or they train them for 1 or 2 days. So they're absolutely unprepared for that battle. And as well, I put some tweets on their ammunition, which is with rust, very bad. They are very badly provided with provision, with a place for preparation, living, etc. So you just can find it here in the room. I put some tweets. Thank you.
Thank you. Daniel, go ahead.
Was not the other guy in front of me?
No, you're good.
Okay. What I recommend, go on my profile and read the Medusa article. It's very enlightening. And I stress you to understand, most of the Russians have no idea how bad their army is fighting in Ukraine. If you are a girlfriend of a new recruited young man from university, which is 20 years old, and you ask him, you go to exercise, right? That will express you how much they know. I saw Konstantin Defmon putting very gory images from the front. I can say I don't like it. I don't like it like a human being. But that images are very, very important, and I think must be more visible for the Russians. Russians, they were disconnected in App Store for VKontakte. VKontakte for them is like Facebook and Twitter together. And now they don't have the access in App Store, and they love their iPhones. So next step they will do, they will go to Facebook and Twitter to reach people, because who is in Telegram already seen everything he must see. And the idea will be who was on the front knows how the things are, and that's why the Medusa article is very good, because our veterans, they are even mercenary from Wagner, and the image for them is bleak. Is something like you don't expect it, to discern the reality. How bad the war is prosecuted, how many they die, how bad it is for conscripts going there, because they will become just body bags. And the different part of society, disconnected, which is just watching TV and reading official stuff, and they have no idea Ukraine for them is a massacre. They don't have any idea. I know we'll see people saying, oh no, they know. Who are on Telegram, yes. But everything else, everybody who don't use Telegram, who is more than 40, who usually watch Simoyan yelling in the studio, or look at, I don't know, Russia 24, or Russia Today, or Sputnik, or any other channel. Even the sport channels are
Russia
propaganda.
won. Russia won.
Exactly. They don't know how much they lost, how many people died, and how gruesome is for them. Because it's a huge difference from the people who was on the front and the people who is home and cherished. And the guys who run, they know, or they hear something, or they are not stupid enough, because I watched it, some of the people photographed border with Georgia. Most of them were young, 20, 40 years, probably specialists, young professionals, students who are not totally stupid. Oh yeah, they are very Putinist, most of them. Or if they are not Putinist, are at least chauvin and imperialistic. But the rest of society, the women are the most nationalistic, more pro-war, because they have no idea what happens with their sons. I saw the images of Crimea recruits, which is 2 days old already. And there are grandfathers in the front line. Of course, there are officers that most of them are honorary officers, captain, colonels, majors, but that ranks are not taken in the battlefront. If you, I don't know, get a university degree in some university in all Russia, and I don't know, your specialization was close to military, you can get a honorary degree in army. It helps you to a pension. But for them now is just doom. They will be sent like officers to the front, and they never put a rifle in their arms. So my plea is, even is very disturbing and we risk ban, when you see wounded soldiers, what put Konstantin were bodies eaten by dogs and cats. I know is gruesome, is not good. I have a sensitive heart for this, but I think it will help them to understand what the fuck they're doing. I hope I am clear what I said. Thank you.
Yes, you were very clear. Thanks, Daniel. Suzanne, you have your hand up.
Yes, you were very clear. I actually studied Russian in junior high and high school for 4 years, and I still remember it. I can understand it when I hear it spoken, but there was a woman, they had a video of her speaking, and I don't know what part of Russia she was from. I couldn't understand a lot from what she was saying. I don't know if I'm just not up on the latest Russian language, or if it was just colloquialism she was speaking in or what. But anyway, they had a translation. And she was saying, as another Russian mother said, once their sons are gone into the service, they never know what happens to them after that. They expect they'll never hear from them again. And that was, talk about heart-wrenching. And then another thing, let's see, what was I going to say? Oh, yeah, that I've been seeing from various news agencies in Europe is the number. Oh, they had a video clip of a soldier that was captured, a Russian soldier. And he was up there in years, maybe in his 40s or something. But he was saying that he never, expected to see what he saw there, and didn't believe it until he saw it with his own eyes. But he said he's fine with being a prisoner, and they're treating him well. And then at the end of the video, he pulled his knit hat down over his face, I guess not to be recognized. I think someone was coming along, so they cut the video short. And then let's see, what else did I see? I've seen so many of these little clips. Oh yeah, that the Russian soldiers are surrendering, actually, and they don't want to be there based on what they've seen and what they've had to go through. But the latest clip I saw was this morning of a Russian commander, whatever he was, telling his troops, and it was all translated, that all they're going to provide them with is a uniform. Everything else they have to find for themselves. Their medical kits, their food rations, their guns, everything. And all they get is a uniform and I think boots, although I'm not even sure about the boots. So this is the Russian army for you right now. Not to mention those clips we saw of, the miles long bumper to bumper cars of all these young men trying to make it into Finland. And one young man here on the news was speaking in his native language, and they were translating, and he said he's catching a flight out to Turkey instead of trying to sit in those lines of cars, because he'll run out of gas before he ever makes it to Finland. So he was taking a flight to Turkey.
Yeah, I saw some of those videos as well. And there was, when you were talking about just some of the supplies that they had, there was the one about, it was who was it? Oh, she was a drill sergeant, and she was talking about some of the things that they needed to bring on their own, including like women's pads and tampons, so that if they did get a bullet hole or something, they would stick the
Yes,
tampon
you're
into
right.
the
Yeah.
hole. And then I don't know if you saw this, but the Georgia Legion posted today, like with a funny photo of toilet paper, saying that they were going to have to use the Russians would have to use toilet paper. So I thought that was pretty comical. The other thing too, I did see that same video that you saw with, oh, actually, no, sorry. I was going to mention, I think this was to your point as well. Just it was just the differences in treatment of Ukrainian POWs versus obviously what the Russians were doing, vice versa. And the Ukrainian Ministry of Justice announced today that they have a new program where soldiers that are captured by Ukrainian forces would be allowed to speak to family and relatives for up to 15 minutes a day, which would improve their mental health and overall state. So it just goes to
Yeah.
show like the difference in treatment of how the Ukrainians are treating their POWs versus the just atrocious things that the Russians are doing.
Well, I
So
think aren't the Ukrainians abiding by that rule of law, whatever it is? I don't know if it's through NATO or it's, oh gosh, I think it goes back to like World War II.
Yeah, the Geneva Convention. Yes,
Yes,
yes, they certainly are.
yes.
Yeah, there's actually a funny leaked phone call of so there's a hotline that the Russian soldiers can call to surrender, and a Russian soldier calls and he says, "Hey, like I want to surrender," and the guy on the other line, I don't know, he sounds to me, I made the joke, he sounds like the woman on Ghostbusters, like picking up or dropping off. In other words, like it seems very common that these people call to surrender. And he says, my commanding officer told me you guys are gonna like torture me in a very particular way involving my groin area. And he says, no, we follow the Geneva Convention. No one's going to torture anybody. And then the Russian soldier just very matter of factly goes, oh, okay. And then like, yeah, how do I surrender? Right. So Ukraine is clearly following the Geneva Convention for a variety of reasons, right? For the reason that all of their allies believe that Ukraine's engaged in a moral struggle against an evil that has invaded their country. And so in order to kind of continue that support, it's good for Ukraine to treat people with humanity and respect. But, there's a lot of valid military reasons for treating prisoners of war with dignity and respect, right? That might encourage more to surrender. So I think Ukraine's so far handled the prisoner of war situation very well. We don't hear a ton about it, probably for operational security reasons, but we have to imagine, particularly in the most recent offensive where they were able to take land so quickly, that they were able to capture a lot of prisoners of war. And I would say that reading between the lines, we think right now that the sort of numbers and amount has been understated, probably on purpose, but that's just like a speculation. So yeah, anyway, great stuff. So real quick,
Could I
before we
just
go to
ask
Dan,
a question?
yeah, go ahead,
please?
Suzanne.
Has there been any talk about the Nord Stream pipeline tonight on your site?
I think Craig wants to. I think Craig wants to a little bit. So maybe we
Okay.
might get a little bit out of Craig later. But so real quick, I just want to let people know. Language says basically no update tonight, just because the vibe I'm getting from him is he did his update and he looked at the Institute for the Study of War update and he's like, it's the same thing. So he said basically just read the Institute for the Study of War update tonight. He'll do an update tomorrow. The one thing he wanted to say is basically Ukraine's pushing south of Kupiansk, right? This is the city we've watched for a while. They're pushing along the Riverside Highway. Russia keeps running its troops there and they keep dying. And Ukraine is inching closer and closer to cutting off Liman, which is all pretty much what's been going on if you kind of followed yesterday. So, I think he's probably right. We'll hear from Language tomorrow. So if anyone wants maybe some a little bit more detail, we have up in the nest the Institute for the Study of War thingy update. There we go. So yeah, please do feel free to take a look. So with that, I believe we can go to Hans. Michelle, maybe we can do some general announcements real quick.
Yeah, I was also going to mention too, speaking of Language Learner, he posted or he tweeted earlier that there was a very generous donor who donated to mariaaid.org today. And so he challenged everybody else to go check out the website and to see some of the amazing things that mariaaid.org does. 100% of the proceeds do go to providing non-lethal aid to Ukraine. And those do include things such as bandages, night vision, body armor, and so on. And I was looking at the tweet that he posted, and everyone was he was kind of, I guess, recommending or challenging people to post their donation anonymously if they wanted to. And so there was a lot of comments. So if you get the opportunity and you are able to, please check out Language Learner's tweet. And I'd also like to remind everybody that if you'd like to come up and speak, please press the microphone button on the bottom left-hand corner. We have been having a few issues with bringing speakers up. However, keep trying. And also, please retweet this space. So we really appreciate all of you being here and would love it if you could share this space with your friends and family. I know I've shared this a few times before, but when I was looking for some information on what was happening in Ukraine, I came by or found Maria report, and it's been such a comfort for me over the last 7 months or so to know that these mostly friendly, maybe not Yehuda all the time, I'm totally kidding, these friendly faces and voices are here to share all of the information and the latest update as to what's going on. So I've really appreciated everyone being here, and I think I'm assuming a lot of the listeners have as well, because we do have a lot of old and new listeners, so we really appreciate that. And we'll go to hands. So Daniel, you're next.
Okay, also not just Institute for Study of War. I recommend you Andrew Perpetua. He put every day an update. Sometimes DefMon, but he is decorated maybe 5 hours. And Caval Group, they put military updates also. So you can get more sources. And if you are on Telegram, I recommend Operation Command South, which are very active and put real deal because they are official. About prisoners, I remember something. 28 February or maybe on 1st March, I saw the first prisoner was VDV, and was happened before Bucha and Irpin to be well known. I think was BTR who shot the couple of pensioners in the car, which was recorded by surveillance camera. And that made people very angry. And I remember well on Twitter the talks, because they deserve to be angry at that moment. And I remember I said something like, treat them humanely and let them phone home. Because I don't know if you remember, all the Ukrainians tell us how they call their relatives in Russia. The grandmothers, aunts, cousins, they just didn't believe what happened in the first days. I was very, very happy when the hotline was introduced. The Ukrainian journalists gone in YouTube with all prisoners getting interviews of 40 minutes, 1 hour. And I think that in past 7 months, erode more the trust of the Russians in their army, in their political leaders, than anything. Even the losses, the rumors, all the bullshit, the informational war was ineffective because prisoners call home. Calling home, I think, made them to reevaluate. And I can give you another anecdote with an interview, very, very short. Someone, not someone, the same journalist, the Ukrainian journalist, I don't remember his name, called the parents of one soldier on video, and their shock was instantaneous because they didn't know he's in Ukraine. They just crashed. And Believe me, these things are very, very important. Okay, thank you.
Thank you,
Daniel,
Daniel.
could you repeat the name of the Instagram channel that you mentioned there?
Not Instagram, Telegram.
Or Telegram,
Telegram.
sorry. Okay,
I know
sorry.
you are American or Canadian and
Well,
use
I'm close.
Instagram.
Yes. Okay. Okay, sorry. What was the name again?
Operational Command SALT is the Allied Army group which defend Odessa and Kherson.
Oh yeah. Okay, perfect. And you mentioned one before that too. I don't think I got that one.
Keval group, Keval with double L. Keval.
Okay, good. Okay, perfect. Okay, thank you, Daniel.
No problem, man.
Thank you, Dan. Yeah, I agree. Those are all great sources. I want to talk to Craig a little bit. First, I want to talk to Craig about any train happenings. Craig is, of course, our resident train. And I want to talk to him about, I think there's maybe, Craig's got like kind of a hot take on the whole pipeline situation. And I want to get it out there for the world because like, I love Craig's stuff. So first we're going to go to JJ, but then after that, the floor is Craig's. So JJ, please go ahead.
You're a fanboy, Joseph.
Thanks, Joseph. I wanted to say thank you to you and Michelle for the refocus on Ukraine and how the Ukrainian military takes the higher moral ground. I always think about who is listening to this space, in particular Ukrainians, and try and focus on the unnecessary heartbreak that they are experiencing because Russia illegally invaded their country. And it's really simple. If Russia leaves all Ukrainian territory, the needless death and destruction stops. So thank you again.
Thank you very much, JJ. Couldn't agree more. Craig, first, I want to talk about trains, okay? Maybe in the last few days or so, I know, we've talked a little bit about maybe some stuff that's going on, but I don't know, is there anything in terms of the train lines? You know, we all know how important train lines are to Russian logistics and that Ukraine's clearly taking efforts to hit them with standoff weapons as well as, seize territory that might cut off certain critical train lines. So is there anything that you think our audience should be looking at in that area? Go ahead.
Yeah, so I mean, I guess there's two parts to that. There's obviously the Ukrainian one and the Russian one. The Ukrainians are much smaller, but it has a much more kind of direct impact on what you might seem to be future operations, a shaping effort, if you will. We've come to know that term. And then on the Russian side, you're seeing a strategic movement, right, to get to a geographic place, right? Strategic meaning all across the country. Those people that were described as being the major drafty areas, that's not Moscow. That's not St. Petersburg, right? You got to get them from somewhere to somewhere. And then you have to get their gears going. I know Joseph and I saw a picture earlier that saw an absolutely clogged Russian switching yard. I don't really necessarily know the date on it, but if that is representative of what a busy day at a Russian yard looks like, either if there's a war going on or not, then that's still not a good sign. So if that was taken 4 years ago, that's okay too, because that means that's what it probably looks like now, if not worse, right? And so I think the question would be, if you're Russia, and again, this kind of goes to my pipeline thing, so you're kind of teasing it a little bit, but I would simply say that there was never a question that Russia could move what they wanted to move, right? That was never the question, right? The question wasn't if they could do it. The question was how and why and what, right? How do you do it? Why do you do it? Right? And what do you gain out of it? And versus, again, subtraction, what you lose, right? Which is production in your economy. I don't think it's necessary to kind of go down the political track of how it is. I kind of feel like I've been repetitive about it. But as far as the logistic movements inside of Russia, you have to understand that they're quite literally starting to cannibalize their own company, not just through rolling stock, but actually through funnels of money directly into the Russian state to supply the war effort, right? And so to keep the money flowing, so to speak, through the government accounts, they simply just take from others. Now, other people have pointed out that this is not necessarily corporate raiding, but this is more or less just shifting balance sheets on what is already a government book, right? So that's fair. But again, some of these are Some of these are not, right? Some of these are actually private companies. And so they're going to have to fit the bill as well. So, what does Russia get out of moving this much train and moving this much freight? I mean, I've asked enough people. I've probably asked like 30 people. Hopefully in their mind, something, right? Because what's your alternative? Losing, right? So you either admit defeat now or you admit defeat 6 months from now. The goal is that within that 6 months, you're able to affect some sort of shift using various means, whether it be energy or not, to try to make that situation in Europe as uncomfortable as possible, politically and physically.
Okay, Craig. So I think that might be like a good lead in to, I think, your next topic, right? So when the pipeline stuff was going on, like, in the back channel, we were all talking about like what's going on, and we were trying to figure everything out and put all the information together. And I think Craig just came in with like a super hot take real quick, and I was just like, it just gave me, and I was like, whoa, but it sailed by, because right, obviously we're talking about lots of stuff, looking at all these pictures of pipeline damage, going, what could have done this? And so I don't know, I just wanted to see if we could maybe expand it out a little bit, Craig. So why don't you just like lay it out? Go ahead.
Yeah. So I think what you're probably looking at is some sort of effort to, let's put it this way, your economy isn't really doing so hot anyway, right? But the trick is, this isn't exactly a normal recession. This is also war too. And so you need hands, you need bodies, you need feet, you need people. And so part of this idea of trying to make the situation uncomfortable in Europe goes part and parcel with the mobilization we just spoke about, right? And if this is an economic, what I called it was like the first symptom of an economic disease that Russia is inflicting on itself, right? That these are the first kind of symptoms of a cold or symptoms of a virus that it is giving itself by mobilizing. And some have equated it to a infection or a viral infection, but it's, in terms of economic things, I mean, I got to tell you, something like this in economic terms doesn't come around but every century, right? And what you're going to see slowly is the bacteria start to spread throughout the economy, to where even I think it was the chairwoman of the Russian Central Bank, she had tried to resign again because she said she was going to stay on if there wasn't mobilization. Because, I mean, let's put it this way, guys. You're not just taking nothing out of the economy, you're taking production, right? Value. If this is that first tremor of that self-inflicted virus of trying to part and parcel extract labor and move them where it needs to go, because keep in mind, these aren't going to be all combat troops. 900,000 logistical support guys don't come out of thin air. You got to take them from somewhere, right? And so try to reduce the impact it has on your economy, but the ripple effects are just too broad. And so it's basically taken a live strand of virus and stuck it in itself. And we're going to start to see the symptoms of that manifest, whether it be blowing up a pipeline, whether it be train rails getting stuck left and right, economic fallout from inflation and other methods of monetary wizardry that the Russians try to engage in. I'm not trying to make light of what's happening in Ukraine, but like I said, what you're seeing, we have to give it its due credit, that this is Russia mobilizing on a scale of over 1 million men. Ideally, no one knows if they're actually going to make it that far or what quality they're going to be when they get there. But economically, people have to understand the fallout this is going to cause. And I think that this pipeline, coupled with a few other things, you're starting to see manifestations of it, right? Of a self-inflicted disease.
Yep, I think that's absolutely correct. So, if anyone has any questions for Craig's, broad thesis about what's going on in the world right now, please do feel free to come up. You can press the microphone button in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. If anyone on the panel has any questions for Craig, of course, please feel free to raise your hand. Daniel, please go ahead.
Craig, if I remember well, 4 months ago, were some sabotage on railways in Russia. And they were done usually with explosive. And probably were partisan, not special operation forces. For everyone, there are 3 million Ukrainians who live in Russia. I don't mean the displaced people by DNR and LNR, and the Russian forces took in from Donbass and other occupied provinces. Just people who live there. And if you take 3 million and 1%, half of percent are just very angry at Russia, is enough to have a pool of partisans. But my question for you, Craig, is why they don't take just the tool, a key for the screws in the line. The lines are locked in a wooden frame with just one pin, is squared. The tool is not complicated to make one or just tall. You just dress in blue and put orange or yellow vest, and you look like working people in railways force of Russia. And you can unscrew kilometers in, I don't know, lines to Belgorod, to Rostov. And I just wondered why they didn't do it, because it will look like accident. I know some trains derailed, but very few. And now I think it's the time. And my question, why they didn't do it? To don't enrage the people of Russia?
You know, it's a theory that coincides with another theory of mine, as Joseph likes to put it, another thesis of mine of these rail lines, these rail junctions that I've spoken about in regards to logistical lines. Some of them are south of Donetsk, some of them are west of Luhansk, to be clear. But I would say, why haven't they done anything? I think it's, how do I say this? I think it's within the Ukrainians' benefit. I think it plays to their benefit if they don't walk on grass that's already been walked on, right? If they, how do I say this? That they're not leaving a trail, right, for others to follow, right? And so what I mean by that is, if you're going to be that close to if you're going to be that far into the Russian border, then you got to make damn sure that you're going to succeed, right? And I don't think they take that sort of thing lightly, because this isn't just over the border in Bielograd or something else. This is Rostov-on-Don. This has been heavily occupied territory for 8 years. You're not going to risk your special forces teams or anything like that on something that you might be able to use for HIMARS later.
Great. I don't mean about Belgorod or Rostov-on-Don. From Moscow to Rostov are thousands of kilometers. You cannot guard them, first. Second, no explosive implied. Third, is a man pool there. I saw pictures with people with Trident of Ukraine in Red Square. Believe me, I heard a pool of people. My question was, why didn't do it?
I see
because
what you're
it's
saying.
very easy.
I see. Yeah. So I see what you're saying, actually. So actually, that way of doing it is actually incredibly inefficient. The way you don't want to just find some rail out in the middle of nowhere and just blow it up, right? And think that you're going to get a derail. Sometimes you do, right? Sometimes it happens, and we've seen that. But those have not been deep within Russia. Those have been much closer to the border, right? At least within 100 kilometers, if not maybe like a little bit over. But my point is that that's actually inefficient to do it that way. The way that you actually cause problems on rail lines is to do what you'd always do with logistics, which is to go upriver, right? To find the junction or find the node that creates the most amount of chaos. Get the biggest bang for your buck, if you will, right? Blowing up a small rail line isn't going to really affect anything. It'll slow one train down. Russia's a highly railed nation. There's no doubt about it. I think they have the most amount of rail in the world, second maybe to the United States or something to that effect. And so they can move stuff on rail if they want to, and they're good at repairing it, right? And so what you do is you find the node, you find the junction that the rail splits, and then you wait. You do it strategically. You look at timetables. You try to get the pattern down of trains moving, and then you cause the most amount of chaos at that point, which interrupts a junction, which interrupts trains going north. the train's coming back south. They were supposed to take the line. The train's coming from the other direction. You kind of want to do it that way, right? Just blowing up lines in the middle of nowhere. Sometimes it does something for you, but most of the time, it's if you're walking around and you're a spy, right, and you're special forces, you're not going to reveal your position and for the least amount of damage to inflict. You're going to do it when you can affect the most. And I don't think that they feel that it's important, right, to do that, except closer to Bielograd, etc.
So if this thing, because I know how railways look there. There are two lines, one go up, one go down. My idea was timetables is out of the question, so military training will not go on timetable. My idea was to do something like in Belarusia, but a bigger scale.
Commercial trains do have timetables.
Yes, but the military ones not. But maybe they do the Belarusian way, destroy all the panels which control the switch.
I'm sure there's different ways to do it. It deals with everything in logistics. You want the biggest, again, bang for your buck. You want to cause the most amount of chaos for the least amount of cost, right? And you find those specific nodes that exist in every single military. The United States has our holes and has our weaknesses. There's no doubt about it. People know that, right? But our weaknesses pale in comparison to others, right? And that kind of what gives us an advantage that while you might have troops that are, every soldier is afraid. Let me boil it down like this. Every soldier is afraid, but if his technology and his courage holds, then that's all you really got to do. You don't have to be a superior warrior oftentimes, right? Oftentimes you do, but I'm probably talking a little out of my wheelhouse there, but I think it's fair to say that these rail junctions will get important. But I think Ukraine is waiting. We had a conversation about ammo, was it like 6 hours ago, regarding ammo and how Ukraine could best use HIMARS and GIMLRs and things like that.
I can get the last one?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So the Belarusian partisan worked very well at the beginning of the war, destroying all the boxes which control the switches for railways. They were just repaired by a Czech company. My idea is just a vague one. I think Ukrainians studied very, very, very well this, how to affect very hard the railways. And I think what I saw 1 week ago, an order from the government to change in all Russia operating systems from Windows to Linux. Problem is they don't have enough Linux operators, they don't have the infrastructure, they don't have the apps, they don't have the programs, they don't have the system. You cannot build in 1-2 months. It's impossible. They were outside Windows now. They don't get any service or servers or just users. And their databases were attacked hard by Army of Ukraine online. And I think this idea to switch to Linux maybe come from there, because you don't need to destroy your line if you destroy all the software which operates. I think Russians have very few things in operating software for railways. In Romania, we had something, but not so much, and it's very much analog. And I imagine most of Russia is analog. And these analog things work differently. But the boxes which control the switches from the lines, they are very, very easy to destroy. And Belarusians, I don't know, which in partisans, they captured probably 20, they killed most of them, and 20 people destroy a country. Imagine how many Ukrainians are in Russia. And I say it with great satisfaction. And Russians, I think,
they are conscious. They have a huge fifth column in their midst. And probably Yehuda said they will turn against Jews because he's an easy target and nationalists hates Jews. But I think Ukrainians are in the most danger, and probably this is the motive they didn't do it.
Thanks, Daniel and Craig. So just real quick, I wanted to implore our audience once again. We got a great panel tonight. We got Colby here, we got Daniel here, we got Craig. I'm sure they'd be happy to answer any questions. So please do press the microphone button in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen if you do want to come up, ask the panel a question. We'll do our best to answer. And one more thing, I just wanted to quickly announce that we're going to have maybe a special segment on Georgia tonight. I've got a guest coming in. She's a master's in security studies in Georgia. So looking forward to it. Don't know how it's going to go. We'll see, but it's in about 3 hours, on the hour, right? And 3 hours. So, yep, looking forward to it. Just thought I'd let people know, get ready for that. Please do retweet the space and we can go to hands, Michelle.
Thanks, Joseph. So Jens is next and then Gunther.
Yeah. Craig, you talked about hitting, the supplies upstream. But if Russia are throwing all these untrained conscripts or into padding the holes in the front lines, I wonder if you can't also just I don't know, if you feed the meat grinder, then just swallow up the recruits and then take as many out of the equation, either as POWs or just simply eliminating them.
I mean, that gets into a very, very touchy subject because, if you're talking about Ukraine taking prisoners versus Russia, I mean, I think Russia has gone to great extent, and this is just kind of my little soliloquy. It went to a large degree to actually take as a stall prisoner, 2,000, if I'm not mistaken, right? And they made a show about it, right? Because there was, if you go in and you kill all those men, I mean, you're talking about, international infamy, right? And there was some public pressure to be done, and that's why they went to that extent, right? To say, oh, we're taking the prisoner, we're doing this, we're doing that, right? It was a PR stunt, right? More than anything else. And I think that what they do, though, obviously when nobody's looking, is much, much different, right? And I think that's why in some instances you see Ukrainians fighting as fiercely as they are, because look at it this way: Russian soldiers aren't fighting very well, and there's an exit for them to go to a POW camp, so to speak, right? Whatever. For the Ukrainians, they understand that they're fighting for their lives, which makes you fight a little bit harder than you otherwise might have, right? And so I think that those two determining factors play out in the POW, prisoner of war, kind of Geneva Convention type of political realm, right? I don't know if that kind of answers the question, but I was trying to kind of paint a little bit more broadly.
Thank you.
Gunther?
Hi, good evening, everyone. Craig, I wanted to see if I was picking up what you were putting down. So by blowing up the pipeline, it seems sort of crazy, but it does make all those Gazprom employees redundant. And I could see in some sort of twisted sense that those guys could maybe become like combat engineers or whatever. And so do you think that like part of the advantage of destroying the pipeline is then now that you've freed up that labor to go and fill other roles in the system? Is that what you're suggesting?
I didn't want to say it like that, but because I put that theory out there, I've asked for people to criticize it and say, is this really that? Are they really talking about taking these guys that are all of a sudden, right, redundant, right? But then why blow up your own pipeline? Why not just shut it down and just walk back, just walk out, right? I mean, why go to the effort of blowing this thing up? And I think that's what makes it so confusing. If you want me to like really dive into a confusing part of this, if you're Russia, you have to kind of play for, you have to kind of actually really think 3D chess, right? Because if it's Russia, then why are they hiding it? Why don't they just shut the pipeline down and go home? You have to ask yourself that question in this game, right? What do they get out of blowing it up with something where they can't take responsibility for it, right? I mean, logically ask yourself that question.
Well,
And then,
I mean, I see it as just as like a threat. It's like, well, we can do this to your pipeline too.
oh, that's your inference. I had thought that you were kind of going a little bit further in terms of, does this open up a larger manpower pool to be
Oh,
conscripted?
I mean, it was just sort of I think it would be kind of a side benefit, maybe not like the primary motivation for that, but I mean, do you see them just like cannibalizing these other industries in order to get, soldiers as that sort of part of your thesis there, and like stuff that seems sort of crazy but makes sense in the very, very short term.
No, yeah, and but that goes to the question: why blow it up instead of just shutting it down, right? Because if it really is manpower, then what are you covering up by blowing it up versus just shutting it down and just everybody walking off the job, right? What is the political cover here angle that we have to kind of logically walk down that road? If you want to go next level, right? That's the next level, right? Why blow it up instead of just shut it down and just put all those workers into the manpower pool? Why go through the bother of sabotaging your own stuff? That's the paradox here. And the only solution, the only logical reason, and I'll go to Kobe here in just a second, but the only logical reason to that is they didn't want to announce to the world that they had publicly shut down gas into Europe. That's it. That's the only logical, real answer here, at least in my mind, right? Everybody's free to their opinion, but I'm just saying I don't see any other reason except to cover up some kind of bad PR they would get by shutting down the oil pipeline in these domestic economies that they're trying to roil, right? Some explosions happened, this happened, domestic economies get nervous. Oh my gosh, what's going to happen next? This is in Sweden, this is in the Baltic's backyard, right? This isn't out in the middle of nowhere. And so they're going to make hay of it. Newspapers are going to make hay of it, et cetera, et cetera. But the Russians can always say, hey, we didn't shut it down. We didn't do anything wrong here. There's something just went wrong, right? What other reason? Somebody help me out here. I can't think of
because it's a fantasy land. Because it's a fantasy land, and they think they go to ONU to accuse US. The US is doing that way.
Nord Stream 2 has been shut down since the outset of the invasion, and everybody laid off. Nord Stream 1 has been shut down for 2 weeks, 3 weeks. It's been a couple of weeks at least, I think, since Nord Stream 1 was shut down. So it was already not operational. Russia could theoretically draft whatever Gazprom staff have been operating this pipeline because they haven't been operating it now for some time. So I don't think that's
which begs the question, why the explosions, right?
That's the mystery. And maybe all it is Russia's got us all spending an inordinate amount of time trying to figure this one out. I don't know. It's it's a topic of endless fascination for a lot of people. But at the end of the day, we're still it's all very speculative. There's still so little concrete information that we have because the authorities have not done their investigations yet. Even once they have, I doubt they're going to be, releasing all the information to the public right away. So we're going to be in the dark for some time here.
Thanks, everyone. I'm going to drop down. And for me, I just accept that they blew up their pipeline for their own reasons. If someone in the space says, who might be speaking soon, is Russia's going to do Russia. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, Gunther. We'll go to Gunny and then Jens.
Yeah, morning all. Morning, Craig. I think I might have the answer, shipmate. I think it's twofold. So first of all, it coincided with the Norway Poland pipeline ceremony and the release of a warning by the Norwegian government about unidentified UAVs flying over the Norwegian continental shelf. So when you tie that in with their hanging around the undersea cable junction in Western Approaches a few months ago, I think, first of all, this was a message. They actually think that we're going to be impressed with their ability to blow up 2 pipelines. And the implicit threat is if we do it in the Baltic, which is a NATO lake, we can do it anywhere. And I also think we're missing the one seeming national trait of Russians, which is spite, childish spite. I mean, what do these pipelines represent? Decades worth of national policy to try and subjugate Europe, i.e. NATO, through their energy needs to Russia by making us completely dependent. So this has been years and years and years in the planning and execution, and it's fucking failed. It is a defunct project which has taken a lot of money and a lot of planning, which has fallen flat on its face. And because, let's face it, it's not going to be used anytime near in the future, I think they just looked at it, had another paddy, threw their toys out the pram, the same as when they trash archaeological sites, when they hit mental institutes, when they hit universities and theatres and hospitals and apartment buildings. And like the 3-year-old child nation that they are, they just threw their teddies out the pram and blew it, in conjunction with the idea that maybe we can say to NATO, none of your undersea critical infrastructure is safe. I think it was a massive miscalculation. I think the whole operation was tracked by NATO from the start. And I think NATO let them get on with it because the pipeline is defunct anyway. And it's a little bit of self-harm. So let them throw their toys out the pram and then hopefully produce the evidence and say, well, not only did we know that you did it, you bunch of idiots, but here's the proof that you did it. But be warned, this is self-inflicted harm. You come after any of our stuff next time, yeah, you might just lose a submarine or something like that. So that's my thinking. I think sometimes we forget just what a bunch of malicious little kids they are across there, and their infinite capacity to behave like spoiled brats and lash out. And if that means self-harm, then that's what they'll do.
That's the best story I've heard so far.
Great job, Gani.
So, Gunny, what do you do with a child that throws its toys out of the pram a dozen times like that?
I think if we detect a kilo around around some NATO critical infrastructure, undersea cables and stuff, we'll kill it. I think that will come under plausible deniability. It shouldn't be that hard to do. They're good, but they're not as good as we are at ASW. I suspect now that their Northern Fleet in particular will be suffering quite a lot of maintenance reliability problems as the supply of spares dries up, because as me and Craig know, warships need a lot of upkeep. They need a lot of people trained shoreside to look after them. They need a lot of spares. And if Russia started crying they'd lost contact with a kilo, we could just point to the Russian Navy and its levels of professionalism and say, hey, you shouldn't be at sea. You're incompetent. If you lost a boat, we'll help you look for it. But at the end of the day, don't go blaming us because your submariners don't know how to do their job. But of course, we'll assist you in any search and rescue. And I think they would get that message. I also think, to be honest, they know that. So there's probably a degree of posturing. But if they do go after some kind of undersea critical infrastructure, yeah, let's put them across on the antenna their asses a little bit. And then hopefully they'll get the message.
Okay, I think that's a good idea.
Thanks, guys. We'll go to Gents next. Oh, actually, Craig, do you want to jump in? You can add something. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'm fine.
No problem, Gents. Go ahead.
Okay. I don't know if I'm kind of following the same line of thought as Gurney. I don't know, a dog called Gimpy. But I'm thinking that if Russia have any kind of illusion of winning, the winning strategy gotta be to have the West waver of slow down support or abandon Ukraine, and they are following Western media also, and have followed this kind of fear mongering of we're all gonna freeze, and I'm wondering if they're trying to, although they are too late because we are already diversifying, and Germany has already filled up their gas what do you call it, storage reserve, but I'm wondering if they thought they could scare us with this cold winter narrative, but they're simply too late.
I think I would agree. Yes. Does anyone want to comment?
No, I mean, I think Gunny, might be onto something there as well. Maybe they just did it because they wanted to do it, right? And I've been accused too much of overthinking things when it comes to this, but I try to at least, and I guess they just keep letting me down. I don't know why I keep thinking it, but I try to imagine that Russia has some idea behind any of this stuff besides, holy crap, what are we going to do? Well, let's just grab 1 million guys off the street. I mean, well, the reservists or what have you, but I guess that kind of speaks, actually, those 2 points actually coincide through a lack of planning. One is Nord Stream, and then 2 is the mobilization, right? Both in the time at which they did it versus the effect that they want to happen. But I think that the fact that it took them this long is also very telling as well. So maybe I am kind of spinning it too hard for them. They just really are what they are.
Yeah, no, thank you. Goose, you have your hand up, so I don't know if you wanted to comment on what everyone else said, or have a question.
Sure, I had a question. Russia is denying involvement with the leak in Nord Stream, and I think we can all infer that for the years of safe operation of this pipeline, that there's been no leaks like this up until this point, that suddenly there's this massive catastrophic leak. It's very hard to envision that Russia had nothing to do with it. My question is, are various TTPs that the Russian Navy would employ, would they have been recorded or been evident with this? Such as, if something like this happens in the future or further escalations like this happen, would Russia have showed any kind of a hand? Or has this action resulted in no further intelligence for us to infer like Russian involvement, as in like sounds or signatures or telltales, like things that we can assign Russian involvement to this kind of terrorist infrastructure attack? Like, can we discern that from this? That's my question. Thank you.
To me, it sounded like a Gunny question. You care to take it, Gunny?
Yeah. So if there was a submarine involved, we were there to one degree or another. As I say, it's a NATO lake. The amount of attack boat activity and indeed there's 2 converted Ohios knocking around now in theatre, Florida and Georgia, means that there is a massive NATO submarine effort underway to track pretty much everything. Just look at Faslane, everything that's coming.
Might have lost Gunny there. Oh, Never mind. You just broke up for just a half a second there, Gunny. You coming in clear now?
Yeah, it's because I'm in the backwoods, mate, on the way to work.
Okay. Sorry, cut you up. Go ahead.
Yeah, so if a Russian boat was involved, we'll know about it. If Russian SF teams are involved, we'll know about it. The examination of the points of breach, there'll be explosive residue traces, there'll be remains of ROVs if they were used. There'll be a lot of telltales. The evidence will be produced, not all of it. Some of it will be laundered because providing that evidence would give away certain NATO capabilities that we might not want them to know about. But we'll produce the proof. The Russians will deny it. The usual idiots on social media will go, it's America. America's doing it because they're already out there. Dr. Rosalie did a really good thing at the origins of this disinformation just on this alone. Idiots in our population will believe whatever they read first because they're idiots. And then we'll just have to see if it plays out. If they think the juice was worth the squeeze, they might try and do it again, in which case hopefully we'll tan their asses, as I said, or they'll just look at it and go, yeah, no one bit, and it's not going to be worth trying to repeat this in the future. Because children throw tantrums, but eventually they calm down, don't they? But there'll be lashes of evidence on this. A good SF team would struggle to carry this off, I think, without leaving any form of evidence at all. We're talking the Russians here, so it will have been a shit job, and there'll be lots of evidence. We just need to wait till they can get access to the actual breaches and then start pulling fragments, whatever. Because obviously there's going to be a lot of stuff lying around that's going to leave a trail. All roads lead to Rome, and all bullshit leads to the Kremlin, doesn't it?
Exactly. What are the odds that there were any vanguards in the vicinity, Gunny?
None at all, mate. The V boats are ballistic, so they'll be out and about as normal. Was there an Astute or a Virginia or a 688 or a Seawolf knocking around? Well, a lot of people say, well, you can't get a nuclear boat into the Baltic. It's too shallow. Sorry, that's bollocks. On Perisher course, they practice taking Astutes and T-boats very close into the Scottish coast to do SF insertions, things like that. So, plus, of course, you've got other navies there as well. Maybe the Dutch were monitoring. I think they've still got some diesel electric boats. Maybe the Germans, but someone would have been knocking around there. They probably just sat and watched them and thought, what a bunch of mugs. What are they doing? And the Russians thought they were being really sneaky and clever. And if they want to smash themselves in the knee with a hammer, let them get on with it, the idiots. As long as they stay away from the stuff that really matters. And I'm thinking Western approaches. That's a doomsday scenario. If they start cutting cables there, then we are going to be in a lot of trouble. I think you'll probably see. Well, put it this way: if the Russians suddenly come out and say we've lost a boat, I will lay you odds where the boat was sunk and who did it. Are they that stupid? Who knows?
Thanks, Gunny. Before we go to lunchtime, we have a couple of announcements. So I mentioned earlier we have two special guests. So to remind everybody that if you get the opportunity to join us tomorrow, we have two guests. So first of all, we have Mick Ryan, who's a retired Major General of the Australian Army, and he's going to be here at 6 p.m. Eastern. Oh, actually, sorry, it's the opposite. He's going to be there second. So the first guest is Valeria Kovtun, who is the head and founder of Project Filter, which is a national media literacy project on behalf of the culture and information policy of Ukraine. And then she's going to be here at 11 a.m. Pacific, 2 p.m. Eastern, and 21 hours. Yeah, I'm not very good at like subtracting the time. So it's 21 hours Kyiv time.
And followed by, after her, it's going to be retired Major General McRyan at 6 p.m. Eastern time. So 2 special guests tomorrow. And Joseph mentioned as well, in about 2.5 hours or so, we will have a guest from Georgia. So please feel free to stick around. And we'll go to lunch. Oh, I think lunchtime you had your hand up.
Yeah, I did. Is it, can you hear me? Am I coming
Yeah, I
through?
can hear you. And I do love my oat milk as well.
Excellent. That was based on, so someone had a dream apparently where everyone on Twitter had the exact, basically had after their handle what sort of milk they put in their coffee. So I thought I'd try and help make that dream come true. But there we go. That's aside. I just wanted to add to what Gunny was saying, and he's just getting more quotable by the minute, honestly. But one of a really compelling sort of additional motivation for the whole pipeline thing is a question of survival for Putin and his circle, because it sends a message to those that might be interested in, a bit of funny business, that should they succeed, and should the war should they be deposed, and should the war then be sort of finished from the Russian side, there's no going back to business as usual. The magic money pipe to Europe is blown up, and you won't be turning it on in a hurry. I don't think anyone's going to want to collaborate with a future Russian government in terms of gas or similar projects for a little while, until some serious due diligence is done. So I think it's really a message to say, look, these were our toys, and there you go. You can't play with them.
Yeah, I mean, Greg, would you agree?
Yeah, I mean, I see where he's going with this, right? It's Peter Doran had kind of coined a phrase where this is kind of a burning of the ships moment, where they're really trying to, like you said, send a message, right? It's that reason that I had asked for like 15 minutes ago, where I'm just like, kind of help me put this together, because to me it sends just different kinds of signals that to Lunchtime's point, let's just kind of be direct about it. They are sending a message that they are all in on this, right? There is no turning back, right? You're either with us or you're against us. There's no small coincidence that business managers and owners and people like that are dying at a record rate, right? It's because, like I said before, what we're seeing, what we're about to see, has not happened in 90, 80 years, right? And it's going to play itself out in multiple theaters in multiple different ways. It's going to have different expressions. It's going to have different ebbs and flows, right? As the country kind of convulses and goes through this trauma that Russia is doing to itself, right? Because it may not be, nobody's shedding a tear here, but I'm saying the trauma is the economic trauma, the domestic family trauma that this is a huge undertaking that Russia's going through, and it's going to have different effects. And so if this is one of those effects, then you can just take it as another thing in the book, right? Another point on the board for Russia means to do this, right? No matter the cost. Obviously, they're going to fail. You can put as many conscripts on the wall as you want, but sooner or later, you think it just doesn't work out anymore. But they're trying it, and it's going to be, again, it's just going to manifest itself in different ways and in different expressions. And this might have just been one of those expressions, to Lunchtime's point.
If I can tie a bow in it, thanks, Craig, for saying that. But yeah, just something that hadn't quite occurred to me in the clear way it was stated by someone in another space. They were saying it's very unlikely that the current regime outlives this war. So it's in their interest to double down and to extend it, as much as possible. So they might, the way they're doing this to us is completely bonkers, right? They're just this ridiculous sort of conscription thing. I mean, it's completely crazy. The state of some of the people being sent
Right,
to the
but crazy.
front.
Right, but crazy to who?
To us,
Right,
it's crazy.
right,
I
yeah.
mean, you know,
But to
it's
the Russians,
bonkers. Like,
but to the Russians, it's very logical, right? To
well,
them, it makes complete sense, right? And that's the kind of the angle that I know, I get it, right? It's all a joke, right? But what is the logical outcome of the pathology of not wanting to lose, right? It is the ability, the desire, the conviction to put your nation through this, that is going to cause a lot of harm. And I think that this could be, I don't want to say it's a ploy. I call this a mobilization of labor, is what I've called this. It's not necessarily mobilization. Yes, you're going to be combat troops, but a lot of this is to get more stuff where it needs to go as fast as it possibly can within the next month, a month and a half. You need hands, you need feet, you need human beings to move this stuff. And so I don't want to get too down deep into there because you start getting into like political psychology of actors and, you know, what were they thinking at this specific moment? But I think it's a fair thing to say that if Russia means this, then this isn't just going to be a sweet lullaby where the war just kind of quietly goes away and they declare victory. That you're going to see this, like I said, express itself in different ways. So I guess I'll leave it there and see if anybody else wants to comment.
Anybody else have any comments? Jens?
Oops. This whole mobilization smells like panic to me. And the way the new conscripts are just, you know, streaming through to the front line. And I mean, Russia, they know they're heading for winter too. So I don't know if this is all just trying to put a thumb or finger in the holes in the boat, and then just hope they're making it through the winter. I don't know if it's just, you know, they're just trying to make it through. But and right now we don't quite know how well the counteroffensive are going. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh, sorry. Go ahead,
so-
Craig.
No, please go ahead, Michelle. I'm sorry.
Oh, no. I was going to go to Hans if you didn't have a comment. So no, please.
No, I was gonna, because I know Joseph had just dropped down, so I just was throwing you you know, a rope there. I was just gonna call on lunchtime.
Oh, thanks. Thanks, Craig. Just some technical difficulties. I'm back, everybody.
Yeah. So, yeah. I mean, it just seems like. I mean, I don't mean to make light of the conscription thing, but it really. I do agree that it seems like panic, but it also seems like doubling down, as you say, and you know. I think I was going to make the point that, you know, in terms of thinking about it as allowing or causing harm to Russia, well, there's like, you know, in that sort of elite's mind, there is no Russia. I mean, it's a sort of Lord Farquaad thing. This is a price that I'm willing for you to pay. You know.
You know what's interesting about this? Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but you piqued something that I just kind of had to get out there. There was another theory that was kind of kicked around that this was a army of occupation, but not one of Ukraine, but one of Russia itself. Because if they don't plan on adding more manpower to this fight, because let's be clear, 300,000, that's double what they invaded with, right? In terms of just raw combat power. There's some shadow provisions that make it about 1 million, right? But say use that number as 300,000 as combat troops. I mean, give me a break, right? You're never going to be able to get those guys fed, watered, food, and ammoed up. It's not going to happen, right? And so what exactly are you pulling from that might make things less stable in certain regions, right? And so they've just kind of written the battlefield off, and now they need to be there for the domestic fallout, right? That's another theory that was kicked around as well.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's sort of like, I mean, you saw this all through the war. Like you saw this right from the very beginning, where the casualties were disproportionately from, you know, Dagestan or wherever, all these sort of outlying provinces. That's where the demographics favor the sort of the sort of young troops that they were using at the time. So now it's a question of, you know, is this some, well, there's a theory that's being kicked around, which is it's some flavor of ethnic cleansing. There's this idea, you know, I've been called cynical for saying it before.
Russia's population is so under pressure right now that would be that'd be crazy, right? Their demographic problems are so deep that if they did that, sorry, I just have to say that if they did that, that'd be insanity.
But Craig, there's ethnic Russians, right? And then there's the others, so Dagestan or wherever, okay, all these outlying places. There's two levels of nationality in Russia, right? There's Russian, which is legally enshrined as being more valuable than other nationalities, like Dagestani. It's late, so that's all I'm thinking of at the moment. But you know what I'm saying. Like there's a sort of privilege to being the pure Russian in Russia, and all these other territories are their sort of subjugate like colonies. So that's the thing. So any losses from those outlying territories they're just not part of the calculus.
So they are making, so in that instance, then you can then logically conclude that they are making military decisions and they are concerned about domestic issues arising by letting more ethnic Russians die, right?
I mean, they are yeah, absolutely. Because if ethnic Russians, if like white ethnic Russians from Moscow, St. Petersburg, particularly those places, the cities, if they have to start dipping into those demographic reserves, and I'm not talking about undesirables or people that protest and then are shipped off to the front or whatever, because those are perfectly acceptable to get rid of. But if you start having to dip into that, from the Russian government's point of view, that is when, you know, perhaps when the political calculus it starts to become dangerous for them, as far as I understand it. But I don't think we're there yet, you know. So it could well be that they'll just chuck more meat at the meat grinder. I mean, God knows how it's going to go. It's horrific. The stories are horrific. People are being sent to the front with no training, like 0 days. And then there you are, you're at the front. You know, it's crazy. It's utterly crazy.
Leonard, did you want to add in something to this conversation, or is it a separate question?
Sorry, no, I do have something to add here that might be worthy of consideration. When you're considering what the implications might be, or the considerations behind something as what on the surface bizarre seeming as the mobilization, you should keep in mind, and this is something that most serious Russia scholars will endorse, and that's the concept that Kremlin is not just utterly a unitary force. So decisions that are being made presently may be being made by Putin and some 2 or 3 of his Salvisniki or whatever little cadre they have functioning right now. But it should be borne in mind that there are other factions in the Kremlin, and sometimes these will stay submerged for decades at a time. But the fact of the matter is that when the ruling cabal, if you will, the Putinites, are threatened by an outcome that is looming for them in Ukraine, that there's clearly turbulence going on below the surface. And when you consider the powers that be within the Kremlin, say, or even Russia, the military always factors in somewhere, at least in the background, and sometimes right in the foreground. And it should just be kept in mind that there were parallels to what the Germans went through and how they were forced to capitulate and unconditional surrender. It was at that point, it was a matter of a compulsory attendance for the Wehrmacht, for the army. In other words, the Allies insisted that not just the president or the state representative sign the Articles of Surrender. They insisted that the chief of staff of the German Wehrmacht, Alfred Jodl, had to be there in present, sign in his own capacity and on behalf of the entire German Wehrmacht, and that that was to avoid any of the nonsense that went on after the First World War, where the army was able to at some stage point fingers at the state and say they were betrayed by the polity, betrayed by the politicians, betrayed by different groups within society, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And the Russians are also keenly aware of this. So what should be kind of seen as an overlying framework, perhaps, if you will, is there's a certain degree of tension between the military and the political leadership in the Kremlin, and something like the conscription or the mobilization may well be viewed as a means of providing an ultimate embarrassment, if you will, for the army. So that there's no, in other words, there are power factions struggling right now within the Kremlin to decide where the buck is going to fall. Whose ass is this can going to be tied to when the final stroke hits? And this whole idea with mobilization, in addition to the domestic considerations, it might also be seen as a final means of ultimate humiliation for the army, so that in any subsequent power struggle after post-bellum, that the army does not present a threat to whatever remains of the Putinite cabal and whatever remains of whatever structure is still vying for leadership, if you will, within the Kremlin. So that's just another overlying thread or complication, just to make the glass even a little bit more opaque. So hopefully that it doesn't confuse things further. Thanks.
Thanks, Leonard. I think we lost Craig. His phone might have died, so we unfortunately don't have his input right now. But
Craig literally said, "Phone at 2%. Will stay until I die." So pour one out for Craig, everybody. He's gone. We lost him.
Thanks, Craig. Yeah, 2% is pretty bad. I find that my phone dies pretty quickly in these spaces, so I always try and have it charged. Carl, unless lunchtime, if you had a point to make about Leonard's comments, otherwise we'll go to Carl.
Very briefly, I completely agree that with his assessment, and in fact you can see that, for example, this leader of the Wagner group has started there've been a couple of photos of him looking like, first of all, he admitted to being the leader of the Wagner group, right? That was quite a big admission, because he'd gone to court in Europe and in Russia, I believe. Like Bellingcat exposed him, and he sued to deny that was the case. Now he's proud of it, and also photos are circulating of him looking decisive and taking action and having meetings and looking possibly like a leader, in waiting. So there is some sort of posturing going on, and some he's probably having a look at Putin and going, I could do that job. So yes, there's definitely maneuvering going on. And as to the status of the army, I mean, it's visible, the status of the army in Russian society after every war. I mean, as is common knowledge, after every war, there's a purge of generals that did well. It's the exact opposite incentive scheme that we would have, or any sane country would have, where one would reward military expertise. It's quite the inverse in Russia. Anyway, there we are. I'll drop down to listener. Thanks so much, Michelle. Thanks everyone for the space. Cheers.
Thank you so much. Carl?
Hey, I have some questions or thoughts about the pipeline thing again. I know it's been brought up a lot, but probably from a different angle. And maybe you guys actually talked about this when the few hours I wasn't listening, so if so, forgive me. But Russia is saying that they're going to call the UN Security Council to complain about it or whatnot. And there's been a few times already through the war, right, that Russia has done something and then called a Security Council thing to kind of pretend opposite. So, like, didn't they do that about the Zaporizhzhia power plant, or something or other, saying Ukraine was shelling it or whatnot? So my questions are, has that time frame for them to present that to the Security Council been locked in? And also, what do people think? How will it go? Will it just be the usual charade? Will it just be like popcorn entertainment to listen to, or could there be something quite interesting dynamics come out of it?
I'm gonna guess the short answer is usual charade, but I feel like this might be a Colby question, unless I'm putting you on the spot. Colby, go ahead.
You're never putting me on the spot, and it's an easy answer for me when everybody always seems to ask about, is this going to happen at the UN when I'm up here? And it's always very easy for me because the answer is always no. Nothing's going to happen because the UN doesn't do anything for the reasons which I always articulate. Russia has a veto. China has a veto. Maybe you can put some popcorn in the microwave and make your popcorn and watch the meetings, and maybe there will be some theatrics that might be mildly amusing, but nothing of consequence is going to happen. It will not change the reality on the ground at all. This is not going to get resolved in the UN Security Council. Nothing gets resolved in the UN Security Council. This is going to get resolved on the ground by brave Ukrainian soldiers with American and NATO weapons killing lots of Russians. That's the resolution to this war.
So basically, they have just bought an hour or two of mic time where they can, with a disingenuous smile, spout whatever they want to spout.
Yes, and this is why I think it's actually it would be more beneficial for there to be some sort of boycott, perhaps. I think the West needs to rethink their strategy around the United Nations, because I don't think they should be dignifying Russia with their presence or giving them a platform to spew their nonsense in that forum, because it's absurd. Everything Russia says is absurd. They're obviously going to come up with some wild stories about who's actually behind this. Probably blame the United States for staging some sort of false flag attack or whatever. It'll be nonsense. That much is certain.
And one more question: is there any chance that when they bring this up, that the US, other than just kind of listening, nodding, and saying no, might actually come and say, actually, this is all the evidence that we have that shows that you did it? Or you don't think there'd be that level of confrontation, even verbally?
I don't anticipate that. Maybe, but I mean, even if they did do that, what is it going to achieve? Maybe persuade some of the persuadable countries in the world, but I don't think that's really going to happen. And again, it doesn't really mean anything, because it's not going to change anything at the diplomatic level. The countries that support Ukraine already. The ones that don't. I don't think that Russia's latest antics is going to galvanize public opinion globally against them any more than it already is. And if we had concrete evidence that they were behind this, I don't think it's going to persuade any fence sitters to the extent that there are any, that you know what, Russia actually is a bad actor here, and now we're convinced because the United States has presented evidence that they blew up this pipeline. The people that are willing to accept that Russia's a bad actor have already come to that conclusion based on everything they've done so far.
Yeah. For me personally, I just enjoy seeing the expression on the Russian delegates' faces in such a circumstance. But that's all. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Carl. I mean, I guess we got to ask Colby always. I feel like one of these days, right? It's like law of averages. Like if we ask Colby enough, like something will happen at the UN where Colby's going to be like, well, that's significant, but not yet. We'll keep trying. But
There's
I
a
think,
first time for everything.
Yeah, that's right. So yeah, if anyone does have any questions for our panel, please, you can always press the microphone button in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. Join us up here. You can come talk to anyone, ask any questions about what's going on with the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and any kind of world events or economics or politics and so forth that is sort of directly related to it. So with that, we can go to hands, unless you have anything you want to add, Michelle. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I think it was Leonard next. Go ahead, Leonard.
Leonard, yeah.
Thank you. Just a follow-up on Carl's question and the suggestion that perhaps something might come out of the UN meeting, or even if the prospect you mentioned that perhaps there's some concrete evidence that the U.S. representative might submit. I would just say that the U.S. representative at the Security Council, Linda Greenfield, has been she came off at the very start of the war, at the very inception, as being a pretty strong voice in the Security Council, but it really has kind of petered into almost insignificance as this war has drawn on. And I would even suggest that it's not totally unlikely that if Russia attempted to convene a meeting in the Security Council on such frivolous grounds, that the other members would just decline to caucus with them at all. And there is previous precedent for that. So I think this kind of initiative by Russia is really going nowhere.
Thanks, Leonard. Gunther?
This is going to sound a little rhetorical, but I have a degree in history. I've been in the military. I've studied warfare and things all my life. We have 5,000 years of written history and so many movies and media, and it's the 21st century. And so my question is, how often do you guys just sort of stop and kind of ponder things and saying, this is the most insane, stupidest thing that I could ever imagine, and are just sort of shocked by it all? It happens to me from time to time, and I was curious if that lands that way for anyone else.
Yeah, absolutely. For one response, I woke up on the morning of February 24th and literally thought that it was Back to the Future. It sounded like echoes of things I had been told and stories I had heard from previous members of my family, from great uncles, from members that served in the military in World War II, and some of the recounting of some of the horrors that they observed in person and straight on, and literally some of the vast carnage that was spoken about from time to time, literally from the beaches of Normandy right to the heart of Berlin. And it's quite, I mean, it's literally a case, I think, of a shell shock, if not future shock looking 180 degrees to the past for a number of people in the West. and it's really just quite. I mean, you're right. It's surreal, and more or less on a daily basis. I think many of us just pause for a moment and say, like, how the hell could this happen in the 21st century? I mean, it literally almost defies credulity at some point. And you're right. You know, I think that's a perfectly normal reaction to have in a civilized society. So, you know, I think what you're referencing and what you're experiencing is totally normal, man. So that's all I can see on that point. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Leonard. I totally hear you on all of that as well. And maybe one day we'll share more, but right now we will go to Suzanne. Unless, Joseph, did you have something to add there?
Oh, no, I can go after Suzanne. No, go ahead, Deb.
Okay.
Well, no, it's fine with me. You can go ahead.
Oh, well, I was just going to maybe bring up some news that might be of interest to you, Michelle. So there's a person on Twitter I like to follow. His name's Alexander Kamyshin. His Twitter handle is at @Kamyshin, Kamyshin. He's basically the head of, I always mess this up, Ukrzaliznytsia, something like that, Ukrainian Railways, right? And he's awesome guy. Works very, very hard to make sure the trains in Ukraine have run on time under absolutely crazy conditions, right? I mean, we think about what's going on in a place like Kharkiv, and you know, there's active shelling there all the time, and maybe a 30-minute delay if there's like a major attack, right? I mean, that's really impressive stuff. So anyway, he retweeted this. So Canada is going to help Ukraine by bringing experts together to support the construction of Ukrainian rail infrastructure. And this guy, who is an official, he's the Minister of Transport and MP for an area of Canada I can't pronounce, sorry, he met with the Minister of Infrastructure in Ukraine. And then I believe they're going to work on a program to help rebuild Canadian railways. Ukrainian railways, Canada and Ukraine together. So, you know, great news, right?
Yeah, it's really cool. I just I went onto his Twitter handle, and I actually follow him already. So you're right. He met with the Minister of Transport, and he's the MP for Mississauga Centre. So it's Omar. Oh, I probably Colby or Leonard will be able to pronounce his name better than me, but our Minister of Transport. So thank you for sharing that. Yeah, thanks, Colby.
Yeah, so great news. He's definitely worth a follow. He's been a guest on the show actually twice. The first time, though, I know there was a formal interview. I think the second time he kind of just stopped by to say hi. I know that the first time is up as a podcast on our Spotify account. You can check out our Spotify. It's got all of our great interviews with all our guests, right? Our guest interviews are usually around 12 p.m., 3 p.m. Eastern time. So, you know, I usually wind up plugging the guests, and I have, you know, I'm doing the late shift, so I sleep through a lot of it. Yikes. But, you know, it's great because I can go to the Maria Report Spotify account. If you want to do a search on Spotify, it's going to be one word. I don't know, for some reason, if you try it as 2 words, Maria Report, it's weird. But if you just search on Google and whatnot, you know, Spotify Maria Report, you'll find it real quick. All the interviews are up there. We have actual editors that, you know, go through it. You know, every time someone drops, or, you know, someone says, oh, my thing didn't work or whatever, like, we edit all that stuff out. So it's just, you know, pretty good, solid little podcast, pretty tight interview. It was a lot of work for the editors to do it. It's a great way to introduce people to the space and kind of what we're about, if you don't want to kind of just throw them in here to this 24-hour thing. So please do check out our Spotify account if you ever have the time and you're so inclined. So yeah, just thought I'd let people know about Alexander Kamyshin, our great interview with Alexander Kamyshin, what he's been up to, and that, yeah, there's kind of this news going on with Canada, which is good news. I don't know, Colby, anything, I hate to, like I said, you already said I'll never put you on the spot, so I'll just ask you. Colby, is there anything else you know about this thing with Ukraine and the railway infrastructure and so forth in Canada?
Nope, this is actually the first I'm hearing of it. I've been out of the loop today. Haven't had much time to follow Twitter or the news, so first I'm hearing of it.
Okay, no worries. So with that, I think we can go to Suzanne.
Okay. Well, listening to all the people who spoke, I take kind of a wider, broader perspective on the region in general. Well, first of all, the last thing I saw was why is Kamala Harris going to North Korea? But other than that, first of all, China's not too happy with Putin, what he's doing. Secondly, someone that brought up other forces within the Kremlin itself. I think they said something to the effect that these people can go 10, 20 years without making, their views known. And then thirdly, having a lot of friends in the UK, I've heard their opinions about the whole thing. They point out that for, well, some time now, they've been saying that Putin is ill. And then these, unnamed sources within the Kremlin reminding people that look what they did to Yeltsin and other, officials. When Putin takes one step too far, they'll put a quick end to him.